Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 901, Evolved. The overlords had their own territory. One region of the mountain ranges belonged to the elephant overlord while another region fell under the dominion of the green tiger. The stone plain belonged to the cow overlord. As for the underground dimension, the black furball overlord seemed to reign over it. Luze and the girls didn't take long to locate the green tiger overlord. It was lying on the grassy plains as though it was resting. Its majestic beauty was breathtaking. The group observed the green tiger overlord, and moments later, Luze grinned. Just like before, I'll charge up, and you girls should use stone transformation divine art to reduce its speed. Nangongjing and the other girls nodded. Out of all the overlords, this might only be the beast they could defeat most likely. They had to take it seriously. Luze appeared in the sky above the grassy plain. Domineering power surged into airwaves that spread across all directions. Grass blades were torn apart and scattered around. Upon sensing the chi of Luze, the green tiger overlord stood up instantly. It stared daggers at Luze as it bellowed. Right after, the wind circulating it spun faster. Even from a distance, Luze could sense the sharp rise in chi. At this moment, the raging storm around the tiger suddenly dwindled. This could be attributed to Kayuhesha's seduction god art. It wasn't just this at all. The other girls, along with her, directed their stone transformation divine art to it, weakening its chi once again. The pace of the events was too rapid. The tiger couldn't react in time. During this point, Luze's semi-transparent spirit flames formed into a fist. Clank! 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 Sharp whines blew past his body as he stepped inside the storm. The overlord was weakened twice, but its wind god art remained extremely sharp. Luze's exceedingly powerful body ended up bleeding. However, he forced his way in despite coming into contact with the blades and later appeared above the tiger's head. Runes danced around his body as he buried the spirit flame fist into the back of the beast. Earth-shocking blow. Rumble. The wind around the tiger was eliminated, revealing its figure and causing its fur to rise. It ended up looking like a green furball. It then used its own green shadow chant. Nevertheless, the seduction god art and 5 distinct stone transformation divine arts were Akin locks restricting its agile body. This time, it was no longer the wind-chasing tiger on the green plains. The overlord stomped on the ground and barely dodged the incoming fist. However, Luze didn't intend to stop at all. The effects of the stone transformation divine art wouldn't last long. He had to heavily injure the tiger before it disappeared. Otherwise, it would be hard to chase after it again. Luze used everything fire buff, darkness buff, and green shadow chant. His speed broke through the boundaries of space. It was like an instant transmission. Just like that, he matched the speed of his opponent and continuously used earth-shocking blow. The clash between the two was thunderous. Their attacks had completely eradicated the surroundings. The land was riddled with deep craters. As time went on, it was harder and harder for the tiger overlord to evade. Another 10 seconds later, Luze's spirit flame punch struck the left side of its stomach. Rumble. The overwhelming power had flung the overlord. Green blood and fur were dispersed into the air as the beast howled in pain. Unfortunately, Luze was relentless. He unleashed another barrage: 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 100 punches. Luze didn't hold back. His fist struck the tiger heavily again and again. Its bones were cracking as the power invaded its body, wreaking havoc within its guts. Thud. The sounds stopped after a few seconds, and Luze landed next to its dead body. He watched it turn to dust with a pale face. He was out of breath. After all, he unleashed all his power earlier. He felt he was drained completely. Likewise, his girls followed him despite their pale faces, which seemed to look better than his. Lin Ling held Luze, who could barely stand up, and asked worriedly, Ze, are you okay? Luze was about to honestly respond to the question, but a bold idea corrupted his mind. He pretended to look worse than he actually was. No, take me into your arms quickly. I used up too much energy. The backlash is hurting me. Lin Ling quickly followed his demands. She frowned a bit, thinking about how painful it must have been for him. Luze lay in the soft arms of one of his girls and felt triumphant. This was all too easy. He should trick the others as well. At this juncture, however, his grin didn't escape Luze's cunning eyes. Lin Ling, he is deceiving you. Lin Ling looked at his face. Finally, she noticed the blatant smirk on his face. She glared at Luze, but she still blushed in the end. Ze, you bastard! If you do this again, I won't be nice anymore. Luze glanced at Lu Li in displeasure. He decided to exact his revenge. Following such, he faked a cough and got up from Lin Ling's arms. Those orbs are here. Everyone looked over. They hadn't seen Overlord drops yet. Luze picked up the orbs. There were 10 Overlord red orbs, purple orbs, blood crystals, blue crystal, wind god art orb, a complete green divine art rune, and a milky white orb. Luze was taken aback. He didn't get the energy strand. Did it turn into an orb? Despite the doubts, he proceeded with gathering it. He could feel the bubbling power inside. So powerful! If he had the orbs of the other 3 overlords, Luze could almost see the cosmic system state waving at him. Kaiuyuhesha asked curiously, little brother Luze, what is this? Luze smiled. This is energy that only the overlord would drop. It is similar to the purple and red orbs but more advanced. Nangongjing grinned. It should be more precious. It may even have other uses in the future. It should belong to you. Lu Li and the rest of the girls nodded. Luze didn't reject it either. Okay. Alice looked over. Don't overlords have their own lair? Even super beasts had their own territories and treasures. Luze thought of the troubles he had encountered while searching for lairs on the 3rd map. He laughed it off. We have to find the overlord lairs ourselves. The girls. Lu Li was speechless. This is such a vast mountain range. How are we supposed to find the lairs? What could he even do? He himself was wishing for an overlord lair map function inside the pocket hunting dimension. Roar! Moo! Chit! 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 Suddenly, 3 intimidating sounds reverberated. The group could feel the terrifying chi. Right then, Luze's expressions changed. Run! It appeared as though the overlords had some kind of link among them. With the death of the green tiger, the other 3 went to check out the situation, right? Just when Luze planned to use space transmission, the space around him was bound. Thereafter, 3 figures appeared. Luze's body went stiff first, and then, he died. Chapter 902 Hurry up and make the humans disappear from the universe. Luze regained his consciousness back in his room. He was in pain, but he felt proud of himself. After all, he successfully killed the overlord. Now, his cultivation should progress smoothly. Half an hour later, Luze couldn't wait to use the white orb. The energy went inside him, making him feel at peace. The relaxing sensation was akin to a day at a spa. He had completely forgotten about the pain. At the same time, the energy was being digested rapidly. His 9th star ring was expanding visibly. He could feel his cultivation level rapidly growing powerful. Time passed by. Nearly 20 hours later, the white energy in his body was fully absorbed. Hence, he opened his eyes, which were flashing with starlight. Luze was amazed by his own progress. His cultivation level drastically rose up. With 1 or 2 more of those milky energy orbs, he should be able to reach the peak stage of the star state. Then, with some build-up, he would be able to reach the cosmic system state. 4 white energy orbs should be enough. In that case, maybe his cultivation level would reach the cosmic system state in the coming week. This was great. Luze walked out of his room and went to the resting room. Alice was cooking dinner. When the night came, they entered the pocket hunting dimension again. This time, they were going to assault the Bone Elephant Overlord. In the Void Universe. Within the ancestral planet of the Blade Demon race. At the Blade Demon Palace. The Blade Demon King, elders of the Blade Demon race, and 18 other cosmic system states were discussing. The Blade Demon King felt assured. Everyone, we have made adequate preparations during this time. Now is the time to invade the human territory. Everyone liked the idea. They had been preparing secretly. One reason was to prevent the cosmic system states from running away at all costs. The other reason was to prevent human allies from sending support. After a month of preparation, it was finally time to do it. A dark metal demon snarled. Head off. I can't wait to take over their territory. The other races also smirked. The Blade Demon King promised that if they could kill all the human cosmic system states, the human territory would be divided among them. This was a huge piece of cake. No cosmic system state civilization could reject such temptation. The Blade Demon King felt relieved. During this time, the human race exerted too much pressure on the Blade Demon race, especially Luze. He had become the nightmare of all Blade Demons. If his power reached the cosmic cloud state, it would become extremely terrifying. Logically, if they could kill him and suppress his race, the plan would succeed without a hitch. Of course, the heart of the king ached from giving up so many resources, but he had no choice. Head off. Let the human race disappear from the universe, one of the Blade Demons snarled and flew out. Inside the pocket hunting dimension, Luze and the girls were observing the Bone Elephant. After ensuring the other 2 overlords weren't present, they felt elated. Luze said, I'm going up. He was confident in his power. Accordingly, he disappeared from the spot. Rumble. The elephant looked up as soon as it sensed his chi. When it saw Luz, it was bewildered. Didn't they kill him? Why did he appear again? However, it wasn't overly anxious. After all, they had fought before. It knew Luze couldn't beat him. The elephant flashed with white light as its power surged out. Thereafter, it felt the familiar debuff directed at him. However, it wasn't fazed by it. It could just stand and wait until they consumed their energy. Luze appeared near its stomach, and his spirit flame formed a fist once again. With the huge rise in his cultivation level, the chi emitted by his spirit flame fist also became extremely devastating. It caused the Overlord to realize something wasn't right. It desperately shifted its defensive power towards its stomach. Rumble. The white spirit force flickered and then shattered like glass. The remaining power of the spirit flame finally struck its stomach. The bone armor cracked. The elephant wailed in pain. Why were its invincible defenses broken? The elephant sensed a lethal threat. It quickly tried to reform its barrier while roaring and flying up. It had to do it fast. Luze was about to release the second punch, but he didn't expect the elephant to recover swiftly. Nevertheless, the dimmer spirit light revealed that its defenses were weaker than before. Luze clenched his fists and used the earth-shocking blow again. Rumble. 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 The elephant was not as fast as the green tiger. Being subjected to numerous stone transformation divine arts, he could only stand like a target practice. Every time it tried to counterattack, Luze would dodge it and continue to retaliate. Its defenses were reforming slower and slower. Its pale spirit light was also getting dimmer. Blood began to gush out. In a few short seconds, the elephant was heavily injured. Right then, 2 chi came from the distance. All of their expressions changed. This elephant overlord wasn't dead yet. Nangongjing said, Zi, you continue. We'll hold off those two overlords. Luze nodded and burned his spirit force like crazy to pummel the elephant. The elephant wailed out, and its spirit light became vibrant again. It wanted to block Luze's attacks, but it was so heavily injured. Hence, the vibrant light lost its shine. A few seconds later, the elephant turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Luze also depleted his stamina. He panted as he looked into the distance. The cow and furball had just arrived. They roared furiously upon seeing the body of the elephant. At this juncture, Lule's eternal darkness mist fell upon them while Alice formed tens of fire clones to distract them. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Linling used stone transformation divine art and seduction god art to weaken their combat power. They looked at Luze who was recovering, and the dead body of the elephant. Their intent wasn't to kill these two overlords. They just needed to stall for a few seconds. It wasn't too hard for them. A few seconds later, the body finally became ashes. Luze quickly picked up the loot, which consisted of the usual resources and a pale crystal. Luze was taken aback. A new drop. What is this? Luze watched it curiously as it entered his mental dimension. Then, he quickly grabbed the girls and used space transmission to leave. When the mist was gone and the two overlords saw the empty battlefield, they roared furiously. The group found their reactions entertaining. But suddenly, their bodies felt a cold sensation. A searing pain took over their senses. They died in the end. Luze woke up back in his room. That gut-wrenching pain and coldness made him quiver. It felt as though he was frozen to death. This was definitely the pinnacle of painful death he experienced in the pocket hunting dimension. Meanwhile, Nangongjing and the other girls were wailing already. Chapter 903. Am I finally going to have a jungling item? Half an hour later, the pain and coldness subsided. It was so intense that even Luze found it a little hard to bear. Even so, he couldn't wait to look inside his mental dimension. He searched for the new drop and soon located it. As soon as his mental force touched the crystal, a domineering chi emerged from it. After the light disappeared, the crystal became transparent. There was a pair of white bone-armored fist gloves inside. At the same time, a piece of certain information was transmitted into his brain, causing him to gasp in disbelief. The pair of gloves were formed from the precious materials on the giant elephant. Upon wearing it, his defenses and body god art would be greatly enhanced. It could also greatly buff the power of the earth-shocking blow. Luze was taken aback to receive some sort of equipment from the dimension. He thought the pocket hunting dimension didn't store any. Is he finally going to possess a jungling item now? His tears almost fell. He toured around the 4 maps without equipping anything. How come he only received one now? According to the information, the gloves can be used by a cosmic system state. Even then, there would be no reduction in its effects. This was enough for him. After all, he was close to completing the breakthrough to the cosmic system state. Luze then remembered purchasing the God Martial set. He barely used the armor. Rather than wasting it on the set, he should have bought more food instead. Later on, he took the gloves out of the white crystal. The crystal was just the size of his fists. After he fused his mental force into the crystal, it turned into a stream of light that mingled with his hands. With his will, the white light flashed again, and a pair of white gloves appeared on his hands. It was completely made of white bone armor. It looked ancient and hideous. It felt like they grew attached to his hands. Hence, there was no discomfort at all. Luze clenched his fists and savored the terrifying power coming from the gloves. It was too overwhelming. With the gloves, his earth-shocking blow's power should increase by a level. This was a level in the cosmic system state. It was rather absurd. He wondered whether the other overlords would drop a piece of similar equipment. If so, he should at least save some for the others. Luze could control the appearance of the gloves with his will. It was much more convenient than other equipment. He played around with it for a while before managing to tone down his excitement. Although the gloves were amazing, he also had to be firm. Cultivate. Cultivate. Luze closed his eyes. In the subsequent night, his 9th star ring had matched the sizes of the other 8 rings. He was at the peak of level 9 star state. If he accumulated enough, he would soon break through to the cosmic system state. Soon. Luze clenched his fists. As long as he obliterated the other 2 overlords, he would be able to use the white orbs to break through. With the addition of the gloves, he now had enough power to subdue the other 2 beasts. In the meantime, he decided to exit the room and moved to the resting room. The girls were playing around on the couch. Luze then looked at the table filled with several dishes. His meal was prepared already. Kaiuyuhesha asked, "Little brother Luze, are you about to break through?" The girls knew his cultivation level progressed extremely fast with the aid of the milky white energy orbs. Luze smiled and nodded. "If we kill the other 2 overlords, I can break through the following day." He paused to look at Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha. "What about you guys?" Nangongjing grinned. "With your overlord orbs, I can probably break through tomorrow." Kaiuyuhesha nodded. "Same." The white orbs were enough for Luze, so he gave the 2 overlord red orbs to Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha. Their bodies could finally handle those types of energy. As for Linling and the other girls, their cultivation levels weren't enough. By the time they entered the 5th map, there should be cosmic system state orbs for them. Luze felt smug. "My cultivation speed is catching up with yours." They were supposed to finish their breakthrough a week ahead of him, but now, the 2 girls were only a day ahead of him. The girls were irked. Beat him up. Not only was he strong, but he also cultivated even faster. Did he really need to show off in front of them? "Arg, I'm sorry. You are killing your own husband." Half an hour later, Luze sat pitifully at the dining table. Meanwhile, the girls looked satisfied. When they finished their dinner, they sat on the couch together and enjoyed some peaceful moments. Soon, Luze stood up. "By the way, I got something great from the bone-armored elephant overlord." Everyone looked over to see him extending his hands. "Look at my hands." Currently, there was nothing on it. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the following second, however, Luze summoned the gloves. A white light flashed along the process, and when this light faded away, a pair of ancient and hideous bone gloves covered his hands. The girls were shocked. "This," Luze explained, "an equipment dropped by the overlord. The pocket hunting dimension can drop equipment." They completely didn't expect it to happen. Pieces of equipment were built by beings with intelligence. How could it appear out of thin air? Luze was curious too, but he didn't know how the pocket hunting dimension functioned either. Nangongjing looked with envy. "Gloves. I want it too." They could no longer use the set of armor they purchased right now. It was merely for display. Luze smiled. "Since one beast can drop it, then there should be more in the dimension. Don't worry." Nangongjing hugged Luze's arm. "Luze, hurry and enter the pocket hunting dimension." Luze was sly. "But I still need to do the dishes." Nangongjing patted her chest. "I'll do it." She then rushed over to actually finish his chores. Kaiuyuhesha rolled her eyes. "I'll help." "Me too." Luze felt his life was the best. He relaxed on the couch while the girls did his work for him. By the time they were done, they pulled him into one of the Dao enlightenment rooms. He looked at them. "Why did you all join me here?" Li responded, "We will all be going into the pocket hunting dimension anyway. We can just go back to our own rooms to cultivate after the pain subsides." Alice nodded. "Yes, I agree. Luze smiled and nodded. Chapter 904 This is cheating. Luze, along with the girls, appeared in the forest. He looked around and felt excited. Let's go and find the remaining 2 overlord beasts. At this moment, Lu Li reminded, include the 2 lairs of the dead overlords to the search. Luze smiled. Then, let's find them together. Everyone split off in search of their 2 goals. Half a day later, Luze flew past a lake, and the surface suddenly erupted. A huge black and hideous head popped out. It was the black giant turtle, which roared furiously at him while shooting water beams simultaneously. Luze's mouth twitched. The beast was merely a level 6 star state, but it was bold enough to challenge him. He lunged for the turtle, and a giant spirit flame palm appeared, reaching into the water to seize the turtle. Thereafter, he held onto the turtle and treated it like a ball. It is wrong to be arrogant. The black ball slowly turned to dust. Accordingly, he gathered the orbs. Just when he was about to take off, a powerful chi soared up from the distance, causing him to look in the direction. He sensed Alice's chi. Luze soon disappeared from the spot and appeared at the scene wherein Alice was standing before a pale stone pillar. The stone pillar shot into the clouds. It was a few million kilometers tall. The bottom had a diameter of over 10 kilometers. There was a huge cave within it, possessing a height of 3,000 meters tall. Luze raised a brow. He speculated the place might have belonged to the elephant overlord. Maybe, a girl who likes smiling is lucky. She actually found it. Alice looked at Luze and flew towards him happily. Senior, I found it. She grabbed his arm as her face bloomed with a smile. Luze patted her head and praised, Alice is really amazing. Alice poked out her tongue. Quickly enough, 4 other chi joined them. A few seconds later, the other 4 girls reached the place. Nangongjing remarked, Alice is really lucky. You found it. We have been searching for a long time. The gloves were dropped by the elephant boss. Nangongjing now wondered whether there were more valuable treasures in the lair. She was very eager to search. Kai Uyahesha urged, let's go and see. Everyone nodded and flew inside. The area was spacious, having a diameter that approached 5 kilometers and a height that exceeded 3 kilometers. Within the place, a pale crystal floated above the ground. Luze was stunned and soon grinned. This could be an item too. All of their eyes were expecting something good. Nangongjing flew over to get it. She looked at it for a long time but couldn't see what was inside. Ze, why can't I see what's inside? Luze recalled he had to touch the orb with his mental force to reveal the treasure, so he said. It probably needs my mental force. Nangongjing responded, okay, then let's check it outside. The crystal disappeared from Nangongjing's hands and appeared in Luze's mental dimension. Seeing her dejected and hopeful expression, Luze smiled and rubbed her face. Wait a moment. Nangongjing could only follow him. Luze ordered, all right, let's continue searching. A day later, they found the stone plain, but they didn't find the green tiger overlord's lair. Luze was in no rush though. Currently, they probably wouldn't die, unless they encountered some super boss or caused a 5th battle. First, they should kill the other 2 overlords. Hence, they ventured into the stone plain to locate the cow overlord. 2 days later, they gathered again. Luze asked, did we find it? The girls shook their heads. They checked almost every nook and cranny of the entire stone plains, but the stone cow was nowhere to be found. Who would have thought it would be like this? Luze's mouth twitched. That beast wouldn't have fled, would it? Will it leave its territory behind? At this moment, Alice said, by the way, I found a stone cave, but something must have sealed it. I can't go in. Everyone was taken aback. Is this another overlord lair? Is she the reincarnation of Lady Luck? The range of the fourth map was counted in light years, and yet, she could find 2 overlord lairs in a row. How lucky is she? Alice shivered upon seeing numerous gazes directed at her. What's wrong? Lu Li smiled. Alice, take us there. Alice nodded. Soon, they arrived at a grey mountain range. In the middle, they found a lair at the very bottom. It had 100 meters wide diameter, and there were grey ripples by the entrance. The group couldn't even enter. Luze said, "This is probably the lair of the cow overlord. We probably have to kill it before we can ransack the place." Lin Ling rubbed her temple. "Let's go somewhere else to find it." Lu Li added, "Let's go to the underground space. We can kill the Black Overlord first too." Everyone agreed. Alice remarked, "That guy looks so small. It probably isn't too strong, right?" Luze. He thought these girls couldn't bring themselves to attack the furball because of how cute it was, but instead, they were more excited than he was. They went into the underground space through the cracks in the mountains. Since the region was vast, they had to split up. 2 days later, Luze and the girls were hiding in a pile of rocks. They gawked at the scene. Before them, the stone cow overlord was casually strolling. The black furball was on its head. They seemed to be getting along well. Just then, Lin Ling used her spirit eye god art and finally located the black ball before Alice. The group felt tense as they watched. They wanted to eliminate the overlords one by one, but the two came together. Kyohesha asked, "What do we do now?" Luze said, "We'll fight them together then. Our power isn't the same as yesterday." He was a level 9 peak star state equipped with pale gloves. Surely, he was much stronger than yesterday. NAS1. Luze charged over. As soon as he appeared, the fur on the ball shot up, and the cow suddenly turned around. They stayed together to deter the two-legged creatures, but those pests still came in the end. Kyohesha and the girls used their divine arts. Immediately, the two overlords felt their bodies stiffen. Meanwhile, Luze appeared next to the cow and punched. Sensing the threat, the cow abolished the stone transformation divine art on itself while directing another stone transformation divine art to Luze, making his speed and power a bit weaker. Fortunately, his current attack wasn't inferior even among level 5 cosmic system states. It was still extremely terrifying. Rumble. The spirit flame fist struck the grey ripples and easily tore them apart. It also eliminated the demonic chi shield which the furball formed at the last moment. Crack! The powerful force instantly sent the cow flying, causing its rock-filled body to break. Luze stomped on the ground and followed it. The ball shrieked and spat demonic flames towards him. Luze gritted his teeth. He didn't dodge it. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, things would become difficult. Screech! The demonic flames burned Luze's skin, but he still approached the cow and punched twice. His fist force instantly penetrated the cow, causing it to die on the spot. Luze's defenses also became extremely weak. A layer of demonic chi then appeared. The flames were consuming his flesh. Luze quickly retreated. The furball couldn't follow Luze due to the stone transformation divine art and seduction divine art. Chit! 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 Luze panted. He almost died back there. He quickly used his healing god art and recovered. Following such, he smiled at the black furball. Chapter 905 Fifth Map. The black furball stiffened. It squeaked again before shooting demonic flames at Luze once more. Luze dodged while recovering. In a few seconds, he had healed most of his injuries. Then, he disappeared from the spot and charged into the flames. He punched with his spirit flame fist. The black furball struggled to dodge his strike, but it couldn't escape it at all. Rumble! In a second, they clashed about a few hundred times. Luze appeared above the black furball and struck its body heavily, leaving a dent on the beast. The resulting force burrowed further in the ground. Rumble. Luze moved to the crater and stomped on the black furball's tail. Then, his punches rained down on the ball-like beast. As a cold-hearted jungler, he wasn't swayed by its cute appearance. Rumble. 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 Deafening sounds reverberated across the dimension. This time, the previously sizable crater widened even more, reaching a few thousand-kilometer radius. A few seconds later, the black furball was crushed into a pancake and remained stuck at the bottom of the pit, lying dead. Luze panted as the black furball turned to dust. It was indeed tiring to fight two overlords in a row. Luckily, he was capable of doing so, even though he barely managed to finish off the beasts. All the overlords were gone now. It was harvesting season. Nangongjing and the other girls flew over. Their faces appeared pale from exhaustion. Lu Li held Luze and smiled. Luze, are you okay? Luze looked at her and immediately recalled her betrayal yesterday. His mouth twitched. I'm fine. With her presence, he wouldn't be able to play around and take advantage of the other girls. Alice called out excitedly, Senior, Senior, over here. That cow had completely turned to dust, and the orbs appeared. The group made their way over. On top of the usual orbs, a grey crystal could be found. Luze pointed out, there is another item. Kaiouhesha remarked, I wonder what it is. Luze collected the resources and said, we'll know once we are out. After all, they wouldn't be able to check them inside the dimension. The group then returned to the crater. Like the cow overlord, a black crystal was lying on top of the usual drops. Alice said, another item. Luze guessed, perhaps there would be a higher chance for more items since they are overlords. The girls nodded. Luze ordered, let's find the black furballs. Lair. A day later, while Luze was searching, a powerful chi unexpectedly rose up. His mouth twitched. Once again, Alice did it. Maybe, she was the reincarnation of Lady Luck. Luze went to her location. She was standing before a black forest. Lin Ling and Kaiouhesha accompanied her. Lu Li and Nangongjing were on their way. The two of them were moving at a rapid rate. Alice smiled upon seeing him. Senior, I located the place again. Luze patted her head. Alice is really amazing. Lin Ling began to doubt herself. Even with her spirit eye god art, she couldn't find a single lair. With the vastness of the dimension, her abilities were limited to the region. But, what about Alice? Alice located the places one after another by sheer luck at an alarming speed. As Lin Ling pondered on her inadequacy, Lu Li and Nangongjing arrived. The group went into the forest. The trees were 10 meters tall, but the leaves were all black. As they ventured deeper, they discovered there were no other forests except the area they were currently in the underground region. This forest wasn't vast. Soon enough, they reached the center, only to come across an open space spanning a few hundred meters. In the middle of the region, they saw a bird's nest adorned with black leaves. Luze was taken aback. That black furball was actually a bird. He couldn't tell at all. It probably ate too much and ended up rotund. There was a black crystal floating in the center. The group rejoiced, another crystal. Luze took it. We have 4 crystals now. Perhaps we can all receive a piece of equipment. The girls looked at each other and shook their heads. Lu Li said, if it is not a weapon, then you should use it. Kaiouhesha smiled. You definitely should. Little brother Luze is the strongest. If you become stronger, then our hunting bouts would become easier. Nangongjing grinned. We will just cheer you on from the back. Luze flicked her forehead. Your head is up in the clouds. You are also fighting monsters with me. Nangongjing held her forehead. Ze, you're bullying me again. She hadn't experienced this treatment for a long time. Kyohesha found it amusing. Since we got what we want here, let's leave. Alice urged, let's go to the cow overlord's lair. With a clear target, they reached the stone plain in half a day and found the cave. As expected, the grey ripples were gone. The group went inside. The hollow cave was a few kilometers wide and a few hundred meters tall. There were all sorts of strange rocks and stalactites inside. In the center, a pond spanning 5 meters wide could be found, wherein milky white liquid was floating. It emitted an aroma that permeated the air. The group was dumbfounded. It is not a crystal. Lin Ling asked, what is this? Luze remarked, probably some spirit item like the golden fruit wine? I'll try it out. He scooped some water into his mouth. Immediately, a sweet scent spread across his mouth. Luze's eyes lit up. So tasty. Maybe it can be used as an ingredient, perhaps spirit food would even taste better. Nangongjing and the girls asked, how is it? Luze answered. It doesn't taste bad. The group, but they didn't ask about the taste. At this juncture, Luze felt a gentle yet powerful force enter him. The consumption of the liquid strengthened his body, mental force, and spirit force. This is quite effective. It can improve all aspects of your power. Come and try it. It worked like a white orb but just not as effective. All of them drank some until they felt their body was at their limit. Thereafter, Luze began looking around. Lu Li asked, Luze, what are you looking for? Luze replied, I am checking around whether there is a container which can hold the liquid. Perhaps we can cook here. The girls. Despite their reaction, they also helped him in the end. Unfortunately, they couldn't find any sort of receptacle. It was a pity. During this time, Luze's eyes lit up. I know. The girls asked, what? I'll go to the storing location of the golden fruit wine and bring over a few stone buckets. His brilliance as a prodigy cannot be denied. Lu Li smiled. Then, let's do that after we find the green tiger's lair. A week later, the group finally found the green tiger's lair in a corner. It was a valley surrounded by vines. The lair was located within its depths. On the other hand, there was a desert on the other side of the valley. They were able to make out some terrifying figures in the sandy sky. Luze speculated, that's probably the fifth map. Nangongjing said, the Kais within are exceedingly powerful. Even the elders can't compare with those beasts. Kyohesha's smile disappeared. That's probably a cosmic cloud state. This was a hellish difficulty. Luze coughed it off. Let's just go and get the treasure at the green tiger's lair. Chapter 906 Unwanted Equipment. The lair of the green tiger overlord was similar to the white elephant's. In the center, a floating green crystal could also be found. Luze took it and said, now, we have 5 crystals. Kyohesha said, I wonder what sort of items are inside. They wanted a handy weapon too, but if it was something Luze could use, they would let him have it. Luze smiled. We'll find out once we go out. Lin Ling said, then, will we be able to survive until the time on the 4th map expires and leave alive? Everyone smiled. That would be great. At this moment, Nangongjing said eagerly, are we not going to check the 5th map? I want to see what is there. Everyone looked over. Luze said, no, you don't want to. What a joke. How long has he not exited the dimension alive? While in the 3rd map, he ventured into the 4th map out of curiosity and died instantaneously. Why couldn't he give himself a break after completing a map? Nangongjing flinched and laughed it off. Okay, Alice smiled. Senior, didn't you say you are going to get that stone bucket? Luze just remembered that they hadn't gathered the spirit liquid yet. He replied, then, let's go out first. The group left the cave. Just when they planned to leave, a roar echoed from the desert. Luze and the girls felt an extremely terrifying power behind them. Before they could react, some kind of spirit force swept over. The sand particles obstructed the view. Luze's consciousness quickly faded. They are too unlucky. As soon as they went out of the cave, they encountered a match between bosses. They were caught in the crossfire. Why didn't they fight earlier on, or perhaps a little bit later? Whimper. At this moment, wails of agony burst out from every corner near Luze, surrounding him completely. The girls leaned against him in pain. Luze sighed. How are you all? Kyoyohesha rolled her eyes. Do you think we look fine? The others were quivering. Luze laughed it off and said, thank you. The girls rubbed their heads against his body. Half an hour later, all of them recovered, but the girls still didn't move. Luze asked, are you all doing well now? Can you get up? The group glared at him. What did you say just now? Luze. It is my honor to have you use me as your pillow. Alice laughed and kissed his lips. Senior is so cute like this. Luze. Being bullied makes him adorable. The others finally sat up. Luze smiled. Let us check what we gathered this time. Nangongjing and the other girls looked over. Luze took out the 5 crystals. He got 1 green crystal, 2 black crystals, 1 pale crystal, and a grey crystal. Luze touched the white crystal first. White light flashed, and a pair of pale gloves appeared. Nangongjing rejoiced, this is mine. She jumped into his arms and kissed him as well. Ze is really great. Luze smiled and rubbed her head. He handed the crystal to her. Touch it with your mental force. He didn't know whether she could use it too. Regardless, he taught her how to bind the item. Nangongjing nodded and anxiously sent out her mental force to connect with the crystal. Then, everyone saw the crystal flow into her hands with a pale light. Nangongjing opened her eyes excitedly. It worked. The gloves appeared on her hand. It had the same style as Luze's, but it was a bit smaller than his. This piece of equipment changed shape based on the body of the user. Nangongjing happily played around with it. Kyoyohesha rushed Luze. Little brother Luze, hurry up. Luze nodded. He checked the black crystal next. There was a black long sword containing a demonic chi inside. A piece of information was transmitted to his brain. The long sword could enhance demonic chi god art. Demonic chi was a branch of darkness god art, so naturally, this sword could directly amplify darkness god art quite a bit as well. It could even buff the demonic flame divine art too. Li and Alice could both use it. Luze touched the other black crystal. As it turned out, it also had a black sword inside. Luze smiled and distributed the 2 crystals to Li and Alice. This sword enhances darkness god art and demonic flame divine art. Both Li and Alice can use it. The 2 girls felt elated as they took the crystals. They used the binding method to insert their mental force into the crystal. Immediately, the crystal turned into black rays that fused into their hands. With their will, the swords appeared in their hands, emitting a demonic chi. Lin Ling watched the other girls enviously. How is it, Li and Alice? Li smiled. The improvement it provides is major. My combat power increased by nearly 1 level. Alice nodded. Same. Nangongjing exclaimed, me too. Lin Ling and Kyoyohesha couldn't help the worsening jealousy. Luze smiled and rubbed Lin Ling's head. Don't worry, there are 2 more. Even if there is none this time, there would definitely be more on the 5th map. Worst comes to worst, I can make up for it elsewhere. Lin Ling and Kyoyohesha were taken aback at first. However, they soon blushed. Luze checked the green crystal. Once cleared up, it revealed the weapon inside. It was a long sword with green wind around it. This sword could buff wind god art and green shadow chant. Everyone looked at each other, especially Lin Ling and Kaihuya Hesha. Neither of them used swords. Luze faked a cough and passed the crystal to Lin Ling. Lin Ling, how about using this sword first? You have used a long sword for a while. This sword can buff wind god art. It should be quite useful for you, right? You can switch it with the spear, maybe. Lin Ling was speechless. She hadn't used a sword for a long time. Chapter 907 Holding a statue to fight people. Eventually, Lin Ling had no other choice but to fuse her mental force into the crystal. The crystal turned into a green wind and merged with her right hand. With her will, the wind spun around her arm and formed a green long sword. If only this was a spear, as soon as she mentioned it, her long sword turned into the wind again. After a flash, a green spear appeared in her hands instead. Luze and the other girls. They were dumbfounded. The long sword turned into a spear. They could change the forms of the weapons. Even Lin Ling was taken aback by the developments. Luze couldn't resist asking, Lin Ling, what happened just then? Lin Ling answered, I just thought it would be better if it was a spear. Right then, it actually followed my desire. Luze and the other girls. The unknown material could comprehend the thoughts of the user. Luze asked, can you try changing its form again? Lin Ling nodded. Turn into a long sword. Everyone watched silently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. Nothing happened in the end. Lin Ling said again, long sword. Still, nothing happened. Lin Ling tried saying, if only it was a long sword. 2. 11. Once again, nothing happened. Luze reminded, maybe your position is wrong. Lin Ling. She glared at Luze. She had never moved. How could she be in the wrong position? Luze thought about it. In the next second, his gloves appeared. He tried to change its form. Information was then transmitted from the glove. If you bounded the weapon for the first time without using it for battle, you would be able to alter its form. But this transformation could only happen once. Its new form cannot be changed again. So that's it. Luckily, he didn't change its form yet. As Luze had those thoughts, Alice exclaimed, Senior, look at me. My long sword changed. His skin crawled. He looked up. Following such, he saw everyone look strangely in her direction. When Luze finally saw what was in Alice's hands, he felt as though he was struck by lightning. Why did it change into that? Alice was smiling brightly as she spread out her palm. A black small statue was placed on it. The figure of the statue. It looked exactly like Luze. Is this thing still a weapon? Luze imagined Alice holding his statue to smack enemies. The worst thing about it was the limited change in its form. It could only be altered once. Meaning, Alice's weapon would forever be a statue resembling him. She could only resign herself to using it as a weapon from now on. Luze suddenly wanted to cry. Nangongjing and the other girls gawked at Alice. Nangongjing said, it works that way? I want to try too. Luze quickly shouted, don't do it. This weapon can only transform once. You can't change it afterward. Everyone. Nangongjing and the other girls quickly put their weapons away. Thereafter, they cringed at the statue and looked at Luze with a weird expression. Soon, their faces tensed up, and their mouths twitched. They had to hold it in. They can't laugh right now. Alice froze upon hearing his words. She looked dazedly at the statue and Luze. Is she going to hold his statue while in battle from now on? She didn't dare to imagine the absurd scene anymore. At this moment, Luze smirked. Think of the bright side. Alice, you don't need to go up and fight. Just hold this. Luze, and stay at the rear using your fire clones. Luze. He glared at Lu Li. Li, did you just smile? Did you? Lu Li blinked her eyes innocently at him. Luze. That's it, she is done for. But then again, Lu Li was right. As long Alice didn't hold his statue to whack people, he wouldn't be bothered by it. After all, he had no choice but to accept it. Alice's eyes lit up. She quickly nodded. Li is right. I'll stay at the rear. She would definitely not use his statue to beat up her opponents. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling were trying to hold back their laugh. Nangongjing asked, Zi, can each item only change once? Luze confirmed it. Yes, just communicate your thoughts to the item. The group nodded. Lin Ling's weapon had already changed to a spear. The rest of them were quite happy with their own equipment, so they didn't need to alter it. Kaiyuhesha reminded, little brother Luze, there's still one crystal. She was the only one who didn't receive any equipment. Luze smiled and nodded. He checked out the last grey crystal. The crystal revealed a grey long sword. The sword could enhance stone god art, which was a branch of earth god art. It could also enhance stone transformation divine art. The stone transformation divine art contained a portion of mental force god art. Hence, the sword could also buff mental force god art. Luze immediately knew it was the most suitable weapon for Kaiyuhesha. He passed the crystal to her. It can enhance mental force god art and stone transformation divine art. It suits you a lot. Kaiyuhesha took the crystal and kissed Luze. Thank you, little brother Ze. When Kaiyuhesha took the weapon out, it really didn't seem to fit her. Nangongjing laughed. Fox Demon, this big hacking sword is really suitable for you. How about you fight with that from now on? Kaiyuhesha wasn't worried. She knew the weapon could be transformed. Soon, the sword changed into a pair of silk gloves that covered her hands. Kaiyuhesha smiled. The color doesn't really suit me, but it feels good to have it. Nangongjing sneered, narcissistic. Kaiyuhesha retorted, better than a T-Rex who looks nowhere close to a woman. Nangongjing was furious. She glared at Kaiyuhesha. Kaiyuhesha glared back. At this juncture, Lin Ling walked up to Luze with a red face. Luze asked, what's wrong, Lin Ling? Lin Ling said, Ze. We all have weapons now. Let's celebrate. Everyone looked over. After a night without rest, everyone had breakfast the next morning before cultivating once again. Luze sat on the cushion. He got the last 2 white energy orbs. It was time to break through to the cosmic system state. Chapter 908 Stupefied's Huang Guild. A day later, several fluctuations occurred throughout the space where planet Shenwu was. Endless glamour appeared and covered the entire planet, expanding further each second. When all the people on the planet saw the light, they were astounded. This is a phenomenon. A breakthrough phenomenon. It must be the monarch of the new dawn or some young duke breaking through to the cosmic system state. Everyone was thrilled. The news blew up like a nuclear bomb in the heads of people. Cosmic system state. The human race didn't have another cosmic system state since the 12 original saints. Even those saints only became a cosmic system state with the help of the elf race. Now, the human race finally had its own cosmic system state. This news was too thrilling. Everyone rejoiced, glory to the human race forever. The human race will rise. Cheers echoed throughout planet Shenwu, which traversed to the space through spirit force. The star state responsible for guarding planet Shenwu saw the light and felt delighted. He roared, quick! Contacts the saints. Our human race has a new cosmic system state. He charged out of his office and headed towards the cultivation building where Luze was. The 2 guards stationed in the area also stood with palpable excitement. They were about to witness the birth of a new cosmic system state. The star state landed soon. Xiao Shuyao, old Tai, I'll help in guarding too. In the following second, a few more figures arrived. They were all the star states of planet Shenyu. Everyone went over, whether they were adventurers or members of the Shenyu army. It was too important. This was an opportunity for the progression of their race. Xiao Shuyao took a deep breath. If anyone tries to interfere with their breakthrough, they have to trample on our dead body first. Although the endless light was mesmerizing, no one began cultivating. From aperture opening states to planetary states, soldiers who didn't hold significant positions came forth. A peak planetary state youth saluted, "Generals, please allow us to protect Monarch of the New Dawn and the young dukes." Those behind him repeated those words. Their firm resolve reverberated across the surrounding. The star states grinned. Right after, the director of the Shenyu army roared, "Heed my command. All soldiers without important duties, guard Monarch of the New Dawn and the young dukes." The soldiers were happy to do so. They saluted. Understood. The powerful adventurers also rushed over. Let's go and guard them. Yes. I don't want to miss this opportunity. We must let them break through to the cosmic system state. The cultivation building was heavily guarded by the powerful beings of the planet. The light stretched across. In space, a huge spaceship was heading towards planet Shenyu. It was completely red, akin to a burning flame. At the front, a handsome man with red hair looked ahead. His red eyes flashed. "Planet Shenyu, I haven't been back for so long. Elliot, how many prodigies did you say the Federation had when you last returned?" There were tens of powerful beings behind the red-haired man, and Elliot was one of them. He thought back to Luze's monarch celebration and Nangang Jing's attitude. His mouth twitched. Yes, there is a prodigy named Luze. He is very talented. He was only a first-year student, but he was already appointed as a young duke. Moreover, the elders seemed to favor him a lot. They bestowed the title monarch to him. Monarch? New title. The others were also shocked. The name was unfamiliar. Elliot's mouth twitched. It was embarrassing. Why would he say this? He tried to set Luze up at the end, but he didn't know if it worked. He felt great. The red-haired man laughed. Interesting. Receiving a new title after 2,000 years. It seems like this kid must be very talented. Otherwise, the elders wouldn't make those plans. At this moment, a black-haired female smiled. He can't compare with you. When the elders find out you have reached the cosmic system state, they would be delighted. Lu Xiun smiled confidently. I'm just walking ahead. I hope more powerful humans would appear. It was rare for them to return. Let's go and see that Luze. Let's check how talented he is. If he's genuinely talented, then he gets a share of the resources we have brought back. Elliot's heart ached. The resources he risked his life for had to be given to that bastard. However, these resources were supposed to be distributed to budding prodigies. With how their guild leader was, if Luze was really talented, he would help the latter indeed. Even Elliot was taken care of by the guild leader because of his talent. During this point, an endless light surged into the ship. Lu Xiun and the others were taken aback. An infinite knowledge was transmitted to them from the light. Looking at the light alone helped them learn a few things. How terrifying is this? Elliot asked, what is this? How did this light appear? Did you feel that knowledge and wisdom? I feel my god art is improving. I felt it too. Lu Xiun looked at the light. In the next second, it seemed as though he recalled something. His face changed into disbelief. Isn't this a breakthrough phenomenon? The two people on Lu Xiun's side thought of the legends too. The woman gasped, this is the phenomena created by those top prodigies. It is this terrifying. Lu Xiun shook his head. Ordinary phenomena can't be this spine-chilling. A trace of subtle yet powerful qi spread from planet Chenyu. Lu Xiun looked in that direction with skepticism. This is a breakthrough to the cosmic system state. Such a powerful qi. Lu Xiun was bewildered. Which bastard would break through to the cosmic system state like this? He just broke through too, but a situation similar to the one before them didn't happen. Wait. Elliot's mouth twitched. A breakthrough to the cosmic system state. Everyone looked at planet Chenyu with doubts. Lu Xiun asked, is it those guys? He wasn't the only prodigy who left the Milky Way to venture in the universe. Those most talented prodigies at the time all departed. Did one of those guys return to break through? Lu Xiun's face went stern. Hurry! Return to planet Chenyu. One man asked, Guild leader, aren't we going to cultivate? This is a very rare opportunity. Lu Xiun looked back seriously. It's very rare that a human gets to break through to the cosmic system state. We have to guard him. There will always be more opportunities in the future. People looked down in embarrassment. Make haste to reach planet Chenyu. Lu Xiun's eyes carried complicated emotions. He thought he was the only one who broke through and returned home in glory. Yet, there was an even tougher bastard. He was this talented but unknown in the nearby cosmic realms. Chapter 909. This isn't too good, right? The light extended its reach farther and farther. 1 light year, 5 light years. 100 light years. It was like magic spanning a few hundred light years. The ships outside planet Chenyu sensed this. The people inside immediately began cultivating. Some people also flew back to guard Luze and the girls. Void beasts, cosmic beasts, and other life forms also sensed the light. It delighted them. Those people outside the range of the light looked in the direction. What is that? They could sense the uniqueness of the wave. Many of them flew towards planet Chenyu. At the border of the human-controlled region, Elder Nangong was cultivating in a secret room. Golden light flashed everywhere. Ever since he was able to cultivate, his power has been growing explosively. At this speed, he would have hopes of breaking through to the cosmic cloud state in, at most, a few decades. At this moment, Elder Nangong's eyes suddenly opened. He immediately tore through space and appeared outside the base. He looked towards the planet Chenyu. His mouth twitched. This is a breakthrough. At this moment, another middle-aged man flew over. He was the person in charge of the base. His authoritative face twisted in excitement. Lord Jinyao. A breakthrough. A breakthrough. News from planet Chenyu reported that the monarch of the New Dawn and the girls began to break through. Elder Nangong smiled brightly and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Great. He tore through space again and left behind the words, hold it off, no matter what happens. The person saluted, yes. He knew that nothing was as important as Luze and the girls breaking through right now. That was the cosmic system state. At 2 separate places, Elder Lin and Saint Chenyu also received the news. They also flew over. Inside the cultivation building, Luze was sitting in one of the spirit gathering rooms. He felt the phenomenon the clearest. After all, the source can be traced from his side. The fox demon and the alcoholic broke through at the same time. Their phenomena stacked together were too effective. With the help of the purple orbs and blue crystals, Luze could feel all of his god arts improving. More importantly, the 9-star rings in his cells had completely formed. His cultivation level was at the peak of level 9-star state. With enough accumulation, he could break through to the cosmic system state. As the last white energy orb, the spirit liquid from the cow overlord's lair, and the phenomena came into contact with his body, a wave of spirit force went straight into his cells. It was swift. He even felt his body expand. Luckily, the milky white energy strengthened his body and mental force simultaneously. He could still hold on. At this rate, he would finish in, at most, a day, and could finally complete a breakthrough. A few hours later, the three elders appeared above planet Shenmue. They were out of breath. The distance was simply too much. After seeing the dense cluster of people guarding the planet, they smiled. What could possibly make them happier than seeing the unity of the human race? Their hard work was worth it. Elder Nangong said, "Let's guard here." The two elders nodded. At this juncture, a huge wormhole opened, and a burning ship went through it. The three elders were taken aback. They tensed up after seeing the ship. They hadn't encountered the ship before. How come there is a chi belonging to a cosmic system state inside? But it seemed to belong to a human. How come there is another cosmic system state from the human race apart from them? Inside the ship of Zhiwang Guild, Lu Xiun and his group gawked at the three elders. They rushed over to guard the person breaking through but encountered the three elders instead. Lu Xiun ordered, "Stop the ship." The ship halted in its tracks, and Lu Xiun led his guild members out. When the elders saw who the leader was, they were shocked. Saint Shenmue gasped. "It's Lu Xiun, that kid? He reached the cosmic system state already." Elder Nangong said it has only been 1,700 years. The last time I saw him, he wasn't even a peak stage star state yet. It seems his fortune has been quite nice lately. Although needing 1,600 years to break through to the cosmic system state was relatively longer than it would take those prodigies at the very top, it was unimaginably fast for the human race. Elder Lin smiled. "It seems today is a really good day for the human race. Zi and the girls are breaking through, but another kid from outside also broke through." The saints smiled. The human race's power would shoot up exponentially today. Lu Xiun flew over. His handsome face carried a smile. "Elder Nangong, Elder Lin, Elder Su, long time no see." The three elders nodded with a smile. Saint Shenmue patted Lu Xiun's shoulder. "Haven't seen you for 100 years. You actually reached the cosmic system state. Not bad, not bad." Lu Xiun gasped at the heavy impact on his shoulder, but he still felt great. "Thank you, Elder Su." He had to lead his guild to survive and scavenge resources while making himself stronger. His mind was constantly anxious due to immense pressure. Now that he was back at the Federation, he could finally relax. Lu Xiun asked curiously, "Elder Su, who is breaking through? This is such a huge commotion." The closer he got to planet Shenmue, the more stunned he became. He knew he probably wasn't as good as the prodigy breaking through right now. The elder smiled. Saint Shenmue said, "You will meet them after they complete their breakthrough." The guild members. There was more than one person. Since when did the human race have groups of people reaching the cosmic system state? Elder Nangong smiled. "Why did you return? 100 years haven't passed yet." The guild went out searching for resources and only came back every 100 years to rest. Lu Xiun smiled. "I acquired a lot of resources. The insectoids are invading us. I was worried about the race, so I came back to help while stabilizing my state." Shenmue patted his shoulder again. "Good for you." He looked at Lu Xiun's ship. "It seems you have earned quite a bit. You even switched your ship." Lu Xiun said, "By the way, I brought back a lot of resources. I heard Elliot say there was a really amazing prodigy named Luze. If he needs it, I can give him a share of the resources. What do you think?" The elders. Their faces scrunched up. Give resources to Luze? This didn't seem like a bright idea. Right? Chapter 910 Illusory World, The Sound of Truth and Basic Laws. The elders knew Lu Xiun was doing this out of goodwill, but Luze didn't need resources. Their own resources were given by Luze himself. Luze and the girls were breaking through. Their combat power would probably be much higher than Lu Xiun. But then again, they felt it wasn't good to reject this kid's eagerness outright. They didn't know what to say. Lu Xiun asked, "What's wrong, elders? Is there a problem?" Saint Chenyu laughed. "Good on you, kid. Go see him later and see how he does." Lu Xiun smiled and nodded. "Okay, I heard he is really talented. If possible, I can give him a few pointers." Elders. They still didn't know what to say. Time flew by. After nearly a day, the phenomenon dimmed down. The breakthrough seemed to be near its end. However, the qi on the planet was only growing stronger. Lu Xiun looked in that direction. "Who is breaking through?" he asked several times, but the elders just smiled and said nothing. This made him more curious. The human race nurtured such a terrifying prodigy. He was merely breaking through, and his qi was this terrifying already. Even at that place, he didn't meet such a terrifying prodigy. Perhaps there would only be a prodigy like the one before him hidden deeply, but that wasn't somewhere he could go and see. He really began to doubt whether the person breaking through was from the same generation as him. Elliot also looked at the planet with confusion. This qi. Did it belong to Jing Jing? No way, right? She was only a mortal evolution state back then. How could she reach the cosmic system state in just a few years? Elder Nangong said with excitement, "It's almost done." It was his baby granddaughter breaking through. He was thrilled. He knew that with their foundation, there was no way they would fail the breakthrough. The other two elders smiled. The human race was about to get 2 more cosmic system states, and these cosmic system states were considered prodigies in the entire elf cosmic realm. Yet suddenly, the space rattled violently. Another invisible wave spread out from the cultivation building. Everyone on the planet felt it and looked over in confusion. What's going on? What's that qi? At this juncture, there was a distortion in the void, and an intense spirit force surged from it. The cosmos lit up while the vast and grand chants appeared in everyone's minds. The fire burned, the vines thickened, the water flowed. An illusory world appeared in the universe. It appeared just for an instant and burst like a bubble. With this, the grand wave escalated its reach. The dimming light became luminous again. It was much dazzling than before. Secrets and knowledge that were beyond human comprehension previously spread across. Everyone was immersed in them. They seemed to have heard the sound of truth. They seemed to have seen the basic laws of the universe. After a long while, the chant disappeared, and the light dimmed down once more. Several people suddenly learned god arts. Some of them were burning with flames, some were shrouded in mist while some were turned into diamonds. Some of the crowd digested the spirit force rapidly. Some even broke through. Most of their mental force suddenly skyrocketed. All sorts of things happened to humans. Their qi shot up drastically. Xiaoxia said, "Did I break through? Just like that?" He was doubting life now. What happened? What did I do? Old Tai was surrounded by lightning. The purple lightning was tainted with some blood. My lightning god art mutated just like that. Why? People from the distance, whether they were a planetary state, mortal evolution state, and even aperture opening state, felt the change. I seemed to have broken through. I learned a god art. My cultivation level increased by 2 levels. I'm finally a planetary state. Ha ha ha. Everyone rejoiced. The 3 elders were also growing stronger. Gradually they looked at each other with shock. It was Luze breaking through. That phenomenon must have belonged to Luze. Despite so, they were in disbelief. Their cultivation level was already approaching the cosmic cloud state. Yet, they still made quite some progress. Just what kind of monster is that kid? This was too terrifying. Lu Xiun's red hair fluttered as flames burned around him, forming a firebird. The bird seemed to be singing. Those behind Lu Xiun also benefited from the situation. They were perplexed. Are they really back in the Federation? Is this a dream? How could the human race have such a terrifying prodigy? Not even the elf race might have a prodigy like him. Is the elf princess even superior to him? After the illusory world disappeared, the phenomenon stabilized. Despite so, it was still stronger than Nangongjing's and Kaiyuhesha's combined phenomena. It spanned almost 3,000 light-years before stopping. All regions covered by this phenomenon were activated. Life flourished rapidly. Outside the human-controlled region, tens of figures stopped. They were the Blade Demon King's group. They finally reached the Federation after a few days. The Blade Demon King snarled, "Let's begin." At this moment, they were taken aback. One cosmic system state from the Pale Scale race said, "Do you guys sense some strange chi?" Everyone nodded. Someone from the Blood Claw race screeched, "This chi seems to be coming from the human race." One evil-eyed cosmic system state said, "Let me check." His god art allowed him to see across the distance. He could even see things clearly within a million light-years. The fire on this cosmic system state's green eyes intensified as he looked towards the human race. Chapter 911 What was this? Soon, his eyes locked on the endless light. But after seeing the knowledge contained within, the being from the evil-eyed race was taken aback. What is this? Can a god art do this? Oh shit! He somehow sniffed out some clues about divine art. Wait! Is it possible to use this god art like that? I have to try when I get back. Right there and then, the foreign being released his god art at full power, trying to see past the secrets of the light. Everyone around the man didn't dare to disturb his observation and simply watched him. However, when his expressions kept changing, everyone looked at each other. What exactly did he see? Everyone was very curious. They waited for him. Yet, time simply passed by. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. After 10 minutes, his chi became extremely weak. Despite this, he didn't stop using his god art. Instead, he poured all his remaining spirit force and mental force on his god art. He had learned too much from the light. He couldn't bear to look away anymore. This was a God-given fortune. His face kept shifting from looking satisfied to frowning, then from realizing something to appearing regretful. The others watched his chi plummet, but his expressions still changed like an opera show. What is going on? What could explain the numerous changes in his emotions? The other two cosmic system states from the evil-eyed race looked at him with worry. One of them said, "He can't continue. If he overloads his god art like this, it will damage his foundation." The Blade Demon King was a little annoyed. This evil-eyed race was too useless. Even after monitoring the whole thing for a long time, he didn't gather any intel. However, this was still a cosmic system state from another race. He couldn't say much. The evil-eyed race was stronger than their race. The Blade Demon King nodded. "Thank you, Brother Edka. It's fine if you didn't find any useful information. We can just move closer to investigate." The two beings from the evil-eyed race nodded. Thereafter, one of them patted Edka. "Edka, stop if you can't find anything. Otherwise, you're going to exhaust yourself and damage your foundation." He was confused. Although they would get a share from annihilating the human race, Edka didn't need to put in that much effort. There were so many races present. Edka tried so hard but couldn't find anything in the end. This embarrassed their race. Other than the half-demon race and blood claw race, the other races couldn't compare with the evil-eyed race at all. Edka slapped away the hand and said with annoyance, "Don't disturb me, I'm busy." Everyone. What is he busy with? He had been busy for so long, but he wasn't productive at all. Is he that persistent? Seeing his reaction, the other cosmic system states went from being contemptuous to respectful. At this point, Edka's chi rapidly dropped to the bottom. Even his life force was wavering. Nevertheless, he used up his spirit force like crazy. Watching this, everyone noticed something was amiss. Edgar wasn't dumb. Why would he exhaust himself to this extent? He must have found something interesting, but they couldn't tell what it was since they couldn't see that far. Realizing this, the evil-eyed race-patting Edgar roared next to his ear. "Wake up!" This deafening roar finally shocked Edgar, who was immersed in comprehending the light. Immediately, he felt dizzy and fatigued. "Edgar! Oh no! Why am I this exhausted?" Due to being drained and forcefully stopped from using his god art, the backlash came to haunt him. His weak body couldn't stop it at all. His chi turned extremely chaotic. He spat a large mouthful of dark green blood and fell unconscious. "Everyone! What is this?" He was just checking the scene. He didn't need to kill himself for it. Most importantly, just what did he see? He was gone before he could even say it. The remaining 23 cosmic system states felt a little nervous. But there were 23 of them compared to the measly 4 cosmic system states of the human race. They soon regained their confidence. The Blade Demon King coughed it off. Let's head over and check it at a closer distance." Everyone nodded. Therefore, they kept inching towards the human territory. Luze was pulling endless spirit force towards his body and cells. His 9-star rings were shining extremely brightly. All the spirit force entered the outermost ring. Gradually, the light of this ring completely covered the light of the other 8 rings. Crack! The star ring couldn't seem to handle the barrage of spirit force. As it broke, immense pain swept over Luze. However, it was tolerable. He kept digesting the spirit force. Soon, the cracks expanded across the entire ring. The pain was growing worse too. It matched the medium-level pain brought about by death in the pocket hunting dimension. If it were another person, he might not even be able to control his mental force and the breaking of the star rings. That would cause the breakthrough risk to rise. However, Luze didn't have such troubles. He kept inserting spirit force into the ring. In the other rooms, Nangongjing's and Kaiuyuhesha's Kais suddenly surged up. In the following second, the Kais quickly settled down. The two opened their eyes and grinned. They finally reached the cosmic system state. When they saw another light, they knew Luze was making a breakthrough too. 5 hours later, the Blade Demon King and his army snuck around near the human-controlled region. As they approached, they could sense the uniqueness of the wave. One being from the half-demon race thought of something and ended up dazed. He exclaimed, "This is impossible." Everyone looked over. The Blade Demon King asked, "Brother Hiraz, what is going on?" Hiraz exclaimed, "This ripple is a phenomenon. A breakthrough phenomenon. How could the human race have a prodigy with a breakthrough phenomenon?" Chapter 912, Where is my home? The atmosphere was quiet. The Blade Demon King's eyes widened. He had a bold guess, but he felt it was absurd. No way. He had summoned allies as fast as possible. It had only been 7 months. Did Luze really reached the cosmic system state? Could a human really cultivate at a fast rate? He asked Hiraz, "Brother Hiraz, did you get it wrong? How could the human race have a powerful prodigy?" The others also looked at Hiraz with confusion. "What? You don't believe me?" Hiraz frowned. "I once had the fortune to witness a lord of the upper race break through. He had a breakthrough phenomenon. It activated the source of the universe. The method is very special. I'm certain this is a breakthrough phenomenon." And Edgar's reaction can be explained now. The phenomenon contains the secrets of the universe. He was probably too immersed in it. There was something he didn't say aloud. The Lord he saw didn't have a breakthrough phenomenon with this degree. The difference was worlds apart. Didn't this mean the prodigy breaking through was more talented than the Lord from the upper race? He wondered whether the divine prince would also create something this intense upon breaking through. Everyone looked at each other. They thought of Edka, whom they had dumped on a random planet. They decided to pick him up later on the way back. No wonder he tried so hard. He was trying to learn everything from the phenomenon but lost himself too much. Served him right. The Blade Demon King said, the phenomenon can't be created by the old guys in the human race. No matter how strong the prodigy is, he can't be a match for us. What's there to worry about? A being from the dark metal demon race sneered, that's right. Even if that prodigy reached the cosmic system state, we don't need to worry. We have 23 cosmic system states here. The others finally calmed down. They were right. Perhaps they could even kill that prodigy. Killing such a prodigy was enough for them to brag about for a few thousand years. Everyone nodded. A cosmic system state from the Blood Claw race grinned. In that case, let's start. Here is summoned a black metal cube. He inserted his spirit force. The space around it vibrated as enigmatic runes flowed around. After activating it, here is through the cube in the distant space. Okay, the directional tunnel has been opened. The formation on that side will teleport the insectoid lair over. Being so close to the planet, the lairs would move directly towards it. Laza sneered, didn't expect the insectoids to help our cause out greatly this time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be easy to draw those old humans over. Everyone smiled. The human saints weren't dumb. If there was an army nearing, they would be vigilant, but a swarm of insectoids might be different. The insectoids already swept all the nearby cosmic realms. A few insectoid lairs appearing wouldn't be something strange. They would surely come over to defend against it immediately. This was the reason why they took so long to prepare. The insectoids were chaotic and murderous, but they weren't easily manipulated. It was hard to direct them in one direction. The Blade Demon King smiled and tried to curry favor. The half-demon race is indeed a subject of the upper race. You can even take out such a superb directional transport device easily. The half-demon race looked very similar to the advanced demon race. They had always been servants of the advanced demon race. They are the strongest out of all the races that joined the alliance. Heras smiled. Since the half-demon race will benefit the most in this mission, of course, we will give what is due. Soon, the passage will appear. Let's hide first. Don't get caught by the insectoids. Everyone nodded and took off. Hundreds of millions of light years away from the human territory, a black planet was floating. There were dense clusters of holes on it with insectoids flying in and out. At this moment, the space around the planet distorted and flickered. The entire planet disappeared from the spot. Those insectoids that were planning to bring resources back to the lair ended up dazed. Where did our home go? The black cube outside the human territory suddenly released a powerful chi. An extremely huge black planet was teleported in space. The lurking cosmic system states grinned. The first step was complete. In the depths of the insectoid lair, there was a huge space that was a few hundred kilometers wide. In the center, there was a black-shelled insectoid that was a few thousand meters long. It was devouring all the resources being brought back as it laid several eggs. These eggs were moved by the insectoids to other regions to hatch. At this moment, the queen was taken aback. Where are they? Why did they suddenly appear here? The insectoids roared and released their peak cosmic system state chi, painting the nearby space red. The insectoids inside shivered on the ground. At this moment, another powerful cosmic system state chi rose from the lair. With furious screeches, they appeared before the insectoid lair. There were 12 cosmic system states. There was just one peak cosmic system state. The rest ranged from level 1 to level 8 cosmic system state. Seeing the pristine condition of their queen, their furious chi settled down. Yet, the queen screeched furiously, "My children, find out who moved our lair. Tear him apart." The cosmic system state insectoids screeched and relayed the message to the others. The huge black planet started moving towards the nearest planet. In the surveillance department of Shenwu Army, everyone was on high alert due to the insectoids. Beep beep beep. An alarm blared. One soldier yelled, space ripples detected outside the controlled region. His face went pale. Large clusters of energy waves appeared. Most likely to be an insectoid lair. One planetary state soldier got up and roared, continue the observation. I'll report this to the general. Chapter 913, Accident. Cultivation Building, Planet Shenwu. Luze was sitting on a cushion as more spirit force poured in. The fractures on his star ring were getting larger and larger. With a visible crack in his body, all the star rings turned into glittering stardust. These stardusts were pushed to the outer region of the cell and floated there. Due to such, Luze's spirit force digestion was becoming more and more efficient. Intense spirit force was being pulled from the void into his body. The stardust glowed brighter, and they grew larger. These stardust resembled asteroids. The dust orbited around his cells. Immediately, Luze felt all aspects of his power rising drastically. Pant. The pain was getting alleviated. Now that the hardest part was over, he just needed to wait until the stardust grew. The milky white orb's energy was still flowing in his body. Most of it wasn't consumed yet. This energy merged with his cells and slowly trickled down to the asteroids. Immediately, the asteroids became more magical and mysterious. The three elders and Lu Xiun's group were guarding Luze. Lu Xiun was recounting his experiences to the elders. At this moment, the elders took out their communication devices. When they saw the message, their faces changed. Lu Xiun asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Elder Nangong said heavily, "They found an insectoid lair outside the border." Lu Xiun's expression changed. This meant large numbers of insectoids. This was a catastrophe. Elder Nangong said, "Xiun, you stay here and guard. We old guys will go to the border first." If it were some other situation, they would wait for Luze to break through first, but the insectoid lair was too terrifying. If they didn't stop it early, the border would be destroyed completely. With Lu Xiun here, they could rest assured. Moreover, Nangong Jing and Kaihu Yahesha had already reached the cosmic system state. Lu Xiun nodded seriously. "Don't worry, elders, I will guard this place. I will not let anyone interrupt the breakthrough process." He could imagine what sort of monster this person was based on the phenomenon. With such a monster around, there was no way the human race couldn't rise. Perhaps they could even become a cosmic realm state civilization? The elders nodded and left. Meanwhile, the Blade Demon King's group went ahead of the insectoid lair's path. They had to lay a trap, so the human elders had no possibility of escaping. The three elders even used the trump cards of the human race to make it to the border quickly. Saint Lindong, who was at the ancestral planet, was already waiting at the base of the Shenwu army. He used the teleportation rune he got from the trade planet. The star states reported to the four elders. The insectoid lair used some spatial ability to arrive straight outside. When we found them, they were already moving towards us. The elders frowned. They could sense the brewing murderous qi. The insectoids were here already. This qi was extremely overwhelming. But luckily, they were much stronger now. They were all peak cosmic system states. It should be fine to destroy this insectoid lair without care. Elder Nangong ordered, "Notify the other stationed posts to defend against the insectoid tide. We'll go check the insectoid lair." Hey! The star states were taken aback. That was the insectoid lair. Are they not going to bring someone else with them? Elder Nangong smiled. "We are only going to look at the situation before discussing what to do." No one else knew about their power improvement other than Luze and the girls. The four saints headed towards the insectoid lair. Saint Shenmue said, all thanks to Ze we have the power to deal with these insectoids. Otherwise, we would be paying a huge price this time. Saint Lindong nodded. True. Even if they asked for aid from their allies and the latter had the time to help, they couldn't bear to let those forces help for free. The teleportation fees alone were astronomical. Now, their own power was stronger, and they had the divine art runes Luze gave them to turn the tables at the crucial moments. Meanwhile, the insectoid queen suddenly stopped laying eggs. The 12 cosmic system state insectoids also stopped moving. Their eyes flashed with greed. The queen shrieked, "It's a phenomenon! Go there!" The cosmic system state insectoids echoed the orders excitedly. Both the phenomenon itself and the prodigy who started it would be extremely delicious food for them. This was like a traveler stranded in the desert, only to see an oasis later on. The person would go crazy. Meanwhile, the Blade Demon King and his army were lurking. One cosmic system state from the Blood Claw race announced, "They're here." They sense 4 powerful Kais coming close rapidly. One being from the half-demon race was confused. Why does this chi seem stronger than they expected? The others were taken aback. The Blade Demon King shook his head. They are cosmic system states all because of the elf cosmic race. Their essence should be shattered by now. They can't break through again. They probably used some treasure. The other cosmic system states nodded. One being from the Black Smoke race said coldly, "We can watch their battles with the insectoids first before intervening." Everyone else grinned. At this juncture, the insectoids suddenly flashed red. The light wrapped around the planet and then the insectoid lair disappeared from the spot. Where did it go? Not just them, the elders also noticed the disappearance. Saint Shenmue said, "Where are they?" "They disappeared as soon as we arrived." Elder Nangong's expression changed. "Not good, are they heading for Ze?" Saint Lindong's face became fierce. "Let's return." They took out their teleportation runes, planning to teleport back. At this point, however, the Blade Demon King snarled. "Attack!" Silver runes flashed around in space and sealed the area. The cosmic system states smiled. Some mishaps happened, but the fish was in the net. Now it was time for the harvest. Chapter 914, This isn't the same as what we agreed. The elders were pouring their spirit force into the teleportation rune. Just when the space was about to be opened, a powerful force segregated the region of space they occupied. The silver light from the runes dimmed down. At the same time, 23 cosmic system states Kais rose up from around them. The 4 looked around seriously. The Blade Demon King and his allies were looking coldly at them. The elders immediately realized the situation. Blade Demon Race. They glanced across the other races, and their hearts sank. The Blade Demon Race was silent during this time. Hence, they failed to discover anything. Unbeknownst to them, the enemy had set out powerful beings to hunt them. However, glancing across the cosmic system states, the 4 elders sneered. Only one representative from the Blood Claw race and half-demon race was a peak cosmic system state. The rest were level 5 cosmic system states or above. If this was a month ago, they would be in trouble, but now it was different. This power wouldn't be enough to subdue the humans. The Blade Demon King mocked, "Ha ha ha! Old farts, didn't expect this ambush, did you?" In the next second, he didn't even give the elders a chance to speak. He had to kill them right away. The Blade Demon King said, "They are all here. Let's kill them now to prevent any accidents." The other cosmic system states released their power. Their terrifying spirit force shattered the nearest planets and asteroids. The elders smiled. Attack! Elder Nangong exploded with golden light. Saint Shenmue's armor emitted some kind of invisible wave. Saint Lindong froze the space around him. Elder Lin glowed with silver light as beams flashed in his eyes. The 4 human elders released their peak cosmic system state power. It shocked the surrounding cosmic system states. Oh shit! 4 peak cosmic system states. This wasn't the same as what they agreed. Everyone's expressions changed, especially the Blade Demon King. He roared, "Impossible! The Blade Demon race and the human race had been fighting for so long. How could they reach the peak cosmic system state without them knowing? This improvement was too major to go unnoticed. Wait, is he having a nightmare?" Heras snarled, "Stop them! We have 23 people, and 2 of us are peak cosmic system states. We can hold them off." The peak cosmic system state from the blood claw race emitted a bloody light. The crowd could even hear the howls of seas of blood. The bloody light focused on his blood claw. "If you don't want to die, use your full power." All the cosmic system states burned their spirit force and their attacks clashed with the attacks of the elders. Rumble! An explosive force spread out across all directions. Even at the border, the Shenwu army felt the clash. They looked in that direction with confusion. What's going on there? Even the star states could feel the battle barely, but what shocked them, even more, was that the insectoid lair had disappeared. Yet, a battle still ensued. The 4 elders were peak cosmic system states. They were facing plenty of enemies, but they had the upper hand. After crushing the combined attacks, the remnants of their own attack pushed the enemies back. A level 5 cosmic system state from the Black Smoke race and someone from the Blade Demon race were swept by the force and died on the spot. Hera's face became ugly. He painstakingly took out a flashing demonic rune. He inserted his spirit force, and an explosive chi rose up. This was a cosmic cloud state chi. This was his strongest card. He thought about how the Blade Demon King swore that the human cosmic system states weren't particularly strong. He should never believe this Blade Demon King again. Perhaps what they will gain from the human race can't even make up for their loss. He was overflowing with killing intent. If the Blade Demon race couldn't give him satisfactory compensation, he wouldn't mind reporting this to the upper races and beat the Blade Demon race back to their base. Cosmic cloud state ripples spread out. This was not an attack a peak cosmic system state could stop. They were truly the half-demon race. Wealthy indeed. Elder Nangong and his companion sensed the chi. The 4 of them looked at each other. Then, Saint Shenwu grinned. "I'll do it." He took out the pale rune. This was a one-time use earth-shocking blow rune. Luze gave each of them quite a few. He inserted his spirit force into the rune. Immediately, the pale spirit light shot up and also reached the cosmic cloud state. Heras and the army. They were in disbelief. The Blade Demon King exclaimed, "No way! How could the human race have such powerful cards? Is this still the same human race?" His old opponents suddenly became peak cosmic system states and now even took out cosmic cloud state cards. Is this still the race that was just 2,000 years old? The others took a deep look at the Blade Demon King. The Blade Demon King shuddered, but he could swear with his soul that his information was correct. A pale fist and a flashing demonic palm formed. The 2 clashed again. Rumble! The space was ravaged once more. The palm fist dimmed down while the black palm pushed forward towards the elders. Heras breathed easy. The trump card awarded by the upper race seemed stronger than what the human race had. Saint Shenwu's expression changed. "It's not enough. Use another one." Saint Lindong also used a pale rune, and another pale fist formed. Hera's smile stiffened. The others were also dumbfounded. Another one. Just how many runes did the human race have? When the other fist clashed with the palm, a shockwave rang throughout the area. Saint Shenwu and Lindong became extremely weak. They used their own spirit force for the rune. They inserted almost all their power in it. Otherwise, it wouldn't reach the cosmic cloud state. Chapter 915, Come to my house after school. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Elder Nangong and Elder Lin blocked before Saint Chenyu and Lindong, taking on the impact of the clash. The other cosmic system states were also trying their best to withstand the blast. This time, 2 blade demons, 1 dark metal demon, and 1 pale scale man exploded on the spot. There were suddenly a lot fewer cosmic system states. The blade demons had lost 3 cosmic system states this time. The blade demon king's heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. If he didn't try to kill the humans now, then his own race would suffer the harsh consequences. The half-demon's expression changed. He took out a scroll inscribed with complex runes. He tore apart the scroll and roared, "Everyone, insert your spirit force into this formation." As the scroll was torn apart, miraculous grey light lit up and drew a complex pattern in space. This pattern expanded and covered everyone. As the other cosmic system states inserted their spirit force, the grey light shot up and formed a ball-shaped spirit force prison, trapping the 4 elders. The half-demon roared, "This formation can only trap them. We need reinforcements." They couldn't kill the 4 elders with their power alone. In fact, they also had the choice to flee from the whole thing. However, they already engaged in conflict with the human race. If 4 peak stage cosmic system states really wanted to cause trouble, it would be a major headache. Their losses were too substantial. They might as well annihilate the human race and steal away their resources as compensation. Thinking about it, all the cosmic system states looked at the Blade Demon King and the 2 remaining elders of the Blade Demon race. Even the Dark Metal Demon race and the Black Smoke race were unhappy. The power difference was too great. It was far beyond their expectations. Here is said, "Dea Dao done, I hope you will give us an acceptable answer, or else." The mouth of the Blade Demon race twitched. They were perplexed by the current situation as well. Of course, they recognized the severity of the matter. If they failed to provide satisfactory compensation and to appease the other races, the Blade Demon race would not be able to bear the pressure. The Dark Metal Demon race and Black Smoke race probably wouldn't help them either. Handing out this amount of compensation would set their race back a few thousand or even 10,000 years. The Blade Demon King smiled stiffly. The Blade Demons will make up for all the losses this time. Hearing the guarantee, the faces of the other cosmic system states eased up. Elder Nangong looked back at the 2 other saints. "Are you guys okay?" Saint Chenyu and Lindong were panting heavily. Their faces looked pale. They didn't have much power left after using the Divine Art rune. Saint Lindong shook his head. "It's fine. We just don't have any power left." Saint Chenyu said, "All thanks to Zi, our recovery speed is very fast. We just need a few hours to completely recover." This recovery rate was quite commendable among cosmic system states. This was all because they have been using the red orbs to cultivate. Elder Nangong nodded and then looked at Elder Lin. "Old Lin, how is it? Can you find the weakness in the formation?" Elder Lin's eyes were flashing. He was observing the large formation. Moments later, he shook his head. "Its sole weakness is the area where those beings are standing upon. We can't breach it with other methods. This is also a cosmic cloud state formation. If we waste 2 one-time use runes on it, we can break it, but if they breached the formation and depleted their power, it would be akin to surrender." Elder Nangong frowned. "I thought they were after Luze, but now, their targets were most likely us." Saint Lindong said, "It's probably because of Luze's talent that they felt pressured. They want to annihilate the human race as early as now." Their expressions became extremely cold. Saint Chenyu calmed himself down. "Now isn't the time to talk about that. The problem is the insectoid lair." Elder Nangong said, "That lair is probably the bait they used to lure us out. Its sudden disappearance is probably an accident. Where is it now?" Elder Lin was worried. Would it head over to Ze and the girls? Luze was breaking through right now. That astounding phenomenon might have attracted the insectoids. That was quite possible. Yet, they were still trapped here. Elder Nangong took a deep breath. Don't be too worried, there's still Ying Ying. She's stronger than us. Elder Nangong looked at Saint Lindong. Old Ao, that little girl isn't asleep, right? The three of them had to guard the borders, so Ying Ying was taken care of by Saint Lindong on Planet White. Saint Lindong smiled. She's happily going to school. She isn't sleeping. Everyone felt relieved and looked at the Blade Demon King's group with a sneer. Stupid Blade Demons, they had no idea how strong the human race was. Saint Chenyu said, after a few more hours until we recover, we'll give them a good time. A few hours later on planet Chenyu, Lu Xiun and his Zhiwang guild replaced the three elders to protect Luze. Lu Xiun said, it's pretty much at the top, that guy broke through successfully. The black-haired woman exclaimed, I wonder who is breaking through. This phenomenon is really extraordinary. The grey-haired man smiled bitterly. The three elders won't tell us. Lu Xiun coughed it off. What's the rush? At most, in a few hours, that person will finish the breakthrough. We'll be able to see him then. At this moment, the space suddenly rattled. An extremely powerful qi appeared. The dark void was painted blood red. Destructive qi filled the surroundings. All the people looked in that direction with pale faces. This, is the insectoid lair? How is this possible? Elliot's face was filled with terror. Didn't the elders go out to find it? Lu Xiun's eyes flashed with despair. There are at least 10 cosmic system state insectoids. In addition, there's a peak cosmic system state. How could a noob like him who just reached the cosmic system state stop them? In the cultivation building, the girls opened their eyes. They could sense the qi of the insectoid lair. Their eyes went cold. Luze must not be interrupted now. The five got up and tore through space. Planet White, sunny kindergarten. The class was about to finish. Ying Ying was sitting in her seat expressionlessly. Ying Ying, you're so amazing. You know how to do a question this hard. Ying Ying runs so fast too. Even the boys can't outrun you. You're too outstanding. A group of little girls looked at Ying Ying with admiration. Lu Xi was unhappy. Ying Ying was her good friend. Why are these people surrounding her? At this juncture, a golden-haired girl gave Ying Ying a lollipop. Ying Ying, you can have this lollipop. It's really tasty. Ying Ying took the lollipop. Thank you, you're a nice person. The golden-haired girl smiled. Ying Ying, do you want to come to my house to play after school? My house has lots of good food. My mom is going to cook a feast today. Ying Ying's eyes hesitated. Lu Xi. How dare she steal Ying Ying? Suddenly, Ying Ying looked into space. She got up. Xiao Xi, I need to leave for a moment. Hey! Right then, Ying Ying instantaneously disappeared from the spot. Chapter 916, I seem to be missing 2 legs. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. At Luze's spirit gathering room, there was a fluctuation in the space. Ying Ying suddenly appeared in the following second. When she saw the boundless light, she felt stunned. Her eyes glowed with starlight. The starlight in the universe seemed to resonate with her, and it glimmered. Immediately, immense fatigue washed over her body. Ying Ying's eyes narrowed, and her body wobbled. She waved her hands in the air and fell straight to the ground. Before she dropped, she barely opened her mouth and bit. Back in the insectoid lair, the queen and 12 insectoids were looking at the light with greed. This phenomenon is so sweet and beautiful. It draws so much of the source of the universe. The queen exclaimed, it's really a gift of the universe. Even an inferior race can have such a prodigy. Even in the insectoid race and the amount of heritage she had received, there was no such prodigy insectoid who could create such a phenomenon. Of course, there might be a prodigy like that in the more advanced insectoid race. The queen screamed, "Go! My children, bring this prodigy to me." It was extremely hungry. It couldn't wait to devour the person. All the cosmic system state insectoids moved out. "Yes, master." At this moment, the space rippled. Suddenly, 2/3 of the black planet just disappeared. Along with this, the space where the queen insectoid remained was affected. Most of the cosmic system state insectoids were missing. Only one level 7 cosmic system state, one level 5, one level 2, and one level 1 insectoid remained. That level 5 cosmic system state insectoid originally had 3 legs on each side, but out of nowhere, the 2 on the left were gone. The 4 remaining cosmic system state insectoids were still screeching. Without a warning, they could already directly see the outside space. More than half of their lair was eaten by something. The insectoids looked around in confusion. They could no longer sense their queen and most of the insectoids in the lair. The level 7 cosmic system state screamed worriedly, "Master! Master, where are you? Where did they all go? Please answer, Master." "WWH, where are my 2 legs? Did you guys see where they went?" The remaining insectoids also screamed chaotically. They were anxious without their mental connection to their queen. Ying Ying frowned a little after taking the bite and fell asleep right after. Lu Xiun sighed in despair. The heavens are going to destroy the human race. They finally had such a powerful prodigy, and yet the insectoid lair arrived. They didn't stand against those insectoids. At this point, more than half of the planet disappeared in just a blink. Everyone. The conclusion they drew out was absurd. Somehow, the missing portion of the planet seemed to be eaten away by someone. Would there even be someone who will help the human race to stop the insectoid lair now? The human race wasn't acquainted with a powerful being like that. Even if they did, why did that mysterious being only eat half of the planet? Is the being a picky eater? At this point, someone cut through space. Nangongjing and the girls came out. They had donned their armors, making them look like war goddesses. They all had a cosmic system state chi. Lu Xiun and his companions. Lu Xiun was even more bewildered upon sensing the cosmic system state chi. As it turned out, it was far superior to his. He looked at the girls. Since when did the human race have 5 female cosmic system states? Wait. The situation wasn't that simple. He looked at Lin Ling, Alice, and Lu Li. After a period of silence, he didn't feel too good. These 3 girls only had a star state cultivation level. He felt his world was collapsing. What kind of star state was this? Why are their chi stronger than his? Are they still humans? Or maybe, they only resembled a human. Are they actually prodigies of some advanced civilization? The others were also confused. They didn't expect such strong girls to appear at this crucial moment. At this juncture, Elliot looked at the golden-haired girl. He eyed Nangongjing in disbelief. Jing! Jing Jing! This is Jing Jing! Isn't she just 30 years old this year? A cosmic system state. He must be dreaming, right? The last time he saw her was only 2 years ago. She wasn't even a planetary state at the time, right? 2 years. She went from a mortal evolution state to a cosmic system state. He is dreaming indeed. Both the insectoid lair and Jing Jing were merely figments of his dream. The others looked at Elliot. Who is Jing Jing? Nangongjing and the girls looked at the insectoid lair. Seeing the state it was in, they realized it was Ying Ying's handiwork. That little girl probably ate it. She wasn't scared of a stomach ache. Why didn't she eat the whole thing though? Nangongjing was soon taken aback. She greeted, "Brother Elliot." She then looked at the insectoid lair and said to Lu Xiun's group, "Stand back. There are high-level cosmic system state insectoids in there. It'll be a bit tough to deal with them. They also sensed a powerful level 7 cosmic system state chi. They were uncertain. But Ze was breaking through right now. There was no way they were moving away. Elliot. He looked at Nangongjing and went to confirm, "Are you really Jingjing? I am not dreaming." Nangongjing and the girls. Lu Xiaoyun's group. The atmosphere became uncomfortable. Elliot made them lose their faces. Is he scared by the situation and chalked it up as a dream instead? Nangongjing nodded her head strangely. This is not a dream, it's real. But, aren't you just a bit over 30 years old? Elliot's voice was shaky. Lu Xiaoyun's group. Did they hear it incorrectly? This girl was in her 30s. They were dumbfounded. Nangongjing's face went cold. She calmly said, "You remembered it wrong. I'm only 18 years old." Elliot. How could this be? She was definitely 30 years old in his memories. During this point, furious screams filled the space. Insectoids started to fly over. They had recovered from the chaos. There were cosmic system state insectoids managing the situation after all. Nangongjing exclaimed, "Don't let these insectoids get close, Ze." Then, they disappeared. Chapter 917, You have fire god art and you're scared of the cold? After the girls left, Lu Xiaoyun looked at his guild members and then ignited with red flames. "You guys, join the Shenwu army in stopping the other insectoids. I'll help too." In the following second, he disappeared from the spot as well. The grey-haired man ordered, "Follow the orders of the leader and stop these insectoids." Outside the cultivation building, Xiaoxia and the others also felt the terrifying qi from space. The Shenwu army general flew into the air as his voice reverberated throughout the planet. "Warriors of the Shenwu army! Follow us and stop the insectoids. We must not let these animals affect the monarch of the New Dawn's breakthrough." The soldiers rose in the air and roared with killing intent. "Yes! Stop the insectoids! Protect monarch of the New Dawn!" The adventurers also roared, "Everyone, charge! Stop the insectoids! We must not let the monarch of the New Dawn's breakthrough fail. He is the greatest prodigy of the human race, and yet, the insectoids want to stop his breakthrough. Die! My god art is given by the monarch of the New Dawn's phenomenon. How dare they impede his breakthrough?" Every planetary states and above charged into space and planned to stop the insectoids outside the planet. Those below mortal evolution state remained on the ground. The guild members were dazed. Who is this monarch of the New Dawn? How could he make so many people willingly protect him? Yes, these soldiers and adventurers want to protect him from the bottom of their hearts. Wait. Monarch of the New Dawn. Monarch. Is this the prodigy Elliot spoke of before? No way. Are they the same person? How long has it been since that young prodigy reached the cosmic system state? Elliot was puzzled. He felt everything was simply a dream. Monarch of the New Dawn. Isn't it Luze, that bastard? Did he reach the cosmic system state? And this phenomenon? His mind went black. Just what nightmare is he having today? The guild leader said he would be giving a share of the resources to Luze, and he even told the elders. No wonder their expressions were so strange earlier. It must have been awkward for them. It was a good thing the guild leader wasn't here anymore. Otherwise, he might end up embarrassed. The black-haired woman coughed it off. "Okay, stop thinking too much, let's get ready." Yes. Nangongjing and the girls appeared far away in space. They all took out their weapons. When Alice opened her hands and Luze's black statue formed, the other girls' mouths twitched. Nangongjing coughed out. "Okay, we'll stop the cosmic system state insectoids. The others will stop the rest." The girls nodded. Kaiuyuhesha said, "Things will be good after little brother Luze comes out." Everyone smiled. With Luze's abilities, his combat power should be terrifying after he breaks through to the cosmic system state. At this moment, space rippled, and Lu Xiun charged out. Nangongjing and the girls looked over. He smiled. I have come to help you. During this time, Lin Ling was taken aback. A cosmic system state? Did the human race have another cosmic system state? Nangongjing and the girls were also surprised. Lu Xiun. These girls didn't even notice he was a cosmic system state. How? He smiled and explained, I'm Lu Xiun, the guild leader of Zhiwang Guild. I haven't been back to the Milky Way in over 100 years. I have only reached the cosmic system state in the last few years. Nangongjing smiled. Oh, you're the guild leader of Zhiwang Guild. That was one of the largest adventure guilds outside the Milky Way. She wanted to join them after reaching the planetary state before. They even invited her. Of course, that was before meeting Luze. She had once thought the guild leader must be very strong, but now, she was stronger than him. This had only been 2 years. This was all Ze's work. Thinking about it, she felt quite proud of Luze. As for Kaiuyuhesha, the Zhiwang Guild didn't invite her, but there was another guild of the same caliber. Lu Xiun felt a little better. They have heard of his reputation. I'm also a cosmic system state. I'm not as strong as you girls, but I should be able to help. Thereafter, when he saw the statue held by Alice, he felt dumbfounded. Is that a weapon? He couldn't resist asking, little girl, what is in your hand? Alice smiled. It's my weapon. A statue of my senior. Is it actually a usable weapon? Who is this girl's senior? He must be very unlucky. At this point, he sensed the chi from the statue, and his expression changed. He sensed both God art and divine art from it. What was it? It could buff the God art and divine art of cosmic system states. How was it possible? An advanced cosmic system state equipment. Ordinary cosmic system state low-grade equipment could only conduct spirit force. It didn't buff God arts and divine arts at all. Middle-grade equipment could buff God art, but it was limited to that. Only an advanced grade could buff divine art. Oh my goodness! Why turn such a piece of equipment into a statue? What a waste! Why are their equipment better than his? He only possessed low-grade equipment, and he paid an extremely hefty price for it. When he looked at the weapons of the other girls, he sensed the same thing. They were all advanced cosmic system state equipment. Nangongjing asked, Mr. Lu Xiun, what is wrong? He laughed dryly. Nothing, I just feel it is a bit cold. Nangongjing and the girls. They looked at the flames surrounding Lu Xiun. You have fire god art and you're scared of the cold. At this moment, the insectoids were already closing in. The powerful force made Lu Xiun feel short of breath. He suddenly regretted coming over. Chapter 918, What mortal pain was this? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Outside space, the blood spirit force tide swept towards the girls. Destructive force encompassed the region. The girls and Lu Xiun tensed up. Nangongjing roared, it's here. 4 blood spirit forces instantly came before them. The leading insectoids wore blood armor with sharp spikes. Their heads were hideous, and their 4 limbs were like whips with thorns. Below their bodies were 8 sharp legs. They seemed extremely piercing. High-level insectoids were born for battle. Their body was their weapon. After the batch of blood insectoids in front, there was a grey one. It looked very strange too. It had 3 legs on the right and 1 leg on the left. The girls were taken aback. Is it missing 2 legs? However, its chi was still shocking. This was a level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. The last 2 insectoids were completely black-scaled and sleek-looking. One was a level 2 cosmic system state and another was a level 1 cosmic system state. Nangongjing and the girls felt immense pressure. Lu Xiaoyun's face was pale. He could only barely hold off the last level 1 cosmic system state insectoid. The other 3 could easily take his life. At this moment, a black mist suddenly covered the entire region of space. Lu Xiaoyun immediately felt his senses weaken. His vision was suppressed even worse. He couldn't even see his own fingers. What is this? I can't see. Lu Xiaoyun was sweating cold. If someone ambushed him, he could only wait and die. Just what happened? Is it some insectoid god art? The girls heard him shout and felt surprised. Lu Li patted her head. I forgot Mr. Lu Xiaoyun. A black rune formed behind Lu Xiaoyun and went into his body. Immediately, Lu Xiaoyun felt a strange power that returned his suppressed senses. Lu Xiaoyun was taken aback. Lu Li said, Mr. Lu Xiaoyun, this is my divine art. It's fine now. It will only activate on the enemies. Lu Xiaoyun. Such a terrifying divine art is used by a little girl who was only a peak star state. He nodded with confusion. Okay. Since when did human prodigies become this terrifying? At this point, the insectoids roared furiously. Clearly, they felt the sensory deprivation. Nangongjing grinned. I'm going up. Luze wasn't here, so she was the only one who fought head-on. If she didn't go up, they couldn't stop those insectoids. Kaiyuhesha smiled. I'll support you. MHM. Nangongjing nodded. Her pale gloves glowed with light. Golden light exploded from her body. She disappeared from the spot. Green shadow chant. The next moment, Nangongjing appeared next to the blood insectoid who tried to leave the region. She clenched her fists tight as the golden light on the gloves formed into a spirit force fist. The fist turned into a golden beam that shot towards the insectoid's head. At that instant, Kaiyuhesha used her seduction god art. They wanted to test whether they could kill the insectoid instantly. If they could, it wouldn't be troublesome. They would kill all of them at once. The dark mist wasn't as effective to a level 7 cosmic system state insectoid. It noticed Nangongjing's attack as soon as she rushed forward. Hiss! Its 2 spike-filled forelegs surged with blood light. One whipped towards the golden light while the other aimed for Nangongjing's waist. At this juncture, its chi suddenly became chaotic, and its power weakened. The golden light and blood whip clashed. Rumble! The space shattered like a mirror, revealing the twisted warp dimension. The clash spread into the distance. Some weaker insectoids were pulverized. The golden fist crumbled while the blood whip became extremely dim. The insectoid stopped but didn't get injured at all. Nangongjing gasped. Her full-powered attack wasn't as strong as the insectoid's attack. The insectoid's combat power was clearly stronger than hers. It wasn't plausible to kill it. At this moment, the other blood whip was nearing Nangongjing. The green wind spun around her as she dodged it. She was out of breath. Still, the difference wasn't too huge. Their clash with the insectoid happened in an instant, but Lu Xiaoyun was dazed from watching. Are these 2 kids really just level 1 cosmic system states? Their power was absurd. How could they fight a level 7 cosmic system state insectoid head-on already? He thought they had some trump card to hold the monsters off. Yet, their trump card was fighting head-on. It was unbelievable. This was something he didn't expect at all. Right then, he sensed a scorching sensation not far away. He felt his fire god art was greatly suppressed. What fire god art is this? He looked in the direction with astonishment. That girl holding the unlucky senior statue was burning with blue flames. The flames formed human shapes. There were runes, which he didn't understand at all, forming in that fire. These runes were glowing blue and black. The bluish fire clones looked a little evil with the demonic flame runes. Then, the fire clone's chi rose to level 3 cosmic system state. The little girl formed 15 of those. Lu Xiaoyun. What did he see? Is it a fire clone? Why could you add runes inside? This girl was only a level 9 star state. Why could she form 15 level 3 cosmic system state fire clones? At this time, Alice's mental force surged, and she controlled her fire clones to interfere with the level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. This insectoid still had chances of escaping, so she needed to intervene. As for the level 1 and level 2 cosmic system state insectoids, they were running around like headless flies. At this moment, all the girls were fighting while Lu Xiun was watching. He felt quite embarrassed, but there was nothing he could help with. During this point, the glow from Lin Ling's eyes faded. She felt quite tired. No, this level 7 cosmic system state insectoid's cultivation level is too high. I can't find its weakness. Kyoyuhesha wasn't surprised. She comforted, "It's okay, rest for a while, and then help us deal with the other 3. We're going to be fighting a long battle." Lin Ling nodded. "I still have some power left. I can deal with the level 1 and level 2 cosmic system state insectoids." Alice said, "Sister Ling, I'll give you a fire clone." She shook her head. "No need, I can deal with them." At this moment, Lu Xiun finally felt he could contribute something. "Lin Ling, I'll help you." Lin Ling smiled. "Okay, thank you." Chapter 919, Never Lost. Lu Xiun asked happily, "What should I do?" Lin Ling smiled. "Wait a moment." Light flowed in her eyes as she looked at the level 1 and level 2 cosmic system state insectoids. Then, she said, "Mr. Lu Xiun, you just need to attack the level 1 cosmic system state insectoid at the right side of its neck and the joint of the first segment. There is a vital weakness there. If you attack with full power, you can probably kill it." Lu Xiun was taken aback. Vital weakness? Kill him. He was a cosmic system state, but he just recently reached it. His combat power really wasn't strong among cosmic system states. It was probably the weakest. This level 1 cosmic system state insectoid was clearly stronger than him. He thought he was just going to be doing some supplementary work. Did she say he could kill it? He was dumbfounded, but he nodded. "Okay, I'll try my best." Lin Ling smiled and nodded before looking at the level 2 cosmic system state insectoid. Her spear had a green wind circulating on it. Lin Ling disappeared from the spot and charged at the insectoid. Silver light formed on the spear, and qi stirred around her spear. The qi that Lin Ling released made Lu Xiun confused. He didn't know what this girl was doing before. Actually, he had no knowledge of her power. But now, although her qi was weaker, it was still so terrifying. Lu Xiun shook his head. He spread out the pair of fiery wings behind him and shot towards the level 1 cosmic system state insectoid. He held a large red sword in his hand and used all his power. This insectoid was completely covered in the mist and ended up blind. Despite releasing his strongest power, the insectoid was still going around in circles. Only when Lu Xiun was 1 kilometer away from the insectoid did it come back to its senses. However, a kilometer distance was too short for cosmic system states. Just when the insectoid was trying to build its defense, Lu Xiun's huge sword had already hacked at the uncompleted spirit force shield. The shield was torn apart like paper. Then, the huge sword struck the insect. Crack! Its armor broke apart under the overwhelming force as the sword pierced inside. Fire surged within. Immediately, the level 1 cosmic system state insectoid died. Lu Xiun. He looked at the body and couldn't process what happened. Oh shit! Did it die just like that? This was too easy. He couldn't believe he killed it that easily. It didn't feel like a level 1 cosmic system state defense at all. Is it really a vital weakness? He looked in Lin Ling's direction and saw her standing next to the level 2 cosmic system state insectoid. There was a gaping wound in its stomach. The insectoid had died. So strong. Her chi was already feeble, and yet, she could still kill a level 2 cosmic system state so easily. Every one of the girls was so powerful. Are human prodigies this terrifying nowadays? Should he retire? Lin Ling panted and returned to Kaiyu Hesha and the other girls. Her chi was stronger than before once again. Her recovery speed was extremely fast after using all the resources Luze gave her. The energy she used in killing the insectoid was less than what she recovered. Kaiyu Hesha smiled. Rest a bit more, and then, I'll help you control that level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. You can try to kill it. Lin Ling nodded. It wasn't suitable for her to join the battle now, even with Kaiyu Hesha's support. After all, Kaiyu Hesha's main focus was the level 7 cosmic system state insectoid. The red insectoid was extremely fast. It had an eerie way of attacking. Although Nangongjing and Kaiyu Hesha were fighting it together, it was still dangerous. Lin Ling looked at the level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. Only 9 out of the 15 fire clones remained. The level 5 insectoid didn't experience too much trouble in dealing with the enemy. At this moment, the flames around Alice burned again as 6 more fire clones formed, which then joined the fight. As for Lu Li, she was maintaining the mist. She could last much longer now and even use stone transformation divine art to interfere with the level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. This infuriated the level 5 insectoid. Lu Xiaoyun's heart skipped fast, sensing the seething chi of the insectoid. He looked at Nangongjing and the other girls. The situation seemed stable though. A few minutes later, Lin Ling had recovered to her prime condition. Her pale face regained its color. She spun her spear and said, "Hesha, I'm fine now." Kaiyu Hesha nodded. "Okay, go up." Lin Ling charged up and yelled, "Alice, Li, I'm going up." Lu Xiaoyun was dazed. This little girl was going to fight that level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. This was suicide. Alice nodded and ordered the stalling fire clones to charge up. Meanwhile, Lu Li used stone transformation divine art at full power. The insectoid's body stiffened. At this juncture, its mental force wavered. Its chi became chaotic. It couldn't move at all. Lin Ling's eyes glowed as she shouted, "Alice!" The root of the second broken leg. The 15 fire clones were near the insectoid. Their blue flames burst up as their hands fused and formed a spear stabbing towards that body part. Rumble! Far away, the insectoids had clashed with the Shenwu army and adventurers. Most of the insectoids had been eaten, but there was still a sea of them. The human side faced quite some pressure. Right then, they sensed the explosions far away. They looked worriedly in the direction. That was the key point of the battle. If Nangongjing and the girls couldn't stop the cosmic system state insectoids, it would be troublesome. Where did the elders go? Everyone was desperate for the monarch of the new dawn to break through. By then, with his power, it should be easy for him to kill the remaining insectoids. Moreover, the monarch of the new dawn had always shown them endless surprises in the previous battles. Qiao Shui roared, "Stop them! They must not be allowed to take even one step into the cultivation building until the monarch of the new dawn finishes breaking through." Yes. Chapter 920, Was there a feud between them? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The fire clones struck the level 5 cosmic system state insectoid's shell. Even without the spirit force barrier, its shell was very sturdy. The fire clones charged and self-destructed. Only then did the cracks slowly begin to manifest. When all 15 fire clones had self-destructed, that shell crumbled. Green fluid gushed out from the cracks. At this moment, Lin Ling went to the insectoid's broken leg. Her spear struck the shell with shard whines. Crack! The spirit force spear penetrated the insectoid's body as violent whines and spirit force exploded inside the insect. Rumble! The power tore apart the insectoid's organs. Only then did it recover from its paralyzed state. HSSSS. The insectoid wanted to counterattack, but its chi became extremely weak after taking such a heavy blow. Lin Ling's spirit force surged as demonic flames burned from her spear. The demonic flames exploded inside the insectoid's body. The power within crippled it once again. The insectoid twitched and then died on the spot. Lin Ling breathed out. Her face was pale. It was a level 5 cosmic system state after all. It wasn't easy to kill it despite knowing its weakness. In order to kill this insectoid, she had used all her power. The end result was not bad. She was pleased with it. Even without Ze, they could accomplish a feat. Lu Xiun looked at the body with bewilderment. Did they really kill it? These 3 little girls were only peak star states, but they killed a level 5 cosmic system state insectoid together. That pink-haired girl helped as well, but she was only a level 1 cosmic system state herself. What kind of monsters are these people? They were too terrifying. Even the prodigies of the elf race weren't this absurd. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice went to where Kaiouya Hesha was. Their faces were pale. They used up a lot of energy to kill that level 5 cosmic system state insectoid. Kaiouya Hesha helped the 3 a little bit and kept supporting Nangang Jing. She looked at the 3 girls. Rest for a while. We can only stall this insectoid right now. Lin Ling noticed that Nangang Jing's and Kaiouya Hesha's chi became weaker while the insectoid's chi remained consistently powerful. How long can you stall it? Kaiouya Hesha replied firmly, until little brother Luze finishes his cultivation. The other 3 nodded firmly. We'll rest for a moment and help you out soon. Lu Xiun looked at the battle between Nangang Jing, Kaiouya Hesha, and the insectoid. Just the shockwaves alone gave him goosebumps. Why did things become like this? He finally reached the cosmic system state and returned. Yet, he couldn't even help this time. After some silence, Lu Xiun remembered there was still an insectoid tied. Yes, if he couldn't help here, he should go there. Great! Lu Xiun went to where the girls were and smiled. Little girls, I can't help much here, so I'll leave and help guard the planet Chenyu instead. The girls nodded. Lin Ling said, Go, we'll handle things here. They didn't comment on it, but there was indeed nothing Lu Xiun could help with here. Lu Xiun nodded and took off with his fiery wings. Outside planet Chenyu, the battle raged on. The star states fought further away while the planetary states and below insectoids charged at the planet's defense line. Explosions and clashes happened everywhere. Blood dripped. The space became distorted. The spirit force cannons from the planet shot out terrifying spirit force rays. The battle was very intense. Zhiwang Guild adventurers were among the participants in the battle. The 2 vice leaders were all high-level star states. The 5 senior captains each had star state power. The medium and minor captains were planetary states. The ordinary members were mortal evolution states. This overall lineup was much stronger than the other adventure guilds in the void space. Of course, the situation outside the Milky Way was completely different. The risk was much higher. At this point, a flame shot across the space and went to the star state battlefield. The red flames swept the entire battlefield. All the star state insectoids were turned to dust before they could struggle. The difference between an ordinary peak star state and a level 1 cosmic system state was worlds apart. The human star states looked at the direction of the flame. A cosmic system state. Who is it? Guild leader? He's back. Lu Xiun walked out from the fire waves. His handsome face had a smile. He said nothing, but he felt validated after seeing the shocked expressions on those star states' faces. He was completely beaten to the ground in front of those monsters earlier. Now, he found his confidence again. He remembered that he was also a cosmic system state. The black-haired woman asked, Guild leader, why did you come back? Where are those cosmic system state insectoids? Lu Xiun. Out of all the possible questions, why did she ask this? Lu Xiun faked a cough. There is only one remaining cosmic system state insectoid. What? Only one left? The star states smiled. The grey-haired man beamed. You must have helped a lot, guild leader. The other guild members felt proud. Their guild leader was a cosmic system state. Lu Xiun's mouth twitched. Is there a feud between him and his vice-guild leaders? Did they need to pour salt on his wound? Lu Xiun laughed dryly. Don't get too excited. That remaining cosmic system state insectoid's cultivation is at level 7 cosmic system state. I'm no match for it. I can't help, so I can only return here. Lu Xiun didn't plan to hide anything. The people would know the truth sooner or later. Everyone's smile stiffened. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang exclaimed, a level 7 cosmic system state. It was her daughter and those girls fighting the monster right now. She became worried. When Lu Xiun saw Zhuoqiu Sunhuang, he was taken aback. He looked at her in disbelief. You are the little girls. Zhuoqiu? You're a peak star state already. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang laughed. Luze gave her a share of the red orbs, so she progressed fast as well. In just 7 months, she reached the peak of the star state. However, her foundation wasn't as stable as Jingjing's and the other girls. She needed a few months before she could reach the cosmic system state. She had a great son-in-law. Chapter 921, Change in the Phenomenon. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang looked worriedly at Lu Xiun and asked, Mr. Lu Xiun, are they doing well? That was a level 7 cosmic system state insectoid. How could she not be anxious? Lu Xiun smiled. They are very tough. They should be able to hold off the enemy. He wasn't absolutely certain either, but now, he had no choice but to believe in those young girls. After all, they were the strongest people around. Hearing this, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang and the other soldiers breathed easy. They were shocked at the same time. After all, Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha just reached the cosmic system state while Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling were still star states. The 3 of them could hold off a level 7 cosmic system state insectoid already. This power was unfathomable. Lu Xiun continued, let's deal with the other insectoids first. Everyone nodded and flew towards planet Chenyu. In the space outside the planet, the immense flashes of spirit light covered the massive planet. At this juncture, beams of light shot past as Lu Xiun and the star states arrived. Lu Xiun glanced across at the insectoids. A fire burned in his eyes as flames rose up in space and covered the entire planet. All the insectoids were turned to dust in an instant. The people who were engaged in combat were dazed. The battle ended just like that. Really? Suddenly, there was a thunderous sound in the distant space. Everyone looked over. In the depths of space, a spirit light erupted as though a new sun was formed. Following such, everyone sensed a few kais extremely far away. One of them was destructive and the most terrifying. There were 2 more kais that were slightly weaker too. There were 3 even weaker ones. Despite this, the weakest one made them shiver. It was too overwhelming. Even at this distance, it made them feel anxious. That chi. Isn't it the insectoid and young Duke Nangong's group? This is too powerful. Especially that insectoid's chi. It's too horrifying. Can young Duke Nangong and the other girls handle those insectoids? Their hearts were brimming with terror right now. That insectoid's chi was too excessive. Nangong's group was weaker. If they couldn't hold on, the whole race might be over. Lu Xiun was stronger, so he better understood how strong the chi was. One star state gasped. This insectoid's chi isn't inferior to the saints, right? The expressions of the others turned bad. As star states, they pretty much all knew the powers of the saints. Before, the saints were at level 7 cosmic system state. Their combat power was indeed similar to that insectoid. The others didn't know the elders were already at peak cosmic system state. If they were here, they could easily kill this insectoid. Where are they then? Zhuoqiu Sunhuang was a little worried now. Both Zi's and the elders' situations didn't seem to be promising. After a period of silence, Lu Xiun said, "You guys, stay here. I'll go over and see if I can help." His face fell. It was really intense for him to go up, but those young girls were still fighting. As their senior, how could he stay behind? The other star states took a deep breath but nodded helplessly. For them, even if the insectoid stood there, they wouldn't be able to injure it. The black-haired woman gave Lu Xiun a complicated look. "Be careful, guild leader." The grey-haired man also looked at Lu Xiun with concern. "Guild leader, be safe." Lu Xiun nodded and flapped his fiery wings again. The star states eyed him off with a heavy heart. Moments later, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang said, "Tell the people below about the situation. We have to guard planet Chenyu." Xiaoxia looked at the cultivation building. "I hope the monarch of the New Dawn can break through quickly." A few hours passed. Rumble. In the space extremely far away from planet Chenyu, golden and blood spirit light exploded. Nangongjing fell back as blood trickled in space. HSSS. The blood-colored insectoid roared. It was planning to chase the girl, but at this moment, its body stiffened. Its speed slowed drastically, so it could only open its mouth and form a blood spirit force ball. The ball shot at Nangongjing. Nangongjing felt the lethality of the wave. She gritted her teeth and dodged it. She appeared far away with a pale face. More blood dripped out of her mouth. Lin Ling's, Lu Li's, and Alice's Kai's were much weaker too. They could no longer use stone transformation divine art. Kai Huyuhesha's face was also pale. As for Lu Xiun, he was further away and riddled with wounds. He attacked the insectoid with full power to buy time for Nangongjing. Then, he was hit by a ripple and got heavily injured. He could only recover far away. He felt saddened by the outcome. "Why am I so weak?" These girls were not only strong but had powerful recovery speed too. They had all sorts of divine arts. Kai Huyuhesha looked at her storage ring. "We have no more red orbs left." Lin Ling took out a few and gave them to Kai Huyuhesha. "I only have these left." Alice took out a few more too. "Here's mine." Kai Huyuhesha was their main powerhouse right now. If she had no power left, they really wouldn't be able to hold on. Lu Li smiled bitterly. "Mine are used up already." She needed to use 2 divine arts. Hence, she consumed more energy. Kai Huyuhesha took the orbs and devoured them. "I wonder whether T-Rex can still hold on." Nangongjing had to face the insectoid head-on. She exhausted most of her power. In the space outside planet Chenyu, the powerful beings were looking at the distant space. The insectoid tide was gone, and now, that level 7 cosmic system state insectoid was the crucial point. They could sense the situation out there. Xiaoxia said worriedly, "The situation doesn't seem to be too good." They could feel the insectoid getting weaker, but the girls were about to fall at any time. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang looked at the cultivation building. If Jingjing and the girls really couldn't hold on, she had to call Zi out early. Although he wouldn't be a cosmic system state, he should have other means. He didn't use that summoning crystal yet. At this time, the phenomenon covering the space suddenly changed. It began to fade into the building. Chapter 922, This insectoid isn't bad. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Everyone rejoiced. Monarch of the New Dawn broke through. Ha ha ha. We held on. We held on. Everyone was delighted. The phenomenon began to subside. This meant that the monarch of the New Dawn had broken through to the cosmic system state. With his power, he would definitely come out stronger than ever this time after reaching the cosmic system state, right? Since young Duke Nangang and the girls could fight the level 7 cosmic system state for this long, the monarch of the new dawn should be stronger than that insectoids. Thinking about it, everyone felt assured. Inside the cultivation building, Luze's eyes were tightly shut. In his room, the first star ring crumbled into stardusts, which then gathered enough spirit force. It was spinning around the cell core and the other 8 star rings. It seemed like a miniature version of a solar system. As the asteroids formed, an invisible wave spread throughout his body. His mental force, body, spirit force, and all other aspects received unprecedented power upgrades. When the fluctuation settled down, Luze slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be infinite stars orbiting in his deep blue eyes. He let out a sigh and grinned. He finally broke through to the cosmic system state. Luze could feel the endless power inside his body. He clenched his fists. Dong! The room shook vigorously. Luze! He quickly relaxed his fist. He didn't even use any force. All the people who were rejoicing heard the thunderous rattle across space and near the planet. What happened just then? Did the universe quake? After a while, the tremors calmed down. People looked around with uncertainty. Luze stretched his back. He was planning to go out. However, he finally noticed the little figure lying on the ground with spread arms and legs. He saw the starlight. Luze! Ying Ying! Why is she sleeping with her face planted down in this place? Luze fixed her sleeping position and nodded. Time to find Alice, so she could cook for him. He deserved a grand celebratory feast. At this moment, Luze suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked into the distant space coldly. This time, he noticed the presence of the girl's chi in there. The chi seemed fragile. There was also a very powerful chi filled with destructive force. Luze looked at Ying Ying and then disappeared from the spot. In the distant space, the girls sensed the phenomenon disappeared. They could finally relax. Lu smiled. Hold on a bit longer. Brother broke through. Hold on. The fatigue even faded a little. They were definitely confident in Luze. Lu Xiun saw their expressions completely change. He felt like a clueless idiot. What is going on? Is the prodigy breaking through very close to these little girls? However, he was equally excited even without knowing the reason. That prodigy's phenomenon was stronger than Nangang Jing's. His combat power would surely surpass hers too. That person should be able to handle this insectoid, right? He thought he was about to die right when he just returned home. The insectoid sensed the change of the tides and paused for a moment before continuing to chase Nangang Jing. It didn't expect such a weak race to produce fearsome prodigies. It would become outrageously strong after devouring them, right? They must be tasty. He. Its dark red eyes flashed with greed as it slammed towards Nangang Jing. Nangang Jing gritted her teeth. She was about to force out the little power she had left when at this moment, there was an opening in the space, and she fell into those familiar arms. Her vision blurred, and she reappeared next to Kaiuhesha and the other girls. By then, the insectoid's whip struck nothing. The insectoid looked at the empty space and then at Nangang Jing. It was a bit perplexed when Nangang Jing moved away. He didn't see it at all. Lu Xiun was also confused too. He was worried for Nangang Jing, but she suddenly disappeared. He couldn't follow her at all. In the next second, he saw Nangang Jing with Kaiuhesha and the other girls. She was lying in the arms of an unfamiliar man. Lu Xiun looked curiously at this man. Is he the prodigy who just broke through? He wasn't one of those old friends he knew indeed. He looked quite handsome though. But where did he see this guy before? At this moment, his eyes widened. Wait! Isn't he the same figure as that statue in Alice's hands? He was that unlucky senior. Lu Xiun's mouth twitched, and he looked at Luze strangely. Luze sensed the gaze and looked over. This handsome red-haired man was riddled with wounds. But why did he have to look at him strangely? Is he attracted to him? Now wasn't the time to worry about that. He looked at Nangongjing as his body flashed with white and green light. Light and wood god art entered Nangongjing's body, and she was quickly healed. As for the other girls, even though they used up a lot of power, they weren't physically injured. Luze's heart ached. He gently asked, "Are you guys okay?" The girls' eyes reddened. Nangongjing complained, "Why did you only come out now? We were almost killed." The other girls show off their pitiful expressions. They were beaten up badly. Alice ran into his arms. "Senior, why are you so late? A second longer and you wouldn't be able to see us alive anymore." The ache in Luze's heart worsened. Didn't he just finish his breakthrough? Why are the insectoids here already? How dare they bully his harem? What is going on? He rubbed Alice's head and asked. Kyohesha explained, "When you broke through, an insectoid lair appeared. We were afraid of interrupting you, so we came here to stop it. This is the last one left." Luze looked at the red insectoid, and his eyes went cold. An insectoid lair appeared. Ying Ying was sleeping in his room. Did she not finish her food? A level 7 cosmic system state. Well, it seemed to be a powerful monster. At this moment, a red beam landed next to them. Nangongjing introduced, "Zi, this is the guild leader of this Hiwang Guild, Senior Lu Xiun. He has been helping us." Lu Xiun felt a little awkward. He wanted to help out but wasn't able to do much in the end. Luze was surprised. This was his first time seeing another human cosmic system state other than the elders. This senior probably broke through to the cosmic system state on his own means. He was a terrifying prodigy as well. He nodded. "Hello, Senior Lu Xiun. Thanks for helping Jingjing and the other girls." Lu Xiun shook his head. He was planning to speak, but the violent chi of the insectoid soared again. Lu Xiun's expression changed. "Careful, this insectoid is quite strong." Chapter 923, probably the most pitiful insectoid in history? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze heard the reminder and nodded. He just broke through, so he didn't even know how strong he actually was. Even before, he hadn't fought a level 7 cosmic system state boss yet. Although he didn't feel threatened by the insectoid, he should still take it seriously. Even a lion hunts a rabbit with ferocity. Since this wasn't the pocket hunting dimension, he wouldn't be able to revive himself if he played around. He blocked before the girls as his vast spirit force surged. Rumble. A deafening sound reverberated as the universe shuddered. That semi-transparent spirit flame appeared. An equally destructive force rose from Luze. The nearby region seemed to have been rattled by his violent force and dimmed down. The people on planet Shenwu felt the sudden burst of qi. They looked in that direction with surprise and joy. It's the monarch of the new dawn. It's the monarch of the new dawn's qi. He broke through successfully. Great! This qi is immensely terrifying. He's the monarch of the new dawn indeed. They completely relaxed after sensing Luze's qi. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang felt relieved. This qi was way too strong. Her body stiffened upon sensing it. She couldn't resist the pressure from it at all. That black-haired woman from the Hiwang Guild gawked in utter disbelief. This qi is so strong. The grey-haired man was disoriented. Is this Luze who just broke through? He had this amount of power when he just reached the cosmic system state. This is outrageous. The guild members were all stunned. They had seen many prodigies outside, but they never encountered one like him. Elliot's face cringed. Oh shit! Is it really Luze? Just what kind of monster is he? How long has it been? How did the little guy become strong? Lu Xiun's eyes were dazed. He looked at Luze, who was ablaze with transparent flames, in disbelief. This power, this chi, was way beyond his heart could handle. With his close proximity, he had a good grasp of the situation. Even he felt an unbelievable pressure bearing down on him. One could only imagine how strong Luze was. He felt Luze wouldn't be that much stronger than Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha previously. But now, he realized the difference was worlds apart. Nangongjing and the girls felt immense pressure too, but they weren't really surprised. Before breaking through, his power was already domineering. It would be normal to possess an outrageously, out-of-the-world power after completing a breakthrough. This was Luze releasing his chi for the first time. He clenched his fists and felt the power surging in his body. He felt proud of himself. This power was about level 8 of the cosmic system state, right? The number of levels his combat power skipped was much greater than when he first broke through the star state. It seemed those milky white orbs were really useful. Plus, he had been using blood crystals non-stop. He looked up at the insectoid coldly. How dare it bully his cuties? He couldn't even do that. Spirit flames formed around his hand as a few 100-meter wide spirit flame palm grabbed at the insectoid. The insectoid stiffened after sensing Luze's power. It cowered in terror. It didn't understand why a prodigy from an inferior race would be this strong. HSSS. The insectoid used all of its power, wanting to dodge. However, the space around it became constricted. It could only move a few 100 meters away. This distance was practically negligible to cosmic system states. His front limbs hacked at Luze's spirit flame palm. Rumble. Rumble. However, the spirit force palm was very steady. It didn't even shake. Luze lunged forward and the spirit palm grabbed the two front limbs of the insectoid. HSSS. The insectoid screamed and tried to break free. However, the palm had a good grip. It didn't weaken no matter what the insectoid did. Lu Xiun looked at the little bug-like insectoid in disbelief. They fought with their lives to barely hold off the insectoid for a few hours. He almost died from a single attack. One could see how strong this insectoid was. Yet, it was like a helpless little bug in Luze's hands. Luze smiled at the girls. Look, I caught this insect for you guys. Do you want to beat it up? He waved his spirit palm, and the insectoid dangled around. HSSS. Lu Xiun's mouth twitched. What did this guy think of this insectoid? An ordinary bug? Nangongjing and the girls felt touched. They seemed quite eager though. They were suppressed and beaten up for quite a while earlier. However, they really didn't have the power now. They depleted all their energy before. Kaiyuhesha smiled. Never mind. Kill it. Luze smiled and nodded. Okay, you princesses will decide. Although they rolled their eyes, the girls still blushed in the end. Lu Xiun. He felt he didn't come here to fend off the insectoid. Is he called out here to watch their public display of affection? HSSS. Blood light formed around the insectoid. Its back limbs cut through the front limbs. Crack. The front limbs were gone, but the insectoid continued to charge at Luze and the others. The insectoids knew no fear. It didn't attempt to flee. All they knew was to destroy and kill. Luze reached out his left hand, and another spirit palm formed. The two palms clapped towards the charging insectoid. Splat! The entire space rattled as a shockwave spread across all directions. Luze opened his palms, revealing the insectoid inside. It was nearly 10 meters tall before, but now, it was just a thin layered insect. Luze waved it over and nodded. Not bad, it looks quite good. A level 7 cosmic system state insectoid as a keepsake was great. It looked hideous before, but after being crushed, it looked coarse yet beautiful. Lu Xiun. His heart ached. He felt his world had been twisted. He almost pitied the lifeless insectoid. Luze looked at the girls. Do you want this as a keepsake? The girls. Lin Ling shook her head. No. She also looked at Luze worriedly. You're not allowed to display it at home either. They all lived together. They didn't want something this ugly inside their house. Luze. They really couldn't appreciate true beauty. He smiled. Then, I'll give it to the elders. Nangongjing nodded. Luze said, okay, let's go back. Luze used space transmission and teleport everyone away. Chapter 924, That Youth is the Monarch of the New Dawn? Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Outside planet Chenyu. After everyone briefly sensed Luze's terrifying qi, the insectoid's qi disappeared. Everyone looked at each other. That quickly. This insectoid died so fast that they didn't dare to believe it. At this moment, there was a ripple in space, and Luze and the girls appeared. Everyone's eyes lit up. Zuoqiusunshuang and the Star State flew over. Zuoqiusunshuang hugged Nangongjing and asked worriedly, Jing, are you okay? Nangongjing blushed. She wasn't a child anymore, but her mother still treated her like one sometimes. She broke free from Zuoqiusunshuang's arms and smiled. Don't worry, we're all fine. Then, she questioned Luze, where is the insectoid? Luze smiled. It has been turned into a keepsake. Everyone. Zuoqiusunshuang was taken aback. A keepsake? What keepsake? Lu Xiun's mouth twitched. He didn't want to talk about it at all. Luze smiled and took out the flattened insectoid. Immediately, a destructive qi permeated the air. The star states froze and felt a sliver of pressure. This cosmic system state was already a corpse, but as a cosmic system state, even its carcass still contained powerful qi. Of course, it wasn't comparable to the qi it had when it was alive. Luze smiled. This is it, it's quite pretty, isn't it? Zuoqiusunshuang. The star states. They looked at the keepsake strangely. Did he actually consider it a keepsake? Luze said regretfully, pity Jing and the other girls didn't want me to display it at home. Hearing this, Zuoqiusunshuang's mouth twitched. She rolled her eyes and felt speechless. After a period of silence, Zuoqiusunshuang smiled politely. Just put it away first. The qi of your sample is still potent. Low-level martial artists can't probably handle it. Luze nodded and followed her wishes. He planned to give it to the elders instead. At this moment, Luze looked around. He didn't come across the elders. How come the insectoids were here, but the elders didn't intervene? He scanned the surroundings. Still, he couldn't find their auras at all. He frowned and raised a brow. Ontosunshuang, where is Elder Lin? Nangongjing and the others looked curiously at Zuoqiusunshuang. Lin Ling couldn't resist asking, yes, Ontosunshuang, where are my grandfather and the elders? Why aren't they here? They didn't see the elders when they came out either. If they were here, things wouldn't be this troublesome. Zuoqiusunshuang and the others were stunned. Their faces fell, and so did Lu Xiun's. Luze was taken aback. They realized the severity of the situation. What's wrong, Ontosunshuang? Did something else happen? Otherwise, the elders would be present right now. Zuoqiusunshuang responded, when Jing and Hesha were breaking through, the elders heard a report from the border. They said an insectoid lair was spotted, so they went over to check it. But, her face went bad. Not long after they went over, the insectoid lair appeared near planet Chenyu. However, the elders haven't returned since then. All of their expressions changed drastically. Did something else happen? How is this possible? Luze was in disbelief. With their current powers, even if they encountered someone who just reached the cosmic cloud state, they had better chances of killing the other party with their trump cards. Why didn't they come back then? Zhuoqiu Sunhuang shook her head and frowned. When Jingjing and the girls stalled the level 7 cosmic system state insectoid, we received a report about some kind of clashes coming from the direction of the insectoid lair. It was said to be quite intense. Luze frowned. The insectoid lair. There was an ongoing battle. There were others. Luze thought about it and asked, "Onto Sun's Hang, where are the battle waves located? I'll go have a look." The elders had always been really nice to him. He wasn't going to leave them out there. He wasn't as strong as the elders, but he had his trump cards. He hadn't even used that summoning crystal yet. He didn't have the opportunity to use it. Perhaps he could this time? Zhuoqiu Sunhuang patted Luze's arm. "We wanted to wait for you to break through and then go over to look. After all, we can't intervene with their battles at all." Luze smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, if something really happened to the elders, there would be news coming from the border. They should still be fine. I'll go over and have a look." At this moment, Nangongjing said, "We'll follow you." Seeing how firm their resolve was and how their chi finally recovered, Luze agreed. Okay. They weren't as strong as he was, but they were strong enough to release a relatively good blow to the enemy. Lu Xiun wanted to go too, but thinking about his current power, he didn't voice it out. With a flash of silver light, the group disappeared again. Everyone was quite serious. The elders had been the supporting pillars of the human race and leading them into the cosmic era while protecting them simultaneously. This was the reason why they were called saints. Lu Xiun sighed. Hopefully, the elders are fine. When he was young, there were still 12 saints. He went through an era where saints were dying one by one until now. He had gone through far more than most of the star states here. That was why he wanted the elders to live even more. The other star states nodded. A few high-level star states also had complicated expressions. Their ages were similar to Lu Xiun's. Some were even older than Lu Xiun. The human race was getting better now. The monarch of the new dawn was absurdly strong. He would definitely reach the cosmic cloud state and even beyond the cosmic realm state. By then, the entire human race would prosper. The elders had been fighting for the human race their entire lives. They didn't have the time to savor it yet. They couldn't leave just when they were about to enjoy themselves. Lu Xiun smiled. "Don't worry, the elders are fortunate. They will be fine. By the way, Sunhuang. Who are those few young people?" Moreover, that youth seemed quite intimate with all those young girls. He wanted to know the gossip. The Zhuang Guild looked at Lu Xiun strangely. He still didn't know that was Luze. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang didn't mind. She smiled. "That youth is called Luze, the monarch of the new dawn of the human race. I think he is 22 years old this year." Zhuoqiu Sunhuang's own face became strange after saying that, just like everyone else. They knew Luze's power was terrifying and his talent was outrageous, but they all forgot about his age. That kid is just a bit over 20. Most of them were 10 times his age. They couldn't compare at all. Lu Xiun's face stiffened. "Wait. That kid is the monarch of the new dawn." He thought about how he said he would leave a share of resources for Luze to the elders. His 1700-year-old face blushed. This was too awkward. That youth was so much stronger than he could ever be. What resources could he give him? Chapter 925, Your monarch of the new dawn is dead. Lu Xiun felt the weird glances from the star states. His subordinates cheated him too much. Why didn't they tell him earlier? If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have bothered to ask. And what did Elliot, that bastard, say before? He said the monarch of the new dawn was just an ordinary prodigy. Which prodigy was like this? Luze is a monster, Okay. He had to hand it to them after they returned. He smiled awkwardly. So that youth is the monarch of the new dawn. Elliot mentioned him before. He is a really formidable prodigy. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled. Luze wasn't her own son, but he was her son-in-law. She felt great whenever someone complimented him. In the next moment, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang introduced the girls to Lu Xiun. The Star States went back to deal with the aftermath of the battle. Outside the human-controlled region. Rumble. A clash rang, forming space storms thereafter. That spirit force cage was rattling heavily. At the focal points, Heras and the cosmic system states watched the cage with hideous expressions. They took out their spirit force containing treasures from their storage ring and crushed them to send more spirit force into the focal points. This wasn't the first time they did it. The almost crumbling formation stabilized once again. Everyone looked at the crumbs of their artifacts with pain. Those are treasures they used for cultivation. Once again, they looked coldly at the Blade Demon King and the two cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. This was the third time. That foolish fellow still claimed the human race was a budding race with no hidden aces. Yet, in these few hours, the humans used 3 cosmic cloud state cards. This loss was far greater than they had expected. Now, they don't even know whether these humans still have more moves left. They weren't even sure if they could survive until the reinforcements arrived. The Blade Demon King couldn't accept reality. Is this really the human race? They had used 8 trump cards in total. Since when did they become a race that was hard to deal with? He really wondered whether they could still destroy the human race at this point. If they used up all their cards and the reinforcements didn't arrive, they would be over. The atmosphere went silent. Everyone felt immense pressure. Meanwhile, Saint Lindong and Shen Yu breathed heavily. Elder Nangong and Elder Lin stood before them to protect them from the incoming attacks. Saint Shen Yu grinned. I didn't expect this formation to be able to absorb energy and recover. Elder Nangong and the others frowned. They thought they would, at most, break this cage in one go. Then, they would use the divine art runes to kill all the cosmic system states. However, the cage was unbelievably sturdy. They unleashed the runes 3 times but still didn't break it. Elder Nangong said, at least, the phenomenon is still there. Zi is breaking through successfully. Elder Lin smiled. That kid is about to finish, right? They were worried that something would happen after the insectoid lair disappeared, but after 10 hours, things seemed manageable. Elder Nangong said, how many more runes do we have left? Saint Shen Yu said, I still have one earth-shocking blow. Lin Dong responded, me too. Elder Lin said, then, we'll continue soon. I don't believe they still have a bunch of treasures to burn. At this moment, all the cosmic system states suddenly looked towards the human-controlled region. That phenomenon disappeared. The Blade Demon King laughed. It seems your monarch of the new dawn is dead. It had only been a few hours. A breakthrough wouldn't take this fast, but the phenomenon had disappeared already. The breakthrough failed. Clearly, the insectoids had eaten Luze. This was the best news amidst the bad news they had been receiving. They just needed to survive until reinforcements arrived, and the human race would be annihilated. Heras and the other enemies smirked. A prodigy like Luze is a huge threat to opposing races. If he managed to run away, their race wouldn't be able to sleep tight. Heras took a deep breath and said, hold on. We must end them here. Since they can use so many cards, it means the human race is wealthier than we thought. As long as we eliminate them, their treasures will all be ours. The others revealed greedy expressions. They thought the same. The human race's power was definitely considered relatively strong among cosmic system state civilizations. If they acquired these treasures, they would earn quite a lot. We must hold on. Yes. The human race's wealth will become ours. Elder Nangong and the others looked dazedly at the cosmic system states. Are they not aware Luze can finish a breakthrough swiftly? Sure enough, their opponents were foolish. Usually, a being would take years to break through to the cosmic system state. Saint Chenyu said, seeing how excited they are, I don't dare to break it to them. Elder Nangong said, hurry up and recover. Zi and the others will be coming over soon. With their help, we can break this spirit force cage and then kill all of these hostile beings. The faces of the other elders flashed with killing intent. Lin Dong said, since they dare to invade the human race, they must be ready to pay the price. I'm going to remember all these races. As Luze grew stronger, they were no longer that weak human race anymore. With time, they could only grow rapidly. They would clear out all these races. An hour later, Luze and the others appeared at the border base. In an hour, Luze took Nangongjing and the girls over 100,000 light years. They went to the base where they sensed the battle. The Star State Commander was already waiting for them. He saluted, greetings, monarch of the New Dawn and young dukes. He only received Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang's news an hour ago. Why are they here already? This was nearly 100,000 light years away. This was outrageous. The monarch of the New Dawn had space god art. Even peak cosmic system states wouldn't be able to match his traveling speed. Luze smiled. Hello, General. Where did you detect the battle before? We'll go and check now. The general took out a device and a star map appeared. He pointed at a red dot. Just here. He was excited. The lords might be fine. They might only be trapped. There would be waves coming from there every few hours. The last one occurred an hour ago. The group felt relieved. Luze nodded. We'll go over now then. Thank you, General. The group disappeared again. Chapter 926, It seems I was too careful. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. Luze took the girls and traversed the warp dimension to land at the marker they were given. As soon as he left the warp dimension, he stopped and looked in a direction. The girls also looked in the same direction. They sensed a familiar qi. Nangongjing noted, it is the elders. They are fine. The others felt relieved. On the other hand, Kaiuyahesha frowned. Why can I feel a lot of auras in there? There were nearly 20 cosmic system states along with the elders. Lin Ling said, among those auras, there seemed to be another peak cosmic system state. How? Moreover, 2 Kais belonging to the elders seem weak. The situation wasn't right. Luckily, when they came over, they considered a hidden danger, so they used Qi stealth god art ahead of time. Otherwise, the other parties might discover their presence already. Luze raised a brow. They don't seem to be fighting. Is it a standoff? The group was confused. In this situation, the group of cosmic system states shouldn't be a match for the elders. They only had 2 peak cosmic system states while all 4 elders were peak cosmic system states already. They also had the one-time use divine art runes. The enemy might have strength in numbers, but they were actually quite weak. Unless they brought over cosmic cloud state treasures. Luze smiled. Wait here, you guys, I'll go over to check the situation. Nangongjing said, would there be danger? The others also looked at him with concern. There were 20 cosmic system states after all. Luze shook his head. I'm rather strong. It's harder to find me if I get close with Qi stealth god art. My space god art improved as well after reaching the cosmic cloud state. I can observe covertly in space. Although he didn't get additional space god art orbs, the phenomenon increased his knowledge with every major breakthrough. He had gained a lot of information. The girls nodded. Alice reminded, be careful then, senior. Luze smiled and nodded. Wait here for me. Luze merged with space and left. Unlike taking others in space transmission, Luze could fuse himself into the space lines if he was alone. Luze soon approached the battle site. Luze peeked his head out. He looked around. The 4 elders were trapped in a spirit force cage. Outside it, there were nearly 20 cosmic system states. He found 3 blade demons. There were also dark metal demons, black smoke beings, and a few races he didn't know. They were at a standoff. Luze raised a brow. The elders were trapped indeed. Elder Shenyu and Lindong seemed a little fatigued, but the spirit force cage was also running out of power. The elders used the divine art runes to break free but failed in the end. Luze could feel the spirit force cage's level. It was a cosmic cloud state treasure. Heras suddenly looked into the space with some confusion. Someone from the blood claw race asked, "What's wrong?" Heras. They were the only 2 peak cosmic system states here. Heras raised a brow. "I am sensing some kind of fluctuation in space far away." Everyone looked at each other. They sensed nothing at all. The other cosmic system state from the half-demon race raised a brow. "Is that true, Heras?" They couldn't feel it, but Heras was stronger than they were, so they chose to trust him. The blood claw race frowned and said to Bai Lazy, "Go over and have a look." 2 of the elders were weak right now, so they didn't need to worry about being attacked sneakily. Bai Lazy was taken aback. "Why me?" He looked at his king. The Blade Demon King saw the blood claw race's cold eyes. His mouth twitched as he nodded. "Go have a look." Only then did Bai Lazy took off. Luze could feel Bai Lazy coming closer. A mere level 7 cosmic system state. He could easily crush him with his clap. However, now wasn't the time to startle them. Luze smiled and returned to the girls. Bai Lazy went around and saw nothing, so he went back to the spirit force cage. Heras asked, "How is it?" Bai Lazy shook his head. "I didn't find anything." Everyone felt relieved. If something else allowed these 4 guys to escape, it would be bad for them. Heras smiled. "Maybe I was too careful." After Luze returned, Li asked, "How is it?" Luze explained, "The elders are trapped by a cosmic cloud state spirit force cage. They are fine for now, but there are groups of blade demon, dark metal demon, and black smoke cosmic cloud states. They probably went for the elders but didn't expect they were peak cosmic system states. They only have 2 peak cosmic system states. They couldn't stop the elders, so they could only trap them." The girls relaxed but frowned after a while. Nangongjing said, "Zi, what do we do? We're no match for peak cosmic system states." Luze rubbed her head. "It's fine. That spirit force cage isn't that strong either. The elders have used the divine art runes to attack it. It barely stopped the attack. We'll go over and try to help the elders. Worst comes to worst, he still had the summoning crystal, although it would be a waste to use it now." The girls smiled and nodded. Luze asked, "Do you have any more one-time use divine art runes left?" Lin Ling answered, "We used them to stall the insectoids." They had learned these divine art to perfect mastery, so at most, they only provided some additional energy for their attacks. Luze took out some more one-time use divine art runes. "These are the remaining runes. They should be enough for you guys. Once we go into the 5th map, we can get stronger ones." Now, judging from their appearance, Elder Shenyu and Lindong haven't recuperated yet. "We'll wait for a while. After they've recovered, we'll go over." The girls nodded. A few hours later, they sensed that the elders had pretty much recovered. Luze's face tensed up. "Okay, let's head now. In a moment, you guys, use your divine art to interfere with those cosmic system states. Leave the rest to me." The girls nodded seriously, and then, Luze took them along. Chapter 927, What sort of monster is this? Soon, Luze brought the girls near the elders. He confirmed the peak condition of the elders before saying, "After we go out, we will cooperate with the elders." The girls nodded. Luze ordered, "Then, let's go out." A fluctuation occurred in space, and the group revealed their figures. The ripple was blatant. Given its proximity to the cage, the two sides immediately noticed it. Everyone looked over. When they saw Luze and the girls, they were taken aback. Heroes asked, "Humans? Cosmic system states too?" The other races were dumbfounded too. Didn't the human race only have these 4 cosmic system states? Why are there more now? Or, are the blade demons, those idiots, bullshitting again? Would they be human spies? Everyone looked coldly at the blade demons again. But, they found the Blade Demon King gawking at the humans like they were ghosts. The Blade Demon King roared, "Luze? Impossible! How can you break through so fast?" There was a strong hint of disbelief in his voice. It had only been 10 hours since the phenomenon appeared. This was breaking through to the cosmic system state. How could he be that fast? Luze was surprised. "Do we know each other?" He hadn't seen this Blade Demon before. Blade Demon King? If it weren't for this bastard, how could they end up in a miserable state? Now, only 3 Blade Demon cosmic system states remained, and they owed a large amount of debt to the other races. Even if they annihilated the human race, they would experience a massive setback. Yet, this bastard didn't even know him. Heroes and the others looked strangely at the Blade Demon King, whose face became twisted. It seemed this guy was simply unlucky. The Blood Claw cosmic system state sneered, "Just 3 level 1 cosmic system states. They are stronger than ordinary level 1 cosmic system states, but they are not a big threat to us." The others snarled. Luze and the girls didn't use their god art nor divine art at this time. They were indeed weaker compared to those above level 5 cosmic system states. But the Blade Demons knew Luze the most. This guy could breach the cosmic system state base barrier half a year ago. Now that he was a cosmic system state, how could he not have other trump cards? They must be prepared to come over boldly. The Blade Demon King said, "Don't be careless. This male human is the prodigy who caused that phenomenon. He is not simple." The expressions of Heroes and the others became serious upon hearing the words. At this moment, the elders suddenly exclaimed, "Attack!" A terrifying power was released from Elder Shenyu and Lindong. 2 pale spirit lights flashed, forming a pale spirit force fist. Heroes and the others snarled, "Damn it! These old bastards still have more of those." "Hold on!" Heroes said to the Blade Demons, "Dao are done, you guys deal with the prodigies. You must not let them interfere." The Blade Demon King couldn't control his hatred for Luze anymore. He snarled, "Don't worry, no matter how strong he is, he's just a level 1 cosmic system state. Can he be stronger than me?" He released his blood spirit force and level 8 cosmic system state chi. Simultaneously, the 2 Blade Demon Elders also snarled and released their level 7 cosmic system state chi. The Blade Demon King said coldly, "Don't hold back, kill them directly." Now was the best chance to kill Luze. Bai Leza nodded. "Yes, my king." The 3 charged at Luze and the girls. Meanwhile, the others poured all their power into the spirit force cage. Heroes exclaimed, "You must hold on. If the elders of the human race escaped, it would be difficult for them to even flee." Inside the cage, the spirit force around the 2 saints grew even stronger. A cosmic cloud state power was released without restraint. Even Elder Nangong and Elder Lin were getting pale-faced. The resulting space storm suppressed all corners of the cage and shook the entire cosmos. This power made all the humans in the border base look over in terror. They had never sensed such a powerful chi before, and yet, they encountered it so many times today. "What is going on?" Luze grinned. He didn't enjoy the fight with level 7 Cosmic System State Insectoid. Now that there was a level 8 Cosmic System State, it should be better. He flashed forward a few hundred kilometers as spirit flames burned around him. As Luze used his god art, an extremely terrifying wave spread across all directions. He clenched his fist. Rumble. The cosmos exploded as a spirit flame punch formed. That already formidable chi exploded once again. The Blade Demons looked at Luze in disbelief. The Blade Demon King screamed, "This is impossible. You're only a level 1 cosmic system state. How can you be this strong?" His chi was even slightly stronger than his. The other two Blade Demons were terrified. This chi was too strong for them. If they faced it head-on, there would be nothing they could do to resist. Heroes and their allies were equally shocked. Didn't this human just reach a cosmic system state? What is up with his absurd power? A level 8 cosmic system state. Heroes' mouth twitched. What monster? The Blood Claw Peak cosmic system state said, "We shouldn't have listened to Daedao Erdun." However, there was no going back now. They looked at each other. "We must hold on." The elders sensed Luze's chi and smiled helplessly yet pridefully. Elder Nangong remarked, "Soon, this kid would be surpassing us." Elder Lin smiled. "I've felt this kid had potential right from the start. As usual, my eyes are keen." The others rolled their eyes. Saint Chenmu's veins popped. "Now's not the time to talk about this. I'm going up." Saint Chenmu and Lin Dong controlled their spirit force fist to smash the cage. At the same time, Luze stepped forward. Crack! The space beneath his foot cracked as he released his punch. That spirit flame fist shattered the space wherever it passed as it headed towards the three Blade Demons. Meanwhile, the girls burned their spirit force and used their god arts and divine arts. Immediately, heroes and everyone else felt their chi turning chaotic. Their bodies became stiff. Rumble. Chapter 928, Why are they so experienced? Moments later, the explosion settled down. The Blade Demon King's armor ended up cracked. Blood was flowing out, and his chi was much weaker. The two Blade Demon Elders had turned to lifeless bodies. Their corpses were carried away by the explosion. The Blade Demon King was out of breath as he gazed at the expressionless Luze. He looked at the girls behind him with shock too. Just a single punch and the three of them couldn't stop it together. The difference was too huge. The Blade Demon King's eyes flashed with pain upon looking at the bodies of the elders. The comrades he had been with for a few thousand years fell just like that. Crack! The Blade Demon King suddenly looked at the spirit force cage. The cage was vibrating vigorously. There were some fractures on it. The faces of heroes and the armies were pale. Their chi was weak as well. Hira's expression changed, and then, he roared, "We can't hold on anymore. Run!" All the cosmic system states took out their trump cards and attempted to flee. At this moment, another terrifying power emerged from the cage. Everyone looked up to see Elder Lin ablaze with demonic flames. These flames severed off the restraints. The cosmic system states realized the sudden constraint in the space near them. Despair filled their faces. The cosmic system state from the Blood Claw race roared, "No way! Why does he have more hidden aces? How could the human race hide several cosmic cloud state trump cards?" No one could answer this question right now. The pitch-black demonic flames surrounded Heras and his allies. When the demonic flames subsided, all that remained were some broken equipment and storage rings. The cosmic system state Kais had disappeared. Seeing this, the Blade Demon King's golden eyes flashed with distress. He felt bitterness in his heart. Despite the preliminary preparations he had done, conquering the human race was beyond his reach already. Why did the human race become this strong? He still couldn't believe it. After using the demonic flame divine art, Elder Lin's chi weakened. Only Elder Nangong retained his full power. Nevertheless, they looked at the Blade Demon King with excitement. After fighting with the Blade Demons for over 1,000 years, they had finally brought an end to this battle. Elder Nangong smiled and took along the other elders with him to join Luze and the girls. Lin Ling flew up to hold the pale-faced Elder Lin. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Elder Lin showed a pleasant smile. He rubbed Lin Ling's head. "I'm fine." He then laughed. Killing nearly 20 cosmic system states at once is no ordinary feat. He felt quite proud of it. The other three elders rolled their eyes. Everything was possible due to the runes Ze gave them. Lin Ling felt relieved after ascertaining her grandfather was fine. In the following second, the elders looked at the pitiful Blade Demon King. Their enmity ran deep. It was built on the development and survival of their respective races. Their conflict was inevitable. They were the leaders of their race. Hence, they had the responsibility to lead it forward. After all these years, they each had their victories and defeats. This was the first and only time an opportunity to terminate the war presented itself. The Blade Demon King was heavily injured, but he still struggled to get up. His eyes contained complicated emotions. He had no hopes of turning things around. Even so, he still wanted to maintain his honor as the Blade Demon King. After a long moment of silence, Elder Nangong said, "Daya Dao done. It has been over 1,000 years, and you lost in the end." The Blade Demon King glanced at the group and sneered, "That is only because your race is lucky to have a prodigy like him. You old guys can progress that much all because of someone." He guessed it was related to Luze. The elders smiled and said nothing. Even if the Blade Demon King was about to die, they weren't going to tell him anything. Elder Nangong said slowly, "You can die peacefully. Wait. According to the agreement, you guys won't touch our ancestral planet, right? You will at least spare my subjects and let the bloodline survive, right?" Luze and the girls were taken aback. They somehow recalled something about the agreement. It was established by the advanced demon race and the elf race. They were aware of how the elf race favored beautiful things. Hence, they only protected those good-looking races. He remembered how the ancestral planet of the sea urchin race was destroyed by the human race. Well, the root cause for the annihilation was the hideous physical appearance of the former. Moreover, the elf race didn't care. Elder Nangong smiled. "You guys are all dead. I believe someone would have contacted the advanced demon race, right? Don't worry, we won't breach the agreement." The Blade Demon King calmed down. His eyes were dissatisfied yet relieved. Following such, a golden light flashed, and the Blade Demon King's chest was penetrated by a golden fist force. Rumble. The fist force wiped away his life force but left his body intact. Luze couldn't understand the feeling of killing an enemy after 1,000 years. After a long period of silence, the elders glanced at each other and smiled. Saint Chenmu exclaimed, "We have finally won the 1,000-year war." Elder Nangong patted Luze. "It's all because of him. Otherwise, we might be fighting a few thousand more years." Saint Lindong said, "Ze's power is nearing ours now. Soon, he will surpass us. By then, the human race can be more confident." Luze scratched his head in embarrassment. Saint Chenmu smiled. "Now, we can take over the territory of the Blade Demon race." Saint Lindong frowned. The Blade Demon race would definitely notify the advanced demon race to enforce the agreement. "We have to notify the elf race to aid us too." Everyone nodded. They were much stronger now but still too weak compared to the advanced demon race. Luze and the girls were curious. Would an elf visit their territory to enforce the agreement? They had not met an elf yet. Luze smiled. "Elders, let's return then." The elders smirked. They notified their allies to support them before dying. "We should wait here a bit longer." Why are the elders smiling so happily? Saint Chenmu said, "Let's clean the mess." These armors and weapons are made from precious metals. We can still reforge and use them. Make a long spear for me. My spear broke prior to this. Too bad, old Yu isn't here. His skills are better. Who knows where he is now? He hasn't been back for so long. Aya, this is quite some good loot. We are rich now. The elders happily cleared the battlefield. Why did they seem so experienced in doing this? Chapter 929, 2 Cosmic Cloud States. Soon, the elders finished clearing up the battlefield. Saint Chenyu grinned. We'll guard the area. We might be able to gather another wave of loot. Elder Nangong smiled. Indeed. Luze and the girls looked strangely at each other. He didn't know the elders were so good at fishing. But since there was an incoming delivery, there was no reason to reject it. Luze hid with the elders and waited for the reinforcements. A day later, 2 beams arrived at the battlefield. It was 2 beings from the evil-eyed race. They were both peak cosmic system states. Their burning green eyes looked around in confusion. Where are they? Didn't Shiwu ask for reinforcements? The other one asked, did we go to the wrong place then? They took out a device burning with green flames. A star map appeared with a red dot. He looked at it carefully and frowned. We are at the right place. The marker is here. Suddenly, a terrifying wave surged. The 2 hostile beings stiffened. The green flames in their eyes wavered. A cosmic cloud state. How can this be? One of the cosmic system states from the evil-eyed race roared in disbelief. Run! The other one tried to run, but then his body was immobilized. The space is bound. At this juncture, the demonic flames had completely covered the 2. No! A wail of despair drowned in the flames until it could no longer be heard. When the flames disappeared, only their equipment and storage rings were left behind. The elders and Luze's group revealed themselves. Elder Nangong's face was pale, but it was filled with a smile. Hehe, this rune is really good. We can kill peak cosmic system states so easily. They didn't even have a chance to flee. Elder Lin said, hurry up and clear out the resources. There might be another wave. The group nodded and cleaned up faster than before. The reinforcements were usually peak cosmic system states. To prevent them from running away, it was best to use the divine art runes straight up. A cosmic cloud state level of ambush wasn't something an ordinary peak cosmic system state could stand up to. Not every race was like the half-demon race. They couldn't force out a cosmic cloud state power so easily. The group went back to hiding once again. 3 hours later, a pale and blood light shot over. It was someone from the pale scale race and another one from the blood claw race. They were both peak cosmic system states. They were also confused upon coming across an empty space. The rescue signal came from there. At this juncture, demonic flames surged around Saint Chenyu and covered the entire region of space. Sensing this, the 2 gasped. Not good, it's a trap. The blood claw race crushed a rune. Immediately, a cosmic cloud state chi appeared. A giant red claw grabbed at the demonic flames. The blood claw race roared, break! Saint Chenyu's expression changed upon sensing the power of the blood claw. Go help! Don't let them escape! Saint Lindong declared calmly, they can't get away. Pale spirit force emerged around him as his spirit force punch clashed with the claw. The 2 shattered almost at the same time. The demonic flames were stirred up. Saint Chenyu forcefully suppressed the demonic flames. The 2 reinforcements were instantly thrown into the flames. They couldn't even howl. After the flames were gone, only equipment and storage rings were left behind once again. The elders felt relieved. Luze and the girls were also worried earlier. Those 2 almost got away. Saint Chenyu said, good thing we killed them in the end. If they got away, it would be troublesome if a legion came. They might face a number of opponents they couldn't handle. Elder Nangong shook his head. Even if we kill the reinforcements now, the other races would notice the anomaly after we start taking over the territory of the Blade Demon race. The trouble by then would be difficult to deal with. Saint Lindong shook his head. We have no choice anyway. There is still some buffering time. We have to quickly improve during this period. Elder Lin smiled. Don't worry too much. With how fast Ze and the girls are cultivating, they would soon surpass us. We will have quite a lot of peak cosmic system states in the near future. Even if they want to get revenge, they have to consider it carefully. The elders smiled. Elder Nangong slapped Luze's shoulder again. Ze, work hard. We know you can do it. Luze. Luze felt burdened by the responsibility. There were at least 5 or 6 races. How would he hold up to that? The group waited again. This time, they waited for another day, but there were no more reinforcements. Elder Nangong frowned. They won't probably send another batch of support. Elder Lin agreed. The territory of the half-demon race is the farthest from this region. They would need some time to traverse space. Those 4 were probably the maximum number of reinforcements. For a cosmic system state civilization, peak cosmic system states were extremely rare. Their combat powers were at the pinnacle. The Blade Demon race and the human race didn't even have a peak cosmic system state before. Saint Chen Yu nodded. Let's return then. Lindong nodded. We need to plan carefully how we should take over the territory of the Blade Demon race. That was the biggest loot out of everything. It was a galaxy after all. Luze smiled. Elders, I'll take you guys back. I have space god art. It will be faster than other means. Elder Nangong agreed. On an asteroid not far from the battlefield, evil-eyed race Edka opened his eyes. He was still extremely weak. He looked around and felt stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Wait. He remembered seeing the grand light. He wanted to learn the knowledge within. However, he experienced a backlash and fell unconscious. So, they dumped him here instead. He got up. He still had some injuries, but he could move around. He flew towards the source of combat power. The place was empty. Did they finish fighting? They didn't even take him home after the battle. Wait. This wasn't right. If they were really done with the subjugation, the others should be in the human territory now. How about coming over and taking a look? At this moment, 2 beams stopped before him. One was a handsome man from the half-demon race and the other was a silver-skinned, purple-runed enchanting woman. The man from the half-demon race was a peak cosmic system state while the purple-runed woman was even stronger. The woman frowned. A cosmic cloud state power. The male from the half-demon race bowed. Lord, are you saying there is a cosmic cloud state here? The woman didn't respond. She curled her finger, and a strand of demonic flame and pale spirit light slowly gathered. They were much weaker, but they contained a cosmic cloud state power. The half-demon was taken aback. 2 cosmic cloud states? Why would there be 2 cosmic cloud states here? The woman waved the chi away. Following such, she turned around. Evil-eyed race. Edka was dazed. There were 2 cosmic cloud states here. It was a good thing they didn't bring him along then. Chapter 930, Stay low, stay low. Edka shuddered. This being originated from a cosmic cloud state powerful race. A prodigy from the demonic rune race. He could feel the formidable power from her body. Just a sliver of it made him shiver. She was a cosmic cloud state being. He quickly bowed. Evil-eyed race Edka greets your lordship. The female glanced at Edka and asked, do you know what happened here? Edka answered, I don't know too well. I just got here. The male from the half-demon race frowned. Didn't you sense the battle here? Cosmic cloud state battles were inherently intense. Even from a distance, a cosmic system state should be able to notice it. Edga's mouth twitched. To be honest, I fell unconscious before. The female prodigy. The male half-demon. The half-demon furrowed his brows. Why did you come here? Edga laughed it off. The Blade Demon race summoned us to conquer the human race. On the way here, there was an accident, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I was left on an asteroid. The purple-runed woman looked at the half-demon. Destroy the human race together? What kind of race is the human race? The half-demon answered, I heard some rumors about it. Anyway, the human race is merely a weak and budding cosmic system state race. Their powers are inferior. They don't even have a peak cosmic system state. We didn't take it seriously, so we just sent Hiraz and Jeremy. They should be strong enough to handle an insignificant race. Maybe they encountered a cosmic cloud state. The rescue signal was sent by either Hiraz or Jeremy. The purple-runed woman frowned. A race without even a peak cosmic system stat. Edka pointed in the direction of the Milky Way and said, Yes, Master. We studied the situation before proceeding with the war. Their galactic era is only 2,000 years old. The purple-runed woman looked towards the Milky Way. Since this was a race with only 2,000 years of history and without peak cosmic cloud states, they would definitely have nothing to do with this. After all, a cosmic cloud state battle occurred here. She looked at the empty scene and frowned. The cosmic realm is riddled with insectoid lairs. Cosmic cloud states are going around everywhere to annihilate them. It is no surprise they encountered one. They are just unlucky. She added, Okay, this thing ends here. The business of our master matters more. Although the half-demon wanted to check the Milky Way, he felt that her conclusion was more plausible. Moreover, their race didn't lack cosmic system states. Comparatively, their master's business was much more crucial than 2 cosmic system states. She was already giving him a lot of face by coming with him on this trip. He bowed. Yes, your lordship. Let's leave. Silver light flashed around the woman, and the 2 figures disappeared. Edka was dumbfounded. Wow! They just left like that? What about him then? He looked at the Milky Way. It looked as though there wasn't anything special with it. The human race probably didn't even know they were in danger. Damn, they are lucky. He looked around and then shuddered at the thought of the cosmic cloud state chi. He quickly ran back. At the human-controlled border, Luze and the girls had arrived at the base of Shenwu army. The commanders, who were anxiously waiting for them, beamed with excitement as they saw the group arrive. The elders were fine. This is too great. The elders had always been at the heart of the army and the people. If something happened to them, the foundation of the Federation might shake a little. He looked at Luze. He was indeed the monarch of the New Dawn. Were they the main participants in that terrifying battle? Just how strong was the monarch of the New Dawn now? He was very curious. He got up and saluted, Lords, monarch of the New Dawn, young dukes, welcome back. Luze and the girls relaxed after returning to the base. Elder Nangong smiled and waved his hand. Any updates while we were away? The commander answered, everything is normal. The insectoid lair has been destroyed. Elder Nangong nodded. Luze and the girls already informed them about this. That's good, keep monitoring the situation outside the border. Yes. Luze smiled. Elder, are we going back to planet Shenwu? The 4 elders nodded. It's time to organize the army and take our loot. They appeared here just to assuage the anxiety of everyone at the border and let them know they were fine. Luze smiled. Okay. With a flash of silver light, they disappeared again. Elf Cosmic Realm. In the void space extremely far from the Milky Way, spirit lights flashed like crumbling stars. Turbulent space storms were formed one by one. Clusters of insectoids and beings from the crystal race clashed. Extremely far away from the battlefield, there were even cosmic cloud states fighting. The battle was overly intense. Space vortexes were created nearby. Behind the insectoids, there were planetary-sized insectoid layers that filled the space. The dark red center planet emitted a terrifying chi. The space on the surface of this planet exhibited severe fluctuations. At the center of the planet, there was some kind of huge red queen insectoid. It opened its eyes. HSSS. Hearing this, the other massive insectoid queens also hissed. The void space was painted blood red. Thereafter, a star map appeared in all their minds. There was a red dot on there. The dot represented the Milky Way. The Queen broadcasted, 2 layers have been destroyed in this civilization. According to the intel, it's a cosmic system state civilization. Send 3, no, 5, no, 10 layers. Obliterate this civilization. Yes. Master. 10 black insectoid layers disappeared. On the battlefield, a 1.5 meter tall being from the crystal race formed a 10 centimeter long white spirit force ball. Go! The spirit force ball instantly struck the shell of a peak cosmic system state insectoid. The shell crumbled, and the spirit force went inside. Explode! Rumble! The insectoid was blasted apart. Light flashed on his head. Too weak. Another being from the crystal race who was holding a long crystal sword sliced a level 8 cosmic system state insectoid in half and said, "Brother Yilei, you are too strong. Your combat power should be at the cosmic system state now, right?" Yilei responded calmly, "Stay low, stay low. A cosmic cloud state combat power is nothing. I hope I can break through to the cosmic cloud state quickly. Then, I can finally kill insectoids in the cosmic realm." At this juncture, a terrifying force emerged. Everyone from the crystal race looked up. Yilei asked, "What are these insectoids doing again?" One crystal being said, 10 insectoid layers appear to be missing. Yilei nodded. "I saw it. Should we pursue them?" "Pursue my ass. It is not like cosmic cloud state insectoids ran away. Those old guys didn't give any orders. We'll deal with these layers first. It is actually good for us since the pressure is lessened." Chapter 931, Victory? What victory? Planet Shenmue. After Luze and the girls left, the soldiers and adventurers cleared up the mess left behind by the insectoids. Following such, they went back to their stations. At this moment, beams of light rose from the Shenmue army. People looked over immediately. What is going on? I don't know. Numerous powerful Shenmue army generals and soldiers suddenly appeared. Are there incoming enemies? The previous insectoid tide made them quite sensitive. Everyone was anxious and vigilant. After an hour, nothing seemed to have happened. Everyone was stunned. Nothing happened. But why did all those powerful people appear here? I don't know. At this point, Luze took the elders and the girls over. Immediately, everyone was taken aback. After a moment of silence, someone chanted, "This is great. The saints are okay. It must be because the monarch of the new dawn went to help." Cheers echoed throughout the planet and almost extended outside. Luze blushed. These people were too fervent. He could not help but feel embarrassed. The girls even threw teasing glances at him. Right then, Lu Xiun, Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang, and the Star States came over. They were very excited. Lu Xiun greeted, "It's so great to see you guys doing well." Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang grinned. "I knew you guys would be fine." The elders smiled. Elder Nangong said, "It's all thanks to Ze this time. Otherwise, there would be major changes. After all, the reinforcements arrived soon after. If those guys survived until their backup came, the situation would be problematic. Long before, Monarch of the New Dawn's talent made me sweat. Now even his power is far beyond us old guys, a white-haired high-level star state said. General Herald is right. The monarch of the New Dawn's talent and power make us feel ashamed of ourselves. With the monarch of the New Dawn around, the future of humanity is bright. The star states spouted all sorts of compliments. Luze felt so great about himself inside, but in order to maintain a mature image, he controlled his smile and pretended to be humble. The girls really wanted to laugh out loud since they knew him too well. What a pretentious man! Zuoqiu Sunzhuang said happily, Ze is amazing. He's a pillar of humanity at a young age. He's indeed my good son-in-law. Everyone's face stiffened. This woman was so shameless. This was all because she had a good daughter. She made it sound like it was all because of her. Why didn't they have such a nice daughter? No. They had to introduce their descendants to the monarch of the New Dawn at some time. With his talent, their children would definitely be extremely talented too. The elders wouldn't mind that, would they? Lu Xiun felt awkward. Before, he told the elders he would be giving Luze some cultivation resources. They wouldn't spill that, would they? No, he had to change the topic. Hence, he asked, by the way, elders, what did you guys encounter? Everyone looked over curiously. The elders weren't here when the insectoid lair emerged. Elder Nangong said, it's no big deal. The blade demon race, dark metal demon race, black smoke race, evil-eyed race, pale scale race, blood claw race, and half demon race teamed up to kill us. They probably covet our territory. What? There were 7 races in the list. This number of races formed an alliance just to destroy them. They must have made detailed plans to ensure the success of their goal. There would definitely be a lot of powerful beings. Yet, the 4 elders were perfectly fine facing such a group. This didn't make sense at all. 4 cosmic system states being ambushed by the cosmic system states of 7 races. They still appeared unscathed. This didn't seem to be real. Elder Nangong smiled. We were trapped by them at first. It was all thanks to Ze and the girls that we were able to break free. Everyone looked at each other. They realized they underestimated Luze again. He was able to save the 4 elders in front of the cosmic system states of 7 races. Just what kind of monster is he? Lu Xiun asked worriedly, elders, what if they retaliate? Even with Luze and the girls, we don't have enough cosmic system state power. The others also looked at Elder Nangong with concern. They felt the elders escaped a calamity, but it wasn't the end. Elder Nangong calmly waved his hand. Don't worry, they're all dead. Now, we're going out to plunder the territory of the Blade Demon race. The atmosphere ended up extremely silent. Are they all dead? Are they going to raid the Blade Demon territory? Lu Xiun's mouth twitched. Elder, what did you just say? Elder Nangong felt even better after seeing how shocked everyone was. This was the first major victory in 1,000 years. He smiled. I said, we're going out to take over the territory of the Blade Demon race now. As for those cosmic system states who came to hunt us, they're all dead. General Herald gasped. Lord Nangong, is it real? Countless humans had died in the war against the Blade Demons. And now? Did they win just like that? This was like a dream. If it was, he hoped he wouldn't wake up. Elder Nangong nodded seriously. We're triumphant. The cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race, including the Blade Demon King, are all dead. From now on, no one can stop us in the Blade Demon territory. Everyone let out a breath. Arg! One not too old star state roared in excitement. The other soldiers and adventurers were surprised. Is that general okay? He was yelling in front of the saints. Isn't he too cocky? Arg! We won. The next roar came until the planet was overrun by the voices of the star states. Chapter 932, Look at how caring I am. Translator, Dragon Boat Translation Editor, Dragon Boat Translation. The soldiers and adventurers looked at each other. Why are these commanders so excited all of a sudden? I don't know. Victory? What victory? Everyone was confused. The saints didn't stop the star states from making noises. Why? Just what happened? The star states roared and let out their emotions. Luze could see that some were even tearing up. Although they won in the end, the losses they suffered wouldn't be minor. Since they needed to develop and acquire resources, these things were unavoidable. Hopefully, those dead heroes would be able to see the humans take over the blade demons and grow stronger. Would that appease them? After a long while, Elder Nangong smiled. Okay, the excitement is over. We have things to do now. Everyone nodded seriously. Yes. Elder Nangong said, come with me to the meeting room and discuss how we will conquer the Blade Demon territory. The Blade Demon territory was vast than the human territory. The human race had enough high-level power, but the star states and those below didn't get a huge increase in numbers. They needed to plan well in annexing the Blade Demon territory while maintaining enough defense at their own territory. The limited amount of orbs hampered their plans. They were short of reliable middle power. The star states nodded. Meanwhile, Luze and the girls looked at each other. Luze, are we attending the meeting? Nangong Jing, no. Kai Uyuhesha, +1. Lin Ling, same. Lu Li, same. Alice, same. Alright then, no one wanted to attend something troublesome. Luze scratched his head and laughed it off. Elders, we'll just pass on this one. We still need to go back and cultivate. The elders. The star states. This guy was one of the top combat powers of the Federation, and yet, he didn't want to participate in such things. Luze let out an innocent expression. He wasn't good at participating in meetings. He really didn't want to do something bothersome. Instead, he might as well have Alice cook a feast for him. The elders looked at the girls who pretended to hear nothing. Their mouths twitched. They were beyond help. Never mind. Their essence had recovered. Perhaps they don't need to rely on these little guys to take charge. Elder Nangong said, in that case, go back and cultivate. After we are done negotiating, we'll notify you. Luze and the girls rejoiced. They tried to tone down their happiness. Luze nodded. Okay, Elder, we'll be going. He pulled the girls away with a flash of silver light. The crowd couldn't catch up with the speed at all. Everyone. The group returned to the cultivation building. They have spent the past half-year there. Of course, there was another reason. As soon as the girls came back, they saw the room filled with Starlight and Ying Ying sleeping on the ground. Kai Uyuhesha asked, why is Ying Ying here? They knew Ying Ying probably ate half of the insectoid lair, but they assumed she would still be at Planet White. Kai Uyuhesha went over and picked the little girl up. It's not good to sleep on the floor like this. The others surrounded Ying Ying and pinched her face. Ying Ying's little face frowned like she was having a nightmare. Luze explained, hee, you don't know this. When I just broke through, Ying Ying was sleeping with her face planted on the ground. If it weren't for me, she would still be in that position. I flipped her over, so she could sleep more comfortably. Look at how caring he was. The girls looked expressionlessly at the proud Luze. Right then, Luze felt something was amiss. He asked, what's wrong? The girls scoffed in anger. What is wrong? How dare you? Don't you have several beds from the round race in your storage ring? Are they all for us? How could you not let Ying Ying sleep more comfortably? They screeched as they started punching Luze. Arg! Half an hour later, Ying Ying was placed on the soft bed. Luze sat in the corner of the couch, feeling aggrieved. The girls threw him an occasional cold glance. Look at how much they spoiled the child. If Ying Ying grew up to be useless, it would be their fault. Alice smiled and got up. Okay, Senior, I'll cook for you. What do you want to eat? Sure enough, Alice was his little angel. He immediately ordered a number of dishes. More than 10 of them. Even before she could proceed to the kitchen, he almost began drooling. Alice cheekily saluted, received, little chef maid will go and prepare Senior's dishes. Following such, she dragged Lu Li and Lin Ling with her. An hour or so later, a feast of spirit dishes was set on the table. Luzi's eyes lit up after seeing all the tasty foods. Of course, Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing were no better. Alice giggled. Okay, let's eat. Luzi charged to the table and started devouring everything. Seeing this, Nangongjing complained, Hey! Zi, I want that drumstick. Little brother Luzi, I want you to feed me. Pfft, fox demon, you are shameless. Luzi, I want the cloud xi cake. Zi, I want it too. Senior. The meal was soon finished as they played around. Later on, everyone sat on the couch, patting their filled stomachs with satisfaction. Luzi smiled. This was really satisfying. If only he could eat this much every day. After some rest, it was night time already. Luzi recalled an issue and said, by the way, we are going to check out the 5th map today. The girls' smile immediately froze. Is it finally time to do it? Their faces became lifeless when they thought of the incoming pain. Luzi was used to it. In addition, he had experience in excavating new maps. After packing up the dishes and feeding Ying Ying, Luzi went out of the room and moved to one of the Dao enlightenment rooms. The 5 girls were there already. Ever since last time, they had been entering the pocket hunting dimension using the same room. They would only return to their own rooms after the pain subsided. Luzi sat down in the middle and smiled. Okay, let's begin. Chapter 933, Great Start. On the 3rd map, Luzi and the girls appeared at the familiar barren lands. The girls looked around curiously. Alice asked, Senior, is this the map prior to the 4th map? They hadn't been to the previous maps before. Luzi looked around and saw some yellow rabbits eating the grass. He recalled his first jungling encounter. Back then, he couldn't even beat rabbits. Now, they looked adorable grazing the land. Lin Ling raised a brow. These rabbits are very cute. They are just mortal evolution states. They look weak though. The others nodded in agreement. Luzi rolled his eyes. If they ventured into this region while they were mortal evolution states, such a thought wouldn't cross their minds. He smiled. Okay, let's get the stone buckets. They hadn't collected the spirit liquid from the stone cow overlord yet. Luzi planned to use the stone buckets from the golden apes to transport the liquid. Luzi teleported everyone next to the lake of wine. An intense wine aroma overwhelmed their senses. Nangongjing's eyes lit up immediately. She gulped down her saliva. There is so much wine. She excitedly rushed over and grabbed a bucket larger than herself. Without restraint, she gobbled down the alcohol. Witnessing such a scene, the golden apes grew furious. Someone shameless dared to intrude again and steal their wine. Roar! The golden apes charged at Luzi and the girls. Luzi raised a brow and let a portion of his cosmic system state chi slip out. The entire golden mountain started quaking. Instantly, the apes stopped in their tracks and knelt on the ground in terror. They went from furious apes to whimpering, pitiful baby monkeys. Luzi felt great. This was so much better than the last time he visited. He used wind god art to carry out more than 10 empty stone buckets. He looked at the enraptured Nangongjing and rolled his eyes. Time to leave. We got what we wanted. Nangongjing looked up at Luzi and pretended to be pitiful. Luzi. As such, he was forced to snatch 10 more stone buckets filled with golden fruit wine and put them into his mental force dimension. Okay, I'll give some to you once we leave the dimension. Ha ha ha, Ze is the best. Nangongjing jumped on Luze and gave him a kiss. The other girls looked at her speechlessly. Her addiction was beyond help. Following such, Luze brought everyone to the fourth map and found the cow overlord lair. They gathered all the spirit liquid and filled up 10 buckets smoothly. Luze smiled. Alice can use these to prepare some delectable dishes. He drooled. Alice nodded and smiled. She felt very satisfied. Her senior liked her food. Luze said, "Okay, time to step on the fifth map." Kaiulahesha smiled. "I wonder how long we can live this time." Everyone. Luli reprimanded, "Don't jinx us, Sister Hesha. Perhaps we can live until the end." Luli didn't even believe it herself. The group disappeared from the spot. They appeared at the border of the fourth and fifth maps. Standing at the top, they looked at the boundless desert. Sandstorms hid the skies. They also observed terrifying thunderstorms that caused the space to crack. The lightning flashed with gold light. They hadn't even entered the fifth map yet, but they already sensed many domineering auras. Luze urged, "Let's go." He went ahead of the girls. Immediately, his expression changed. His body suddenly dropped to the ground. The same thing happened to the girls. Lin Ling exclaimed, "The pressure here is way beyond our capabilities." With their power, even black holes wouldn't be able to affect them much, but here, it was hard to even fly. One could see how terrifying the suppression was. Luze raised a brow. "Let's go down." The group landed on the sand. The desert was boundless and empty. Luze reminded, "Be careful, conceal our chi and find the beasts." Right then, the group began their journey. Half an hour later, they didn't encounter any beast. Nangongjing asked, "Why are there no beasts around? It doesn't feel that dangerous as well. How is this possible?" Lin Ling looked around vigilantly but sensed nothing too. At this juncture, the sandstorm around them suddenly moved. They were like waves that kept spurring terrifying chi. There were 8 of them. Simultaneously, the sand formed sand blades and shot at the group. Screech! Luze boiled, ignited with spirit flames as the pale gloves appeared on his hands, forming 2 spirit flame fists. The fist punched towards the blades. Rumble! The sand nearby flew up and painted the clear sky yellow. At this moment, 8 figures charged out. It was a 2-meter-tall beetle with hideous claws and mouthpieces. The creatures had yellow shells. Strands of sand circulated around each beetle. Their formidable chi immediately bore down on the group. One was a level 4 cosmic system state, 2 were level 3, and the remaining 5 were level 1 and level 2. However, their kais weren't similar to those of ordinary cosmic system states outside. This level 4 cosmic system state chi was even a little stronger than Luze's. This was just a level 4 cosmic system state. HSS. At once, the beetles formed sand blades again and directed them at Luze. During this moment, Kaiulahesha's eyes flashed with pink light. The beetle's chi was suppressed. Then, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice used stone transformation divine art to slow the opponents down. Luze charged up with darkness buff, fire buff, and earth shocking blow. As he used all these god arts and divine arts, terrifying power was unleashed. The spirit force fist struck the sand blades and shattered them. In the next second, the remaining power landed on the level 4 cosmic system state beetles heavily. Nangongjing also used her golden fist force to help Luze stop the attacks of the other beetles. Rumble! The range of the shockwave affected 100 kilometers. HSS. Luze's fist force broke the level 4 cosmic system state beetle's shell. Crystal yellow blood gushed out. Getting injured, the beetle became more furious. The sand floating around it formed a yellow armor as more sand blades shot at Luze. Luze rushed over again and kept landing punches on its armor. The rumbling sound didn't stop. After a few minutes, a deep crack could be heard as Luze shattered the armor. The spirit force fist struck the back of the beetle heavily. Crack! Blood spilled out even more as the beetle became weak. 10 more fists rained down. Soon, Luze's punch penetrated the shell. It went inside its body, wiping its life force away. Luze was out of breath. He looked at the other beasts stalled by the girls. He charged up again. 10 seconds later, the darkness mist dissipated. Luze looked at the bodies with a pale face and panted. It wasn't as hard as he expected. They gathered the loot on the first try. This was a great start. Chapter 934 Sharks That Smell Blood. A few seconds later, all the bodies turned to dust, leaving drops on the ground. Luze looked at the drop of the level 4 Cosmic System State Beetle. He was taken aback. There were no more red and purple orbs. The beetle just left behind 5 drops of red liquid. They looked just like ordinary water drops. Even the size was the same. Intense spirit force seeped out from them. There were also 5 drops of purple liquid that were water drop sized too. They were glowing with purple light. Besides those, there were no other drops. The other beetles dropped the same resources, but the quantity was increasingly smaller depending on their cultivation level. The light was also dimmer. Luze didn't feel too good. That is it. Why are the resources so scarce? The girls were also disappointed. Nangongjing remarked, I thought there would be equipment. They should at least leave a god art orb behind. This beetle is too poor. The others nodded in agreement. They only had 1 weapon. They weren't fully equipped. Luze rolled his eyes. This is the weakest beast on this map. This drop is passable. Don't think too much. Equipment? They must be dreaming. He didn't even think about getting a piece of equipment as soon as they entered the map. Lin Ling asked in curiosity, did the orbs turn into liquid? Luze picked up 1 red drop. It felt like gel. A few seconds later, the drop disappeared and went into his mental force dimension. Luze raised a brow. How is it? Luze smiled. We'll know once we go out. Okay, gather them first. There was at least something though. With this, they could grow stronger and fight even more powerful beasts. Everyone collected the drop. Luze smiled. Let's continue. Nangongjing said, it seems the low-level beasts here aren't that strong. If we fight together, it should be fine. Indeed, if they teamed up, they could subdue beasts that were slightly stronger than they were. Even if they couldn't win, they could still escape. Luze felt his efficiency increase after the girls entered the dimension. The group continued forward. The environment on the map was harsh but still survivable. The group moved along the boundless desert while searching for prey. There was a terrifying chi shooting up in the distance from time to time. It made the group quite concerned. However, there were no other auras around them. Luze frowned. These beasts seem to have the habit of hiding. Don't they? He didn't detect any nearby beast at all. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. The Kais they sensed from the distance were at least level 7 or level 8 cosmic system states. There were quite some Kais that surpassed the cosmic system state. This level of beast wasn't something they could beat right now. Luze said, never mind, let's take it slowly. At least we can avoid those powerful beasts for now. At this moment, the space suddenly froze around them. They couldn't even lift a finger. The area they were at suddenly sunk down as a hideous mouth that was tens of meters wide appeared and engulfed them. Consequently, the entire group died. They woke up back in their rooms and sweated cold. They leaned against each other while trembling with pain. Alice cried out. So painful. Even Luze was shaking with a pale face. It hurt so much. His voice was shaky. I didn't expect such powerful beasts to hide too. This boss was too sneaky. Despite them trying their best to sense the surroundings, they still didn't notice anything amiss. In reality, they delivered themselves to the mouth of a boss. Lin Ling said, when I reach the cosmic system state, I might be able to see through something. Nangongjing said, Lin Ling, hurry up. We're going to rely on you. Half an hour later, the pain subsided. Then, Luze divided the red and purple liquids among them for cultivation. He sat on the couch and looked at the liquids. He chose to use a level 4 cosmic system state red liquid. His body should be able to handle it. The red liquid shot inside his body and turned into a vast energy tide. The terrifying power shook his cells. Luze's face instantly turned pale as he quivered. The power was so strong that blood seeped out of his body. He tried his best to digest the energy. A part of it went inside his cells and into the small asteroids. The light on the asteroids flashed and expanded. Another part strengthened his body. 9 hours later, the vast amount of energy had been digested. Luze opened his eyes as a red light flashed. He looked at the layer of scab on his body. Even his powerful constitution could barely handle it. The girls wouldn't be able to bear it definitely. Luze checked his progress. Although consuming liquid was very painful, it was extremely effective. At this rate, he would reach level 2 cosmic system state in a month. This was a level within the cosmic system state. Having such a speed among cosmic system states was inhuman. He wiped away the scab happily and left the room. After breakfast, the group sat next to Ying Ying's bed. Luze took out a level 4 cosmic system state red liquid. How effective is this liquid? Luze threw the red liquid onto Ying Ying's starlight, and it was soon digested. The starlight around her shone brighter. Ying Ying's face showed satisfaction. Kai Huyuhesha remarked, it seems to work quite well. Nangongjing said, but we don't have a lot. Keep the rest, Ze. We might not be able to get more today. It was too difficult to navigate on the 5th map. If they didn't get anything, it would delay their cultivation. Lu Li said, feed her with level 1 and level 2 cosmic system state ones first. They had more stock of those. Luze had the same thought. After feeding her, someone knocked on the door. Alice went to open it and found Zuoqiu Sunshang outside. She smiled and moved aside. Auntie Sunshang, why are you here? Zuoqiu Sunshang entered and saw Ying Ying on the bed. Ying Ying is sleeping. They didn't even know. Luze nodded. She was probably affected by the phenomenon. Zuoqiu Sunshang frowned. How long does she need to wake up? Luze replied, I am not sure. It can be a few days or a month. Ying Ying had slept over a month before, but now, the red orbs had evolved to red liquid. It should be more effective, so her sleeping period should lessen. Luze asked, what's wrong, Auntie Sunshang? Zuoqiu Sunshang said, we're going to the Blade Demon territory now. There will be enforcers coming over to carry out the agreement. Accidents will be unlikely, but just in case, it is best to have Ying Ying awake. Luze and the girls furrowed their brows. Nangongjing asked, Mom, when will the enforcers arrive? Zuoqiu Sunshang answered, there is an insectoid tide right now. They would take about a month or two. As long as we don't destroy the Blade Demon ancestral planet and leave some seeds for them, it should be fine. She then pointed, the problem is, however, with our current military power, even if we deploy everyone into the Blade Demon territory, it would still be a bit hard to control it completely within 2 months. Plus, if the cosmic system states of the other races near the Blade Demons realize they no longer have cosmic system states, they would probably want a share too. Luze and the girls frowned. The Blade Demon race was attempting a huge piece of cake after losing all their cosmic system states. They can't guard such an enormous galaxy. Chapter 935 Collaboration and Sharing. Luze asked, Anta Sun Huang, how did the discussion go yesterday? Zhuoqiu Sun Huang grinned. The Blade Demon territory is mostly close to us. Its other borders are all void space. However, the Pale Scale race and Evil-Eyed race aren't too far away either. If we start taking over the territory, those two races would notice it. She continued, they won't simply watch as we snatch all that resources. They would want to share too. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang cautioned, those two races are much stronger than the Blade Demon race. With our current power, it would be foolish to challenge both of those races at once. She also remarked, moreover, there are other races within the proximity too, albeit slightly far away. Of course, they would surely ask for a portion. Luze scratched his head. Why is it so hard? Can't the elders use their runes to scare them off? Zhuoqiu Sun Huang rolled her eyes. The Pale Scale race isn't inferior. The same goes for other races. They will only be deterred if there is a real cosmic cloud state being. Nangongjing said, we need at least a year to break through to the cosmic cloud state. It would be way too late by then. Luze and the girls understood their predicament. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang. A year to reach the cosmic cloud state from the cosmic system state. Despite the rapid rate, they were still not satisfied. What? However, she knew Nangongjing was right. By then, the resources would be depleted already. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang smiled. Don't worry. Although there are a few races close to the Blade Demons, we humans have our allies too. Lu Li asked, Anta Sun Huang, are you talking about asking the Round race, Barbarian race, and Winged race to aid us? Zhuoqiu Sun Huang nodded and smiled. The Barbarian race and Winged race are powerful cosmic system state races. With the Round race as well, the other races would have to think twice whether they could bear to steal away resources. Alice frowned. But we finally managed to kill the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race, and yet, we have to share the profits with the other three races. Isn't this a huge loss instead? The others nodded. The Blade Demon cosmic system states were all killed by humans after all. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang was taken aback. She rubbed Alice's head. You can't think of it that way. If we want to take the resources of the Blade Demon race for ourselves, we would need plenty of fleets to transport them. If other cosmic system states went to rob the fleets, how would we stop them? We only have a measly number of cosmic system states. We can't protect all the fleets. In that case, we wouldn't just be losing resources but also human soldiers. She added, if the other three races joined us, we would have enough cosmic system states, and the matter of safety during transport would be greatly secured. This is a win-win situation. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang smiled. There are too many races in the universe and some powerful races too. Unless it's a race at the very top, which race wouldn't have its own alliance? It's very hard to develop while fighting alone. Collaboration is crucial, so we can all develop properly. Necessary sharing would only deepen the bonds in the alliance. This is actually good for us. Luze nodded. They adhered to the same principle during the Earth era too. Those who could share and organize resources often lived better in society. Sometimes, giving was akin to sowing a seed of return. Nangongjing and the girls nodded. Luze smiled. Auntie, what do you need us to do then? Zhuoqiu Sun Huang patted Luze's shoulder. You guys are strong enough to guard an area now. The elders want you to help in taking over the Blade Demon resource points and protecting the resource ships. Luze smiled and nodded. No problem. Zhuoqiu Sun Huang said, although we four races will be there, those races from the demon realm might not easily give up. If someone wants to snatch our resources, then, break all their claws that dare reach for what is ours. Luze nodded. Don't worry. I know what to do. If they really pissed him off, he would use the summoning crystal and annihilate the entire population. Zuoqiu Sunshuang said, Okay, the elders are contacting the other 3 races. At the latest tomorrow, we will take off. Prepare yourselves. She looked at Ying Ying. Zi, try to wake Ying Ying up as soon as possible. Luze nodded. Zuoqiu Sunshuang glanced at the group and smiled. Then, I'll be going. Of course, she could tell what happened between all of them. The girls blushed but quickly glared at Luze. Luze. What did he do this time? At the door, Zuoqiu Sunshuang suddenly turned around and said, You guys need to try harder though. The elders asked me to urge you to give birth to your children quickly. Luze. The girls. Zuoqiu Sunshuang teased, Hee, bye. She slammed the door and left. The girls remained blushing. Luze excused himself. I think I need to wash the dishes. He ran off immediately. Lin Ling said, I'm going to cultivate. Me too. At the base of Shenwu Army, there was a spacious room made of dark blue alloy covered with silver runes. There were 4 silver stands that looked very advanced. The 4 elders were stepping on one stand, facing the other 3. Elder Nangong ordered, Contact them. He waved a golden light, and a spirit force shot into the bottom of the stand. The silver platform began to tremble as the silver runes flashed. Gradually, all the silver runes lit up in the room. They waited for a few minutes. Thereafter, 3 figures were projected on the other 3 stands. They were the barbarian race, winged race, and round race. When they looked at the 4 elders, they were taken aback for a moment. The being from the barbarian race exclaimed, Oh my barbarian god! Old Lin? You're still alive? I thought you were dead. The winged race was represented by a handsome purple-haired man. He gasped, Brother Lin, you're actually alive. He looked at Elder Nangong and the others. Brother Nangong, you guys really know how to keep a secret. The representative of the round race agreed. Elder Lin smiled. Brother Dazwang, Brother Marther, Brother Chu Li, long time no see. Just when the other 3 races were about to catch up, Elder Nangong faked a cough. Guys, let's catch up later. We have some important things to announce. The 3 beings looked over curiously. Man Dazwang said, Nangong, what is it that you need that you had to contact us 3 races? Is the insectoid tide very difficult to deal with on your side? Marther smiled. How many individuals do you need? Our insectoid tide isn't that serious. We are pretty much done clearing them. Chu Li's bouncy body jiggled as he smiled. The same is true for us. We still have some spare individuals who can aid you. From their perspective, that could be the only reason why the human race would contact them urgently. Elder Nangong's mouth twitched. These guys underestimated the humans too much. How could the mere insectoid tide distress them? He waved his hand. It's no big deal. It's just that we've killed all the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. We're planning to invite you guys to help us manage their resources. Chapter 936 Their Eyes. The 3 races. The room went dead silent. Man Dazwang's mouth twitched. What did you say, Nangong? All the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race were killed. How was it possible? The 4 elders felt great to witness their shocked expressions. This was what you get for underestimating the human race. Did you really think we were only kidding? Elder Nangong smiled. Are you 3 still stunned? I said we have killed all the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. Now, there are no Blade Demon authorities who can defend their territory. We can plunder and steal their resources. The 3 races. They looked at the elders in disbelief. Their hearts were beating fast. They were allies of the human race. Hence, they had also been in contact with the Blade Demon race. For the past millennia, the Blade Demons were far stronger than the humans. But now, all the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race were eliminated. This was like a dream. Now, the entire resources of the Blade Demon civilization were just left behind without someone to guard them. It was a beautiful and tasty cake that was ripe for the taking. Martha's voice trembled. Brother Nangong, are you serious? Are you really not playing around? Man Dazwang and Chu Li also gawked at Elder Nangong, fearing he would soon take back the words. Elder Nangong's face turned serious. This is true, of course. You guys know how many eyes would befall that territory after the top powers of the race are all eliminated. The human race has the closest proximity. Hence, the word hasn't gotten out yet. However, if we do the taking alone, our power won't be sufficient. Since there are benefits, then, of course, we are going to share them with our allies. He smiled before putting out the offer again. How about it? Are you guys in? The three blurted out, of course. All of them answered without hesitation this time. What a joke! They would be stupid to refuse. Elder Nangong smiled. In that case, let's talk about how we will divide our portions. The three representatives glanced at each other. Man Dazwang smiled. This is a big issue. I have to notify the race leader. Martha smiled as well. I have to notify our king too. Chu Li said, I need to ask our Grand Elder. Elder Nangong wasn't surprised. He simply returned the smile and nodded. The four races had collaborated like this many times before, just like the exploration of the ruins with the round race last time. They had been getting along well all because of the fair rules they adhere to. Barbarian Ancestral Planet, Barbarian God Planet. In the Barbarian God Palace, Man Dazwang left the silver platform. He took a deep breath and rubbed his excited face. Oh shit, the human race really earned big this time. He charged out of the room. The main stadium of the Barbarian God Palace had doors that were tens of meters tall. There were 5 armored barbarian race statues inside. See. These statues were stationary. They didn't seem to be alive, but there was terrifying chi emanating from them. Before the statue, there was a huge figure sitting there and cultivating. Man Dazwang appeared at the gates. His face turned pious as he slowly walked over. He bowed and relayed softly, Race leader, I have urgent news to report. The race leader slowly opened his eyes. There seemed to be stars within his deep blue eyes. There were wrinkles on his sturdy-looking face as well. The leader responded warmly, Dazwang, what is it that is so urgent? Man Dazwang answered with excitement, the human race has slain all the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. What? The leader of the barbarian race exclaimed. He jumped up from his cushion and looked at Man Dazwang in disbelief. Man Dazwang's mouth twitched. He knew his race leader too well. Each generation of race leader also carried the role of a grand priest, making them responsible for sacrifices to the barbarian god ancestor. Their chi didn't usually fluctuate. But in times of major events, this old man was more emotional than anyone. The leader of the barbarian race rushed him to explain everything. What happened? Tell me the details. Man Dazwang shrugged his neck and looked at the statues. Leader. We are forbidden to speak loudly in the palace. The leader glared at him. Nonsense. I'm the grand priest. I have not violated anything. Don't give me that bullshit, kid, alright? Our ancestors are magnanimous. How could they reproach us for something minor? Are you feeling itchy because I have not beaten you up for so long? Man Dazwang shivered. The leader's cultivation level was at peak cosmic system state, but his combat power after tens of thousands of years of accumulation had barely reached the cosmic cloud state. He was no match at all. Even if he could beat the leader, he still didn't dare to fight back. Man Dazwang quickly said, Nangong and his companions made an emergency call to us 3 races. They informed us about the death of the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. You know how a civilization without cosmic system states would garner attention. Hence, the humans want us to participate in taking the resources. How much the barbarian race will receive will be decided by you. The leader of the barbarian race frowned. Nangong and those kids? That weak human race has developed to this stage already. His eyes looked into space as he reminisced when those 4 kids went to the planet of the barbarian god, wanting to form an alliance. Man Dazwang saw his reaction and grinned. I didn't understand why you would form an alliance with such a weak race, but now, it seems your decision is always correct. Their race didn't do anything, but they could still earn much. This was major. Man Dazwang smiled. By the way, leader, why did you decide to form an alliance with the humans though? At first glance, there really wasn't anything special about the human race. Their weak strength wasn't something worthy of noting. The barbarian race had cosmic cloud states even before. Even though they only had cosmic system states now, they were still considered formidable among cosmic cloud state civilizations. The gap between the 2 races was worlds apart. The leader smiled. Their eyes. Their eyes. Man Dazwang didn't expect the answer. The leader smiled but didn't explain it further. He could still remember the 4 kids struggling in hardship and seeking a brighter future. Their firm eyes revealed their desire to lead the human race to prosperity. He smiled. Did those kids explain how they killed the cosmic system states? Man Dazwang was dumbfounded. He shook his head. We were all so shocked that we forgot to ask about that matter. The leaders smiled. Let's go and discuss how we will divide things. At the same time, the winged race and round race also notified their leaders. Planet Shenwu, Cultivation Building. Luze opened his eyes. His god art and divine art had all reached perfect mastery. Hence, he focused fully on improving his cultivation level. He looked at the time. He should be eating dinner now. In the resting room, Nangong Jing and Kaihuya Hesha were feeding red orbs to Ying Ying. After dinner, Luze smiled. Okay, it's time to hunt. Otherwise, we won't have enough cultivation resources. The girls answered lifelessly, yes. Chapter 937 There's good stuff. In the pocket hunting dimension. After venturing into the 5th map, the void dimension opened up a portal to the 5th map too. The group had their fun before proceeding to the 5th portal and landing in the desert. They concealed their chi and set out to look for monsters. Half an hour later, a rumbling sound echoed throughout the desert. Powerful chi sword. There were 12 opponents. 2 of them were level 4 cosmic system states and the rest were level 1 to level 3 cosmic system states. The surrounding sand formed sand blades and tore through space. They hacked at Luze and the girls. Luze and the girls were prepared for those types of ambush since yesterday. They immediately used their god arts and divine arts. There were more sand beetles than before. Their faces tensed up. Nangongjing turned golden. I'll stop a level 4 cosmic system state beetle with the fox demon for you. Hurry up and kill the other one. Kaihuya Hesha immediately used seduction god art and interfered with the chi of the level 4 cosmic system state beetle, as well as the other weaker beetles. Her energy was being rapidly depleted as she smiled at Luze. Little brother Luze, there are too many monsters. I can't maintain this for too long. Lu Li used her eternal darkness mist and forced out the hidden sand beetles to reveal themselves. She said with a serious face, then, Alice and I will help in impeding the other beetles. Alice nodded as she sent out fire clones. They charged towards the beetles. Lin Ling's eyes glowed as she scanned the opponent. I'll help Alice and Li. She held her wind spear and disappeared from the spot. Luze flew towards the other level 4 cosmic system state beetle. After the previous battle, he finally learned how the beetles attacked. He rapidly dodged their sand blades while closing in on them. HSS. The sand beetle swung its limbs and struck towards Luze. Sand spun around it and covered its body, acting like an armor. Luze used stone transformation divine art. His stone transformation divine art was stronger than Kaihulyuhesha's. He directed it on the beetle. Immediately, the beetle stiffened. Luze instantly rushed over with his fist burning with spirit flames. Complex runes appeared in the flame as a terrifying wave spread across all directions. Die! The spirit flames formed a fist as Luze punched towards the sand beetle's hideous mouthpiece. Rumble! The spirit flame fist turned into a beam. At this moment, the sand beetle struggled and closed its mouth. Rumble! The spirit flame fist struck its head, and an explosion rang throughout the dimension. A revolting howl could be heard too. Yellowish goo shot out. Luze didn't stop as he used the stone transformation divine art again. Kaihulyuhesha also used the stone transformation divine art. Her spirit force was consumed even faster. But as Luze's and Kaihulyuhesha's stone transformation divine arts were both applied to the sand beetle, its body stiffened even more. After the shockwave receded, the beetle's mouth was revealed to be dislocated. Yellow goo was dripping from it. The sand beetle struggled to break free, but Luze grinned wickedly. His gloves enhanced the earth-shocking blow as a terrifying power surged once again. The green wind spun around his body as he instantly neared the beetle. Luze bombarded the beetle with punches. Rumble! A few seconds later, the beetle's head was pulverized under his rain of attacks. As Luze watched the body fall. Before he could breathe out, there was another explosion. Luze turned around and saw Nangongjing being flung away by the other level 4 cosmic system state. She was covered in blood. Nangongjing's combat power wasn't weak. With the gloves equipped, she was strong even among level 7 cosmic system states. However, the level 4 cosmic system state beetle had a level 8 cosmic system state combat power. Even with Kaihulyuhesha present, it was too difficult for her to stall it. She was heavily injured with just one strike. The beetle roared and formed an energy ball. It threw it towards Nangongjing. Luze used his green shadow chant at full power and appeared before the energy ball to slap it away. The energy ball was pushed a few hundred kilometers away. It exploded. A 10-kilometer deep hole appeared in the desert. A cosmic system state attack could only leave this much damage. One could imagine how tough the sand was in this desert. Luze looked at Nangongjing. "Are you okay?" Nangongjing panted, and her serious injuries recovered rapidly under green and white light. She shook her head. "I'm fine. I just used a lot of energy." Luze grinned. "I'll get revenge for you." Nangongjing nodded. Luze burned his spirit force once again as he shot at the other level 4 cosmic system state beetle. The beetle also charged at Luze with sand surrounding its body. These armors made with sand were sturdy, but they forgot to cover their heads. Luze, Kaihulyuhesha, and Nangongjing all used stone transformation divine art. The beetle immediately froze midair. Luze approached it and threw another barrage of spirit flame punches. Rumble! Its head was blasted apart. After getting supercharged twice, Luze's face turned pale too. His body felt like jelly. Nangongjing and Kaihulyuhesha felt their drained spirit force. Theirs was weaker than Luze's. Hence, they could barely fly in the air. There was still another pile of sand beetles not yet dealt with yet. Linling and Alice were barely holding on. In just a few seconds, Linling was covered in wounds. There was only one fire clone left as well. A level 3 cosmic system state beetle went in front of Linling and hacked. Luze appeared before the beetle and punched its head. He flashed, and in less than a second, he eliminated all the remaining beetles. After the battle, Luze and the girls staggered to the ground. They looked at each other and saw their pale faces. Nevertheless, they put on a smile. Luze said, "This is the limit." If we encounter more beetles, we would probably die. The girls nodded. Luze smiled. But at least we have more resources than yesterday. The beetles had turned to dust, leaving drops behind. They glanced at them. They were surprised because other than the red and purple droplets, there was a yellow orb and yellow crystal. Chapter 938 New Equipment. There are other kinds of stuff, the girls rejoiced. The battle proved to be dangerous today. They were thrilled it was compensated by additional loot. They picked up the resources. There was an additional sand god art orb, as well as a yellow crystal. It looked like an equipment-bearing crystal. Kyohesha smiled. I wonder what is inside. Luze said, we'll know soon. The group nodded with hope. After gathering everything, Luze smiled. Okay, let's leave first. The recent battle was so intense. Things would be bad if other powerful beasts were attracted by the commotion. The group concealed their chi and continued flying in the air. After crossing a certain range, they stopped to recover their energies. There could be beasts jumping out of the sands at any time. Their power was too weak right now. Running around with their feet on the sand was risky. Half an hour later, the group completely recovered, and once again, they pushed forward with the journey of hunting. A few hours later, the group was surrounded by sand beetles again. This time, the most powerful beetle was only a level 3 cosmic system state. There were a lot of them, but the group wasn't phased at all. Luze killed each one with a punch. They acquired more red and purple droplets. However, there were no additional drops. Later on, Luze discovered that the strongest sand beetle they had encountered was a level 4 cosmic system state. They didn't see any other creatures past that level. He didn't know whether he just hadn't seen one yet, or this was merely the extent of their level. Another half an hour later of moving through the desert, the sand erupted. A terrifying chi shot up, causing their bodies to sink. A huge figure charged out from beneath the sands. It was a 4-meter-tall scorpion covered with a dense yellow shell. It had a dark green tail with traces of green mist around it. The group's expressions changed. Luze shouted, "Run!" It had a level 5 cosmic system state chi. It probably had a combat power of a level 9 cosmic system state. They could, at most, fight a beast with level 8 peak cosmic system state combat power. Even then, they might not even win. The sandstorm rapidly condensed and formed sharp sand arrows shooting at the group. These sand arrows were much stronger than the sand blades of the beetles. Luze could feel a lethal threat. At this juncture, all the girls used their stone transformation divine art at full power. Kyohesha used seduction god art as well. The sand arrows slowed down, and the scorpion's chi weakened. However, the gap between them was cosmos apart. The influence on the scorpion wasn't potent enough. Luze glowed with silver light and covered the girls. He wanted to flee with his space god art. However, the scorpion waved its pincers and roared. Luze immediately felt the restrictions in space. He couldn't connect with the space lines properly. He gritted his teeth and burned his spirit force. Finally, he managed to bring the girls along. Countless sand arrows pierced their previous location. HSS. The scorpion waved its pincers with dissatisfaction. At this moment, Luze and the girls appeared a few kilometers away. They looked at the scorpion as it returned a death glare. It was a little awkward. Damn, the space was bound. He couldn't even teleport far away. This was so hard. When would he meet another beast with space god art? The scorpion roared as its tail shot a dark green beam at the group. The beam was aimed at Alice. Luze immediately grabbed Alice and disappeared. They almost slid past the beam. Right then, the group felt a piercing pain. Their bodies felt deeply exhausted. The dizziness in their heads became increasingly agonizing. Nangongjing exclaimed, "It is poisonous." Dark green mist permeated the air where the beam shot past. Luze hurriedly said, "Grab onto me, and run." The girls immediately rushed over as Luze flew off in a gust of green wind. The girls all used stone transformation divine art to hinder the scorpion from following them. Fire buff. Darkness buff. Lightning travel divine art. Green shadow chant. Luze used everything he could to speed up the run without caring for how much spirit force he consumed. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a chance to use spirit force. All these factors combined made them faster than the scorpion. There was also the fact that their enemy didn't possess a speed god art. Every second, a few hundred kilometers distance was placed between the two. HSS. The scorpion shot another purple beam at them. Luze quickly dodged. After a minute, they had enough distance between them. The scorpion could no longer restrict the space around him. Luze smiled. "We got away." Their girls smiled excitedly. Just when Luze was about to use his space transmission, he suddenly felt a grey light flash on his right side. Before they could react, they already died. Back in their room, the group woke up and shivered in pain. Luze smiled bitterly. What was that? They didn't see what the creature was at all. Kyohesha said shakily, "That beast is definitely stronger than the scorpion." Everyone nodded. Death knocked on their door the moment its chi flashed. Alice complained, "The beasts in the fifth map are incredibly hard to defeat." Everyone fell silent. Indeed, all of the monsters were so strong. A random beast made them run for their lives. Luze said, "But we got a lot of resources today. More than the ones yesterday." Everyone smiled again. They each got 10 droplets of red and purple liquid at level 4 cosmic system state. 30 droplets each at level 3 cosmic system state red and purple liquid. There were more of those below such levels. They were enough for 4 to 5 days. In addition, there was a sand god art and earth crystal this time. After the pain subsided, Nangongjing was eager. "Ze, look at what is inside the earth crystal." Luze took it out and poured his mental force in. The crystal immediately began shining brightly. After the light dissipated, the crystal became transparent, and the contents were revealed. It was a pair of yellow war boots. Everyone smiled in surprise and joy. Kyohesha exclaimed, "It really is a piece of equipment." Li urged, "Luze, try them on. Check the attributes." Luze nodded. He used his mental force, and the crystal flowed into a beam of light towards his feet. At the same time, a set of information appeared in his mind. This pair of boots could increase his spirit force flow efficiency by about 5%. Great! This thing was precious. It could reduce his spirit force consumption, thereby helping his god art and divine art. It was much weaker than the pale gloves, but those gloves were dropped by an overlord after all. He was already very satisfied that an ordinary beast could at least drop something like this. Chapter 939 Peak Cosmic System State. How is it? The girls looked at Luze curiously. Luze answered, "It's not bad. It can increase spirit force flow efficiency and amplify combat power to a certain extent." In the next second, he shook his head. "It is a pity there is only one pair of boots. If it were a complete set, perhaps it would be very useful. By then, it might directly increase his combat power level. Accordingly, he would have a level 9 cosmic system state combat power." The girls rolled their eyes. "This is very good already. Why are you not satisfied? Maybe we would get better ones next time." Luze nodded and then said, "Take some spirit liquid and cultivate." After they split off, Luze decided to use the sand god art orb. It turned into a yellow beam and invaded his body. Luze could suddenly feel himself turning into sand and crumbling apart. Knowledge flowed into his brain. It was sand god art. Luze used a level 4 cosmic system state purple droplet and a blue crystal before beginning to learn the god art. The sand god art, like the rock god art, was a branch of earth god art. With earth god art as the foundation, the sand god art wasn't that hard to learn. Luze soon became immersed in comprehending it. As he learned more, his earth god art grew stronger too. Time passed by. 8 hours later, there was some kind of thin sand layer around Luze. When he opened his eyes, the sand robe slowly dissipated. Luze stretched out. The cosmic system state god art was indeed quite useful, but there was no accompanying divine art. Luze shook his head. Those beasts that carried divine art orbs were either super beasts or overlords. It was hard to acquire divine arts in the meantime. Luze went to the resting room. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were already there. As usual, Alice and her 2 companions were cooking breakfast. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were feeding Ying Ying, but by the looks of it, the little girl would still need some time to wake up. Luze went over to feed her too. Soon, the cooking trio brought out the dishes. As they were eating, someone knocked on the door again. Nangongjing said, "It's probably my mother." Lin Ling went to the door. It was indeed Zuoqiu Sun's Huang. Lin Ling smiled. "Auntie Sun's Huang, you're here. Do you want to have breakfast together?" Zuoqiu Sun's Huang. These kids were really taking it easy. They even had the time to eat breakfast. With their cultivation level, they rarely had spirit food, unlike these kids. She was going to reject the offer, but then, she sensed the intense aroma. She gulped down some saliva and nodded. "Okay, I'll have a bit." Zuoqiu Sun's Huang had some slices of cake and smiled. "Get ready, the powerful beings from the other 3 races are coming. We're planning to leave soon." Luze and the girls nodded. Nangongjing asked, "Mom, how did the negotiation go?" Zuoqiu Sun's Huang smiled. "Because we killed all the Blade Demon cosmic system states by ourselves, we get a 50% share first. The remaining portion will be distributed based on contribution." This was quite a lot already. They were entitled to 50%. Then, they will divide the rest as well. After finishing breakfast, Zuoqiu Sun's Huang smiled. "All right, the elders are waiting for the other 3 races at the headquarters. Let us head there first." She added, "There would be some high levels from the 3 races coming over. You guys are the representatives of the new generation of the human race. Watch your image and don't make us lose face." Nangongjing rolled her eyes. "I know, Mom. Don't worry." Zuoqiu Sun's Huang nodded and took the group away. Shenwu Army Headquarters. There was a large space underground that was a few kilometers wide. Zuoqiu Sun Shuang's and Luze's group entered. The elders and a portion of the high-level star state beings were already waiting. Elder Nangong waved at Luze and the girls. "Ze, come over, the guests have arrived." Luze and the girls flew next to the elders. The star states weren't bothered at all since Luze's group already had a cosmic system state power. Just their contribution alone would elevate their status to this degree. Everyone stayed silent as they watched the empty space ahead. At this point, the space fluctuated. Silver light filled the area. When the light disappeared, more than 100 figures appeared. The tallest was a 10-meter tall being. It was the barbarian race. Luze was shocked. This time, there were 6 peak cosmic system states from the barbarian race. The others were level 5 cosmic system states or above. There were over 80 of them around. Is the barbarian race this strong? This wouldn't be all of their cosmic system states too. It might not even be half. Mankun had said it before. Their race used to be a cosmic cloud state civilization. Even though they fell back to the cosmic system state, their power was unbelievably strong. Much stronger than the human race. There were also a few star states and planetary states. Luze saw Mankun and Manchu. Luze didn't expect them to come over since they were only planetary states. The barbarians approached the humans. The leader was a 10-meter-tall peak cosmic system state. He wore full black combat armor. He smiled. "Kid Nangong, long time no see." Before he could finish, he suddenly stared at the four elders in disbelief. The other barbarians were confused about why he suddenly stopped talking. At this moment, the other 5 peak cosmic system states also seemed to have noticed this and gawked at the elders like they were ghosts. What was going on? Their 6 elders stopped talking. The leading elder exclaimed, "Oh my! A peak cosmic system state! All 4 of you reached the peak cosmic system state." The other cosmic system states stared at the 4 in disbelief. They tried to verify it, but they sensed the cultivation level of the 4 human elders. Mandali was astonished. He saw these elders a year or so ago. They were still level 7 cosmic system states back then. Chapter 940 Imagination could be deadly. Elder Man Yi, even though we have concealed our chi, we still can't hide it from you. Elder Nangong smiled. The barbarians gasped. Did this mean they admitted it? They were really peak cosmic system states? All 4 of them. At this moment, with another flash of silver light, nearly 100 beings from the winged race arrived. Luze noticed they also had a lot of cosmic system states. There were 4 peak cosmic system states and 70 or so other cosmic system states. They also brought some star states and planetary states with them. Luze saw Eddie and Brenda among the crowd. They sensed the strange mood in the room. Their leader had clear white wings with golden hair. She was extraordinarily beautiful. She asked with a tone of elegance, "What happened to you guys? Did something happen?" But when she saw the 4 elders, she opened her mouth in shock. The other 3 peak cosmic system states from the winged race sensed it immediately too. They were stunned. Peak cosmic system states? You guys are peak cosmic system states. The other members of the winged race were astonished, especially Doris, who went to the East Realm gathering with them. Aren't they just level 7 cosmic system states before? Did they use a cheat or something? Right then, following the flash of another silver light, the round race appeared. They were a young race, but they were still a bit stronger than the human race. The strongest representative they sent was a level 8 cosmic system state. They only had 7 cosmic system states. The rest were 4 star states and 2 planetary states. The planetary states were Chiulun and Chiulin. They also noticed the strange atmosphere too. Their leader looked at everyone and asked, "What is going on?" He was just a level 8 cosmic system state, so he couldn't sense Elder Nangong's chi. Man Yi's mouth twitched. "Chuji, kid, you are the representative this time." Chuji smiled and nodded. "Elder Man Yi, long time no see." Then, he asked, "Elder Man Yi, what happened? Did the blade demons stir up trouble again?" Man Yi's mouth twitched. "Nothing much. The human elders actually reached the peak cosmic system state recently. We are just a little surprised." The round race was taken aback. They tried to sense Elder Nangong's chi, only to realize they couldn't at all. Chuji gasped. "Nangong, did you really break through to the peak cosmic system state?" Elder Nangong smiled. "We were just lucky." Deep inside, he felt great. He won some glory for the human race this time. A peak cosmic system state was a standard in cosmic system state civilizations. All of the developments represented the acceptability of the human race's power. Man Yi frowned and asked, "Nangong, kid, I remember you guys were forcefully brought to cosmic system state with the elf race's tree of life? Your essence should be damaged now. How could you complete another breakthrough?" The others looked over. Elder Nangong smiled. "Elder Man Yi, I wonder whether you have heard about the absurdly talented prodigy of the human race." The other races stared at the scene until something dawned on them. Man Yi asked, "Nangong, kid, are you saying Luze's master repaired your essence?" The other three races were deceived into thinking everything was attributable to Luze's master. When Elder Nangong relayed this excuse to Mandali, he calculated the latter's inability to keep the matter quiet. This news was too important. In fact, the three races felt that the reason why the human race could annihilate all of the Blade Demon race's cosmic system states was probably due to the backing of Luze's master. Man Yi said, to repair a cosmic system state's essence, it has to be a near-cosmic realm state treasure or a cosmic realm state repairing it personally. Could it be? Everyone gasped. Is Luze's master a cosmic realm state? Or, at the very least, he is a peak cosmic cloud state. He must be extremely wealthy too. Luze. The girls, they held back their laughter, trying hard to keep a straight face. Elder doesn't even need to find an excuse now. This barbarian master established it for them. His imagination was too rich. Imagination could be deadly. Elder Nangong smiled. Indeed. Ze's master repaired our essence. Moreover, we have accumulated experience over all these years. That is what let us break through to the cosmic system state in a short while. The three races took in a cold breath. Peak cosmic cloud state or even cosmic realm state. The human race was this lucky. Martha looked around. It appeared as though there was something he wanted to say. She wanted Elder Nangong to introduce the mysterious master. It would be beneficial to be connected with a peak cosmic cloud state or a cosmic realm state. But it was hard to voice it out. The other cosmic system states all thought of the same thing, but they weren't bold enough to demand it. At this moment, Martha's eyes lit up. Little Nangong, where is that youth of yours? I heard Brenda said his talent was extremely great. I'm very curious to see that youth who was taken care of by that master. The others immediately had the same idea. They could form connections with the disciple first. Man Yi smiled. Yes, where is that youth? I'm very curious about that kid too. He looked at the humans present and stopped at Luze and the girls, as well as Lu Xiun. He declared with surprise, these little guys are cosmic system states too? The new generation of the human race has grown? Not bad. Before he could finish, he heard a few exclamations behind him. Luze? A cosmic system state. Man Yi. Chapter 941. They're actually a cosmic realm state race, right? Man Yi looked around and saw Mandali, including Mankun and Manchu, who looked at the humans as though they saw a ghost. Some of the youths of the winged race and round race also had the same reactions. It was as though they saw something unbelievable. Those planetary state prodigies who knew Luze were completely dumbfounded. This guy was a cosmic system state already. This must be a joke, right? This was too absurd. It had only been a year though. The last time they saw him, he was only a planetary state. The other three races who didn't know Luze realized what was going on. That human prodigy Luze was now a cosmic system state. Their skins crawled. This was too terrifying. Luze felt awkward being the center of attention. Elder Nangong pointed at him and introduced, fellow elders, this kid is Luze. He is the strongest prodigy of the human race. Elder Nangong announced it with pride. The other three elders and the star states were also proud. Luze's talent was the cream of the crop, even in the entire elf cosmic realm. Prodigies of a cosmic cloud state civilization probably couldn't even compare to Luze. Man Yi and his group looked at Luze in disbelief. Luze's cultivation level was too outrageous. Man Yi's mouth twitched. He's indeed the worthy disciple selected by the master. Otherwise, how could he reach the cosmic system state so quickly? Martha smiled. Little Nangong, if Luze wasn't talented enough, perhaps that master wouldn't favor him that much. It's all because of how talented Luze is. The others agreed. Why aren't they lucky enough to have a prodigy that a great master would favor? Elder Nangong smiled. Elder Martha, the kid is just lucky. Man Yi shook his head. Okay, we didn't come here to chat. Get ready to move. Luze wasn't their prodigy, so they could only admire him. Luckily, they were allies with the human race, so they could still gain some benefits. Elder Nangong nodded. His face turned serious. Our human fleets are ready. The important resource locations are marked. We just need everyone to protect the transport ships and annihilate the rest of the Blade Demon race. The others nodded. Elder Nangong added, there are thousands of precious resource points in the Blade Demon region. There are over 100 most abundant ones. We can divide those. Peak Cosmic System States and Level 8 Cosmic System States, protect a fleet. The others, follow the Peak and Level 8 Cosmic System States. How about it? Man Yi smiled. You humans know the Blade Demons the best. You guys should decide. We brought 6 Peak Cosmic System States and 10 Level 8 Cosmic System States. We can protect a total of 16 fleets. Martha smiled. We have 4 Peak Cosmic System States and 8 Level 8 Cosmic System States. We can protect 12 fleets. Chuji's mouth twitched. Our race isn't strong. I'm the lone Level 8 Cosmic System State. I can only protect 1 fleet. The round race was a budding race too. Only their leader was a Peak Cosmic System State, but he needed to provide protection. Elder Nangong smiled. The human race can protect 5 fleets. In that case, there would be 34 fleets secured in total. We need to hurry and excavate the wealthiest sites. Wait. Man Yi asked, you 4 have Peak Cosmic System State power, so you can only guard 4. Why did you say 5? Elder Nangong explained, Luze's combat power is pretty much equivalent to a Level 8 Cosmic System State. He can guard 1 of the fleets. The 3 races were taken aback once more. Luze stood quietly. A Level 8 Cosmic System State combat power. His cultivation level is only at Level 1 Cosmic System State though. How is this possible? Man Yi's mouth twitched. Nangong, are you serious? Elder Nangong nodded and smiled. Ze is our strongest prodigy. If I'm not confident, how could I let him take the risk? Those guarding the ship might be ambushed. They wouldn't be able to survive until the reinforcements arrive if they weren't strong enough. The other 3 races understood this, but having a Level 8 Cosmic System State combat power at Level 1 Cosmic System State was ludicrous. Did the elf race princess possess such insane ability too? Maybe the human race only pretended to be weak. They were a Cosmic Realm State race, right? Elder Nangong smiled. Do you guys have any more questions? Man Yi grinned. We are good. The winged race is good too. The round race is good as well. Elder Nangong nodded and smiled. Seek support if you can't beat the attacks. The others nodded. After everyone split up, they went to the surface. Elder Nangong brought everyone to the transporter ships of the Shenwu army. There were packed fleets waiting. Elder Nangong said genuinely, these are our human soldiers. I hope everyone can protect them. The others nodded. Following such, each picked a fleet and entered the main ship. Luze and the girls chose to board the same fleet of course. Other than them, 2 Level 7 Cosmic System States from the barbarian race Mankun and Manchiu, 2 Level 7 Cosmic System States from the winged race Eddie and Brenda, including a Level 6 Cosmic System State from the round race Chu Lun and Chu Lin joined the party. All the other 3 races sent over their prodigies who knew Luze clearly, so they could get along better. Luze didn't mind. He was friends with them. That wouldn't change even if their cultivation level differed. Whether he was inferior or superior to them was immaterial. It was meaningless to him anyway. He didn't have friends just to profit off them. He provided all his own resources. As everyone boarded the fleets, they soon took off. Chapter 942 The Meaning of Living. On the main ship, in the transport fleet. A group of Shenwu army soldiers was already waiting for Luze's group as the latter boarded the vehicle. All of the soldiers saluted, "Greetings, monarch of the new dawn and young dukes." Every soldier in the area looked at Luze and the girls with excitement and admiration. Since they had remained in the planet for a while, they were privy to the breakthrough of the group to the cosmic system state. Moreover, they were aware Luze managed to instantly kill a level 7 cosmic system state insectoid. He even helped the saints to kill the cosmic system states of the Blade Demon race. Now, they were going to the territory of Blade Demons. One could imagine how strong Luze was currently. He was strong even among cosmic system states. In addition, Luze had made several great contributions to the human race. Hence, the soldiers were naturally very respectful towards him. Luze nodded and smiled. "Thank you. Take us to our rooms, please. It would take a few days to reach the territory of Blade Demons." The leader of the soldiers nodded. "It has been prepared. Please follow me." Along the way, all the soldiers they passed by appeared giddy. This was Monarch of the New Dawn in person. Soon, they arrived at the resting area. Luze and the girls had one suite reserved to them, while the Winged race, Barbarian race, and Round race each had their own suites. The environment was peaceful. After settling everyone down, the commander left. The group sat down on the couch. There were just 3 resting rooms, but to them, one room was enough. Bathrooms and kitchens were also provided. It was rather simple, but the group didn't have any complaints. Clearly, this place was specially prepared for them. Luze smiled. "You guys, wait here, I'll bring Ying Ying over." There were other 3 races present, so they couldn't openly bring her over. Luze needed to use his own space transmission to transport her. The girls agreed. They didn't feel safe leaving Ying Ying alone in the cultivation building, even though ordinary people couldn't touch her while she was sleeping. Luze disappeared from the spot. In the next second, he appeared in the cultivation building. Ying Ying was still sleeping. The starlight she emitted lit up the room. Luze rubbed her little round face before taking her away. Upon seeing Ying Ying, the girls rushed over. After playing with her face for a while, they left her in a room and fed her some orbs. It was almost midday. Luze looked at Alice. "Alice, I'm hungry." Alice nodded. "We'll cook for you, Senior." Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling went into the kitchen to prepare the food, while Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha sat on the couch to chat and play around. At this moment, someone knocked on their door. Nangongjing quickly composed herself and glared at Luze. Meanwhile, Kaiyuhesha fixed her clothes and threw seductive glances at Luze. Luze felt as though he couldn't hold. He coughed it off. "Stop, someone is here." Nangongjing rolled her eyes. "It is definitely Brenda, Manchu, and the others." Luze went to open the door. Indeed, Mankun, Manchu, Eddie, Brenda, Chulun, and Chulin were standing outside the door. They appeared to be nervous to face Luze. The current him was vastly different from before. After all, he was already a cosmic system state. They could sense the pressure he exuded. Luze noticed their reaction and grinned. "You guys came at just the right time. We were about to eat. Let us eat together. It would be pointless if people just grew stronger and stronger, only to lose their sense of humanity. By then, life will be devoid of pleasure." Luze did not want a scenario like that. If he really treats everything as insects and behaves coldly, what is the point of eternal life? The group was taken aback but was soon smiling. Everyone felt assured. At least, Luze wasn't indifferent to them after becoming strong. It felt touching. They went through life and death together. Mankun grinned. "We won't be too polite then. I brought some specialties of the barbarian race. Have a taste later." Luze's eyes lit up immediately as he patted Mankun. Great, pal. He was extremely touched. Chulin showed an adorable smile. I have some nice treats from the round race. Have them together. Eddie looked up. In that case, I have brought some of the winged race's food too. Luze felt blissful. He hadn't tried the food of the winged race and barbarian race yet. Slurp. Luze opened the door widely and urged the group to enter. They sat on the couch. However, due to the large sizes of Mankun and Manchu, the two could only sit on the ground. Mankun and the others stared at Luze without blinking. After a while, Mankun sighed. Ze, I didn't expect you to get this far ahead of us in just a year. Chulun nodded. At the 4-race social, you were already strong, but we could still see the difference. Now, we can't even fathom the gap between us. Eddie's mouth twitched. His little goal was to surpass Luze. But now, it seemed foolish. He would probably never get to achieve it in his life. They already heard Luze had a level 8 cosmic system state combat power. It was quite amazing if he could ever achieve that in his own lifetime. The winged race, after surviving for 220,000 years, only had a few hundred cosmic system states. Eddie's heart ached. Luze scratched his head. It is only so-so. I still feel I am weak. After all, there were still cosmic cloud states and cosmic realm states, as well as even stronger opponents. Luze didn't even know what the limit was. Everyone. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha agreed with him. Indeed, they are still inferior. Manchu looked curiously at the two. By the way, Jing and Hesha, what are your current combat powers? Do you feel a bit pressured knowing Luze is unbelievably strong? The other girls smirked since they could tell what happened between the girls and Luze. On the other hand, the two girls blushed. Following such, Nangongjing grinned. I'm a cosmic system state too now, okay? Although this guy is stronger than us, there is a limit to that. Kaiyuhesha smiled. I'm a cosmic system state too. Everyone. Brenda exclaimed, how could you two be cosmic system states too? Nangongjing Ze's master thinks we're all talented so he taught us too. Luze nodded. Chapter 943. Do you need to be that happy about this little progress? The other race prodigies looked at each other strangely. They were quite envious. Even Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were at the cosmic system state. Manchu and Brenda were on par with Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha at the 4-race social. Yet now, the difference in power was so huge. At this moment, Alice and the girls came out of the kitchen holding spiritual food. The intense aroma immediately caught everyone's attention. There was also an intense spiritual force coming from it other than the aroma. Luze and the girls used planetary state or even star state ingredients. Alice's cooking skills also improved. However, these foods could only make them happy. Only cosmic system state ingredients could help them progress. But, it wasn't the same for the others. These were huge supplements to them. Mankun and the group gasped. These spiritual foods are so high level. Eddie exclaimed. Luze grinned. Not just that, they're very delicious too. Have a try. Alice said, time to eat. If it was just the girls, Luze would have charged up already, but since there were guests here, he had to be polite. The prodigies got up and came to the table. They were swallowing down their saliva as they stared at the food. They just came here to socialize with Luze and the girls, due to not seeing them for quite a while, and they could get such an opportunity. This spiritual food was quite a fortune to them. Mankun and Manchu were still nearly 2 meters tall after sitting on the ground. Mankun gave Luze a storage ring. I've brought quite some good food and ingredients from the barbarian race too. Have a try, Ze. Luze smiled. Okay, I'll take it. He thought it would just be food, but there were ingredients too. He checked the storage ring and it was filled up. It seemed Man Kun especially went to prepare for this. Chu Lin smiled and passed a storage ring too. Zi, you seemed to quite like the food of our race last time. I've prepared some ingredients and recipes. You can try cooking yourselves. Alice's eyes lighted up before Luze could speak. There are recipes. Chu Lin smiled and nodded. Alice looked at Luze. Senior. Luze rubbed Alice's head and took the storage ring. Thank you, Lin. Alice loves these spiritual food recipes. Chu Lin smiled. No problem, if there's not enough, I'll get people to find more. He was quite excited. If Luze liked the others and it was just some recipes, he could give them without a worry. Eddie and Man Kun looked at each other. Damn, Chu Lin was quite smart. They were quite familiar with Luze and the girls. They knew Luze and the girls loved eating good food. Therefore, before they came, they prepared a lot of ingredients and cooked food. They didn't think about bringing the recipes. Eddie's mouth twitched and took out a storage ring. There is some good food and ingredients of the winged race. Have a try. Since Alice likes recipes, then I'll get people to find some too. Man Kun nodded. Me too. Alice's eyes were glowing. She nodded. Thank you, Brother Eddie and Man Kun. She could search for more great foods with that. This was her hobby and also because seniors liked it. Luze felt great seeing how happy Alice was. He smiled and said, let's try Alice's cooking. Then, he took out a bottle of golden fruit wine. The aroma overflowed and shocked the prodigies. Luze smiled. My master gave me this wine. It's quite delicious. Luze couldn't be stingy since they were so generous. The golden fruit wine was no longer useful to them. It was Nangongjing's favorite wine as this was the best wine she could drink. Of course, the elders loved this too. They asked for a few stone buckets before. After all, the alcoholics didn't want to share with the elders so they had to come asking for it from him. The wine was still effective for Man Kun and the group. Luze poured them a cup. Try it. They looked at the golden liquid. Man Kun was the first to finish the cup. As soon as he did, he was dazed. Manchu was a bit worried. Kun? Are you okay? Eddie and others were confused too. It was just a cup. Was he already drunk? Luze and the girls knew that the golden fruit wine had the greatest effect on physical supernatural powers. Most barbarians had supernatural powers. Man Kun's barbaric body seemed supernatural. Did it stimulate his physical supernatural powers? Man Kun's face flushed with joy. He closed his eyes and a faint golden and bronze ray circulated his body. Bronze lines started appearing. His bronze lines started to rapidly strengthen. Sensing this, Luze raised a brow as spirit flames expanded in the space. A dimension of a few kilometers wide was created and they all came inside. If he doesn't control this, his room will be ruined. Manchu's eyes bulged. Barbarian supernatural body is growing stronger? How is this possible? It was just one cup. Moments later, the bronze lines stopped increasing. Man Kun opened his eyes and rejoiced. My barbarian supernatural body grew stronger. This was his most barbarian supernatural body. His combat power had quite a great improvement after that. Everyone was dazzled. Just one cup and it was this terrifying? He got up and hammered his chest. A great favor doesn't need to be thanked in words. If you need me for anything in the future, just ask. Luze smiled. If there is anything, I will. This wine was abundant in the third map and the apes kept making them. He just needed to go grab them after they were out. He looked at the others who seemed keen to try and smiled. You guys can try too. The rest of them couldn't wait to finish their wine. Immediately, everyone glowed goldenly. They were all prodigies and had basic barbarian king bodies. It was just a matter of power. Manchu's bronze skin color deepened. Everyone had quite some improvements. Luze smiled. Okay, let's eat. It was just a little bit of improvement. Did they need to be this happy? Chapter 944 Familiar God Art? The prodigies didn't have high cultivation levels, but the spirit food level was high. They also had the golden fruit wine. Therefore, they couldn't eat any more after just taking a few bites. Luze and the girls finished off the rest. Seeing how Luze and the girls ate the food like it was an ordinary meal, they almost cried. They wished their spirit force storage ability was stronger. These foods were just ordinary food to Luze and the girls, but now, these were precious cultivation resources. After dinner, the group chatted for a while. Man-kun and the group left the suite to go cultivate. They couldn't store the spirit food and spirit force for long. Luze and the girls cleaned up the room. The bed couldn't fit 6 people, so Luze changed it into a round race bed. The group sat down and started cultivating. Soon, it was nighttime. The group had dinner and entered the pocket hunting dimension. They were back in that boundless desert. As soon as they appeared, they concealed there. Chi. They were still too weak on this map. Then, the group started searching for prey. Half an hour later, they sensed some chi moving rapidly. It wasn't very far from them. This terrifying chi was at least level 8 cosmic system state or even peak state beast. Luze quickly said, "Let's hide." The girls nodded and buried themselves in the sand. They just peeped out their eyes to observe the situation. They would fight such a boss in the future. It was better to see what it was. Soon, the dust raised. Luze and the girls were dazed. They saw a 1,000-meter-long, yellow-scaled snake in the air a few hundred kilometers away. Sandstorms started with the twist of the snake's body. It painted the entire horizon yellow. At this moment, the snake suddenly stopped. Luze and the girls wondered if they were caught. Roar! Suddenly, the snake roared in another direction. Then, they sensed 2 kais appeared. Sand waves toppled the skies in the distance. 2 scorpions wrapped in sand flew towards the python. The 2 scorpions snarled and tried to break free from the confinement of the sand, but it was useless. They shot out dark green rays from their tails. The beams shot onto the snake and a dark green mist covered the snake. However, it was completely futile. Eventually, the snake bit down and ate the 2 scorpions. Luze's group swallowed some saliva. Was it that terrifying? The 2 scorpions were level 6 cosmic system states. They couldn't even beat one now. Yet, these 2 scorpions were so weak compared to the snake. If they were caught, they wouldn't even be able to run. They were quite scared. After eating the 2 scorpions, the snake hissed with satisfaction before flying off into the distance. Luze and the girls breathed easy. They weren't caught. At this moment, golden lightning flashed before their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, that snake was fried black. It seemed to be completely cooked. Its body was held by an eagle with a wingspan of over 1,000 meters. The eagle was golden and had a golden horn on top of its head. There seemed to be terrifying lightning brewing inside. There was also golden lightning crackling around its body. Luze and the girls didn't even dare to breathe. Oh my god! It was a cosmic cloud state boss. The chi it emitted was a cosmic cloud state for sure. It just reached cosmic cloud state, but it still wasn't something Luze and the girls could take on. Luckily, the eagle shot up into the sky after catching its prey. However, the group didn't dare to move. It was only after the eagle's chi had completely disappeared did they dare to breathe. A few minutes later, they finally crawled out of the sand. Li exclaimed, "That eagle is so strong." Nangongjing nodded. "It's a cosmic cloud state beast. We would die before we could even react." Kai Uyuhesha flicked her hair and smiled. "That snake is very strong too." Lin Ling and Alice nodded in agreement. Luze sighed. That snake is too pitiful. It was cooked in the air. It also seemed delicious. What a pity he couldn't eat it. Nangongjing and the others didn't know what to say. Lu Li rolled her eyes. Let's go. Search for suitable beasts or we would get nothing today. Luze nodded. 2 hours later, they were finally surrounded by a group of sand beetles again. There were 13 of them, and the 2 strongest were the level 4 cosmic system states. As usual, Nangongjing stopped while the level 4 cosmic system states and Luze flew towards the other one. In just a second, Luze killed these beetles with a series of attacks while Kaihulyahesha helped on the side. Nangongjing wasn't even injured yet. Then, Luze killed Nangongjing's beetle. The remaining ones were of no threat. Luze easily killed all of them with one punch. After that, they landed. Alice hugged Luze's arm. Senior is so amazing. It was much easier than yesterday. There was one more beetle than yesterday, but because their main combat power Luze grew stronger, they annihilated all the beasts without injuries except Lin Ling. She only had some light injuries which soon recovered. We can take on more beetles now. The girls nodded in excitement. Luze smiled and rubbed Lin Ling's head. Thank you. She was the most laborious as the level 3 cosmic system state beetle wasn't something she could take on, but she could stall due to her spirit eye god art. Lin Ling blushed and rubbed her head against Luze's palm. Soon, the bodies turned to dust. Kaihulyahesha said, there seemed to be new drops. There was a sand god art orb and a glowing grey god art orb. Luze smiled and picked it up. I wonder what this grey god art is. It seems familiar. The girls nodded. They felt it was familiar too. Perhaps it was a god art they already had. Luze took it. We'll have to wait till we get out to see. Too bad, there were no equipment drops. Nangongjing uttered, let's continue, there will be equipment eventually. Chapter 945 Equipment Set Effect. 6 hours later, Luze and the girls were searching the desert for prey. Half an hour after the first pack of beetles, they encountered another pack of 9. The strongest was a level 3 cosmic system state. It was too easy for Luze and the girls. They acquired quite some resources and a sand god art orb. However, their luck seemed to have run out after that. They did encounter beasts, but they were level 5 cosmic system state scorpions. Luckily, Luze got stronger, and they barely escaped. After that, it was the bosses that didn't even dare to release their chi. Just when they were aimlessly wandering, the sand erupted again. Powerful chi surged. Luze and the girls' eyes lit up. It was the sand beetles. 8 of them charged out from underneath the sand. They glared straight at the group with their hideous mouths opening and closing. Hiss! The 8 beetles sprayed out the chi that rose the sand. Luze glanced across. There was just one level 4 cosmic system state level. The rest weren't strong. Luze grinned as his pale gloves and beetle boots appeared. Powerful chi surged as he disappeared from the spot. The leading beetle screamed as sand formed around it into armor. It felt like a powerful threat from Luze. Luze's eyes went cold. These beetles were naive. They didn't even cover their heads with the sand. It's like wearing a bulletproof vest without a helmet. Grey runes spun in his eyes as he used stone transformation divine art. He only targeted a level 4 cosmic system state beetle. At the same time, Nangongjing and the others also used stone transformation divine art. Kaihulyahesha used seduction god art too. With so many disruptive god arts used together, the beetle was immediately paralyzed on the spot. Luze appeared before it. Spirit flames glowed from his gloves as he punched. Rumble! In a breath, the continuous rumbling sound echoed throughout the desert. When the rumbling stopped, a level 4 cosmic system state beetle was dead. It couldn't even move till its death. Luze watched the body turn to dust and then gazed at the remaining beetles. Rumble! 7 more bodies appeared. The girls came over smiling. Lu Li confidently said, "This is so easy." The others nodded. It was indeed easy if it was just one level 4 cosmic system state beetle. At this moment, the drops were revealed. 5 drops of red liquid, 5 drops of purple liquid, and an earth crystal. Luze and the girls smiled excitedly. Lin Ling shouted, "There's a new equipment crystal." Kaiuyuhesha asked, "I wonder what it is this time." Luze picked it up. "We'll know once we get outside." The girls nodded excitedly. Equipment brought them quite significant improvements. Soon, the other bodies also turned to dust, leaving behind drops. Perhaps that equipment used up their luck. There were no more special drops. Despite so, they were very satisfied. Alice smiled. "We've acquired more than yesterday. If they got more every single day, life would be full of hope." The group continued off in their search for beasts. Half an hour later, they suddenly felt the sky dimmed. Then, a golden light flashed and all of them died. The group woke up trembling on the bed. Nangongjing exclaimed, "It must be that golden lightning eagle." She was too familiar with this golden lightning. Kaiuyuhesha rolled her eyes. "It might be another golden lightning eagle. It doesn't have to be that one." Nangongjing said, "Perhaps there's just that one golden lightning eagle? The desert is so big. How do you know it was another one?" Kaiuyuhesha argued, "You don't know it is that one either." Nangongjing was furious hearing Kaiuyuhesha argues with her. She wanted to beat her up, but her body ached too much. It was too painful. She didn't dare to move. Therefore, she could only glare at Kaiuyuhesha. Kaiuyuhesha also glared back. Luze and the girls felt this was quite funny. They were arguing even at this time. However, they were used to it. These two could argue no matter what time it was. Now, everyone looked at Luze. Lin Ling giggled. "Ze, check the equipment." The others were very curious. Luze nodded and took out the earth crystal. In a flash, the crystal cleared up, revealing a breastplate. Like the boots, they seemed to be made of the same material as the sand beetles. Nangongjing said, "So they're not boots, Ze, you can use it." If they were boots, they could take it as Luze already had one. If Luze was strong, they would only need to hide behind him and support him. Luze nodded and the crystal turned into a beam of yellow light fusing into his chest. The armor appeared. It looked simple and yet had this special beauty. Accompanied by Luze's handsome face, it looked quite good. The girls nodded. They had to admit the pocket hunting dimension items were all rather good looking. Luze felt that the breastplate also increased spirit force efficiency, and this degree of increase was higher than the boots. Luze found that the breastplate and boots seemed to be resonating. His spirit force efficiency increased even more. Luze was shocked. So this was the item set effect? This was too amazing. It improved spirit force efficiency by 20%. This was terrifying. Luze could last even longer now. Chapter 946 Awake Ying Ying. How is it? The girls looked curiously at Luze. Luze grinned. It's quite effective. There are bonuses to wearing both of them together. The girls were quite shocked. Lin Ling said, "In that case, Ze is stronger again now. We can be safer next time in the pocket hunting dimension." Lu Li added, "We'll be more efficient at hunting too. That way, they would get more resources and continue to progress." Luze put the equipment back inside and said, "Okay, cultivate." The group sat down and started cultivating. Luze didn't use the red liquid. He used that grey God Art orb. After going inside his body, a sliver of God Art knowledge started appearing in his body. Luze immediately knew what this God Art was. It was Chi Stealth God Art. Luze wasn't surprised. After all, the sand beetles were quite good at hiding in the sand. It wasn't some powerful attack or defense god art, but its effect was quite nice. There were so many bosses on the 5th map. Staying alive was the way to go. Thinking about this, Luze felt great. He used a purple liquid and blue crystal to start learning the god art. The next morning, Luze was surrounded by this grey mist. The girls opened their eyes after finishing cultivation. Upon seeing Luze's change, they opened their eyes in realization. They knew this chi. It was chi stealth god art. They smiled and walked out of the room, allowing Luze to cultivate alone. Moments later, Luze opened his eyes. His chi became almost indiscernible. Even if he just sat there, he might not be noticed if one didn't try. Then, the grey mist around him disappeared and his chi went back to normal. He looked around. The girls weren't on the bed anymore, so he got off the bed and left the room. Luze came to the living room and found no one there. He heard movements in the kitchen and knew that Alice and the girls were cooking. Thus, he came to Ying Ying's room. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were there as expected. They were feeding Ying Ying. Luze went to feed with them. As they got more spirit liquids, they could afford to feed more. The starlight around Ying Ying grew more vibrant. She would probably wake up soon. 5 days later, Luze and the girls opened their eyes at the same time on the bed. They died again. Alice was almost crying. This was too hard. They died a different way every day. Luze gasped, but he was used to it. He smiled. We've acquired quite a lot and acquired an equipment crystal and sand god art orb. The girls smiled. Their pain eased just thinking about their loot today. Luze took out the crystal after their pain was gone and unsealed it. It was another breastplate. Luze was stunned, but then, he soon smiled. I already have one. You guys use it. He thought he would get another piece. The girls looked at each other before ending up with Kaiyuhesha and Nangongjing. These two were the strongest, and they naturally deserved it. Kaiyuhesha smiled at Luze. Give it to the T-Rex. She needs to stall the beasts and will be in much greater danger than me. Nangongjing grinned and patted Kaiyuhesha's shoulder. Hehe, you're so mature. Not bad. She also felt it was better to use it. Kaiyuhesha slapped Nangongjing's hand away and rolled her eyes. I feel you're too weak. You almost died first today. If I don't give it to you, you might drag us down. Nangongjing's eyes glared. Too weak? Are you getting cocky now that we haven't fought for so long? Luze and the girls were helpless seeing that they were arguing again. Eventually, Luze flicked both of their foreheads. The two covered their foreheads with their hands. That hurts. Luze smiled. Okay, Jing Jing can have this breastplate. Hesha can have the next one. Luze rubbed Kaiyuhesha's head. He felt this distribution was better too. Luze gave the crystal to Nangongjing. When her mental force is connected to it, it immediately fuses into her chest. In a flash of yellow light, a female breastplate appeared on Nangongjing. It seemed to be built for Nangongjing. It was very fitting. Nangongjing grinned. It's rather great looking. Lin Ling and the rest were stunned. This armor is so much better looking than the martial god set. Luze. Shouldn't they care about how useful the armor was instead of how pretty it was? Luze couldn't understand it. Then, they began their usual cultivation. Time flew by. Luze was immersed in learning god art. At this moment, he suddenly felt this special wave next to him. Then, he felt his learning of god art had this overwhelming improvement. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ling. The others felt the situation too. There was this wave around Lin Ling and suddenly, a light fell upon Lin Ling. The group rejoiced. Lu Li happily uttered, Sister Lin Ling broke through. Alice was stunned too. They just reached the level 9 star state. They would probably need a month to reach the cosmic system state. Luze raised a brow and expanded his mental force out, covering the ship. He felt the phenomena had covered the entire ship. Because it was a warped dimension outside the ship, the phenomena didn't expand. Luze breathed easy. This wouldn't attract insectoids or any accidents. He smiled and said, "Continue cultivating." The girls nodded. This phenomenon was beneficial to them too. They couldn't miss out. In Ying Ying's room, the starlight shrunk back into Ying Ying's body. She opened her deep blue eyes and sat up. She rubbed her belly. She felt hungry. Time to eat. A drumstick appeared in her hand. Alice prepared a lot of good food for her in her storage ring. Just when she was about to take a bite, that light flashed. Ying Ying looked at the light and fell right back onto the bed while holding the drumstick. Chapter 947. That could happen? Inside the main ship, the Shenwu army soldiers were either doing their jobs or resting. When this light appeared, they were dazed, and everyone rejoiced. They were too familiar with this phenomenon. The commander instantly roared, "Quick! I don't know which young duke broke through. Everyone get ready. Other than those of necessary positions, everyone else, go cultivate. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. Cherish it." He grinned. He's indeed the monarch of the new dawn. We're benefiting so much from this. When we get back, how are those other legions going to compare with us? The commander sat down immediately and closed his eyes to cultivate. In the resting area, barbarian race suite, Man Kun was cultivating. His target was to become a cosmic cloud state and return the barbarian race to its former glory. Hope seemed slim. Talent and hard work were both necessary. He initially thought his talent wasn't bad, but after seeing Luze, he didn't feel too good. Now, he felt his talent was just ordinary. It was only after Luze gave him the golden fruit wine that his talent became slightly better. He didn't want to compare with Luze anymore. Mortals couldn't compare with such monsters. After his barbarian king's body progressed, he became more confident. Of course, he still needed to work hard. Now, he was either cultivating or on the path to cultivating. At this moment, Man Kun felt this invisible wave. For some reason, he suddenly felt he had a better understanding of the secrets of the universe. He opened his eyes in shock. What was going on? When he saw this endless glamour and light, and even managed to see the truth to the universe surging up his mind, Man Kun exclaimed, "What is this?" He had never seen anything like this. He felt tense. It seemed to be good, but it wasn't certain. He still needed to stay vigilant. Man Kun charged up into the lobby. Manchu and the two race elders charged out as well. Man Kun asked, "Elder Mande, what is going on?" Manchu was also shocked and confused. Manda looked at the light with disbelief. "This is impossible. No way, how could this level of a phenomenon appear here?" He looked at the other level 7 cosmic system state elder. Both of them saw in disbelief and shock from each other's eyes. They had lived for 10,000 years and knew much more than Man Kun and Manchu. This was a phenomenon. And, it contained such terrifying universal origin knowledge. Even when the barbarian race was at their prime, they didn't have a prodigy who could create such a phenomenon. They were certain that other cosmic cloud state civilizations didn't have such prodigies either. Perhaps only the elf race would have such a prodigy? Yet, they saw one here. Man Kun exclaimed, "Phenomenon? This is a phenomenon." They knew that it was, but was a phenomenon this terrifying? The two elders' mouths twitched as they saw Man Kun and Manchu doubting life. This difference was indeed a bit huge. Manda patted Man Kun's shoulder and said, "Kun, your talent is already very great. If you work hard, there are still hopes of becoming a cosmic cloud state. You don't need to compare with Luze and the girls. To be able to create such a phenomenon, one could imagine how terrifying their talents were. The other elders sighed. No wonder he's a prodigy favored by a cosmic realm state being. This is too terrifying. The two of them had lived for 10,000 years and yet, might not be able to beat Luze who only lived 20 years. After some silence, Manda said, "Go cultivate. This phenomenon is quite a good fortune for us. Grasp it." The two prodigies nodded. It seemed they should follow Ze to improve. Just these few days, all these things had benefited them a lot. Man Kun nodded. Okay. They went back to their rooms. At the same time, the winged race and round race had pretty much the same situation. They also went back to their rooms to cultivate. 10 hours later, the light slowly started to recede. Luze opened his eyes. Spirit flames were burning inside. He looked to the side. The girls had finished their cultivation. Lin Ling was still cultivating. Her chi wasn't too stable. She just broke through to the cosmic system state and needed some time to stabilize her cultivation level. The group got up and left the room. Outside, they smiled. Alice said, "Sister Ling reached the cosmic system state. Our combat power became stronger again." Lu Li smiled. We'll be safer in the pocket hunting dimension." Nangongjing hugged the two and smiled. "Now, you two are the only ones who haven't reached the cosmic system state. You need to work hard." The two girls twisted around and avoided Nangongjing's hand. Lu Li exclaimed, "Sister Jing! Why are you like Luze, a lewd wolf?" Luze! What did he do? He was just standing on the side. Kaiyuhesha smiled. "Let's go feed Ying Ying." The group nodded. Alice and Lu Li broke free from Nangongjing's claws. They went to Ying Ying's room. When they saw her, their faces became strange. They saw Ying Ying's blanket become messy, and there was a big drumstick in her hands. Luze wondered. Is she sleepwalking? She can take out food while asleep? She's truly a foodie. The girls rolled their eyes. You're the only one who has no right to say that. Kaiyuhesha urged. I wonder who taught Ying Ying to be like this. Luze's mouth twitched. When he saw the drumstick, he suddenly had a bold idea. Ying Ying had always been taking his food. Today, he will get it back. Luze tried to take it out but Ying Ying was clutching very tightly. He used all his power and still couldn't move it at all. Luze! She was that protective of her food even while asleep? Luze sneered. Naive little Ying Ying! Could this stop him? Luze used a wind blade to split the drumstick. Ying Ying was just holding the bone while Luze cut off all the meat. He finally won once. Chapter 948 I thought there were no beasts? The girls were speechless seeing how happy Luze was at the drumstick. Ying Ying was asleep. How could he do that? Nangongjing looked at him with contempt. You seized the little girl's food while she's asleep. Luze answered, even though Ying Ying is asleep, I seized it with my capabilities. Is there a problem? She's a cosmic realm state when she's awake. I can't beat her. The girls. Why did he sound so righteous? At this moment, Luze finished the drumstick and teased, that was delicious. He smiled. Okay, let's feed her. Although he could steal her food, he still needed to feed her as it concerned her growth. Lu Li rolled her eyes. Are you a kid? Thereafter, they started feeding Ying Ying. After they were done, Lin Ling came out of their rooms. The girls smiled. Nangongjing charged up and hugged Lin Ling. Lin Ling, congratulations on reaching the cosmic system state. Lin Ling blushed and broke free from Nangongjing's paws while looking at Kaiyuhesha vigilantly. These two elder sisters liked to bully them. Luze rubbed her head gently. Lin Ling, breaking through to the cosmic system state is a major thing. Her combat power now should be around level 7 cosmic system state. She could stall beasts better now. Lin Ling smiled. Luze looked at Alice. Alice, your sister Ling broke through to the cosmic system state today. Cook some more food to celebrate. Lin Ling. She looked seriously at Luze. He only said this, so he could eat food. Lin Ling's chest palpitated. Alice nodded. After breakfast, they went back to cultivate until the night. Then, they went into the pocket hunting dimension. They appeared in the forest and concealed their chi. Lin Ling calmly said, "My spirit eye god art is much stronger now. I'll see if I can find the hiding beasts under the sand." The group was excited. That would mean their skill would go up quite a bit. Lin Ling's eyes glowed as she looked. She frowned and uttered, "I didn't find anything special within a 1,000-kilometer walk." Luze answered, "Then, let's go somewhere else." Every period of distance, they would stop, and Lin Ling would use her spirit eye god art to check the surroundings. Half an hour later, Lin Ling pointed in a direction. "There's a spirit force gathered there. It doesn't seem to be very strong." Luze and the girls smiled. "Keep being vigilant. Let's go over it." Everyone became serious as they took out their weapons. When they were near the region, the sand suddenly erupted. 12 huge figures appeared behind them. The strongest was a level 4 cosmic system state sand beetle. Luze smiled and exclaimed, "Attack!" Luze charged up towards the level 4 beetle. Nangongjing charged towards the other level 4 beetles. Lin Ling held her spear and charged towards the rest of the beetles with Alice's fire clones. A few seconds later, Luze killed his opponent and then helped Nangongjing kill hers. The rest of the beetles were easily finished off. The group was slightly tired, but this was so much better than using up all their energy when they first came here. Lin Ling could easily dodge the beetles' attacks now. She didn't even get injured this time. Nangongjing giggled. "Great job, Lin Ling. Now I don't have to worry." The rest of them smiled too. With her power, she could even barely stall a level 4 cosmic system state for a while. At this moment, the bodies turned to dust. There was another earth crystal and earth god art orb. Luze said, "It seems we're very lucky today. We got so much in the first round." The others rejoiced too. They soon headed off hunting again. Same rules, they would get Lin Ling to search for prey in a new area. The desert was extremely large, and their speed was greatly suppressed. They also needed to dodge bosses that could appear at any time. After 6 hours, Luze and the girls had hunted 6 waves of beetles. This skill was twice as much as before. Among the beasts, 6 level 4 cosmic system state sand beetles were slain. There were 30 drops of red and purple liquid. Luze used 2 a day. This was enough for half a month. Nangongjing and the group could only use level 3 liquids as their bodies weren't strong enough. Li and Alice could barely use the level 2 liquid. They also acquired another chi concealing god art orb, 2 sand god art orb, and a crystal. This huge harvest made all of them smile. When they came to the next region, Lin Ling scanned the surroundings and said, "There's no prey here." Luze nodded. "Let's go somewhere else then." They headed off in a random direction. A few hundred kilometers later, the sand suddenly erupted. Their bodies felt tense as a huge mouth opened in the sand and engulfed them. Back in the room, everyone looked at Lin Ling. Nangongjing curiously asked, "Lin Ling, didn't you say there were no beasts? What was that?" Lin Ling answered, "My spirit eye god art didn't detect it." Luze interestingly uttered, "That beast was very strong. It might be a level 8 cosmic system state. It probably had stronger chi stealth god art. That's why Lin Ling couldn't see it." There was nothing Lin Ling could do. Kaiuyuhesha answered, "Think of the better part. Lin Ling's god art can't help us completely avoid danger, but it can help us find weak beasts to hunt. We killed 6 waves today. This had never happened before." Lu Li said, "We're going to die once every day anyways. As long as we get enough loot, it's worth it. Chapter 949 This battleship belongs to the human race. Moments later, the pain disappeared and the group started counting their loot. There was a Chi Stealth God Art Orb and a Sand God Art Orb. Luze used these first. Then, they divided the red and purple liquids. Luze took out his equipment crystal. After his mental force touched it, the crystal went clear and revealed the equipment inside. It was an earth-colored wrist guard. Luze's eyes lit up. This was the equipment he didn't have. Kyohesha flicked her pink hair and said, "It's a piece of new equipment. Little brother Luze can use it for himself." Luze nodded. He equipped the wrist guard and immediately felt his spirit force skill go up again. His spirit force digestion rate also increased. The three pieces of equipment were connected subtly. The equipment set buff was quite nice. Spirit force running speed reached around 40% while spirit force digestion increased by 30%. Luze knew there would be more amplification, but he didn't expect it to be this good. Now, his combat power could increase by about 20%. Luze was rather satisfied. He grinned. Seeing this, the girls knew that the equipment was quite useful. Lu said, "In that case, Luze is stronger again, and we can have an even better time." The others nodded. Luze put away the equipment and said, "Let's cultivate. We'll be arriving at the Blade Demon race's border tomorrow. We would probably need to help by then. There would be quite some star states at the border. This fleet alone wouldn't be able to handle things." The girls nodded. The next morning, Luze opened his eyes. He saw the girls were still cultivating. He didn't disturb them and got off to bed. He closed the door gently and looked at the empty living room. Since they were still all cultivating, he might as well go feed Ying Ying. At this moment, their door was knocked. Luze opened it and saw the fleet commander standing there. He saluted Luze but still looked at him with admiration. "Greetings, monarch of the new dawn." Luze smiled. "Hello General, is there something up?" The commander replied, "We're about to arrive at the Blade Demon Void border. In about an hour, we'll be leaving the warp dimension. We might need your help." Luze nodded. "Don't worry, General, contact us when we're out of the warp dimension. We'll come over." The commander breathed easily. He didn't doubt Luze's power at all now. He smiled. "In that case, I won't disturb you guys." Luze closed the door and came to Ying Ying's room. Soon, Nangongjing entered as well. She saw Luze and hugged him from behind. She wrapped her hands around his neck and leaned against his back. Luze felt the familiar aroma and rubbed Nangongjing's face. "You're done cultivating?" Nangongjing answered lazily. Luze smiled and kept feeding Ying Ying. "By the way, we're about to arrive at the Blade Demon border." Nangongjing was dazed, and she grinned eagerly the next moment. "Then, let's destroy all their defenses." Luze rolled his eyes. She was so violent. However, Luze thought the same. These defenses were still a threat to the fleets. They had to be removed. Luze smiled and nodded. Nangongjing then sat down and fed Ying Ying with him. Moments later, Kyohesha came in too. As usual, she started arguing with Nangongjing. The other three girls went to cook breakfast. After breakfast, a broadcast sounded, "Attention all units, the ship is about to leave warp dimension and enter Blade Demon border. Please get ready." The group got up. Luze shouted, "Let's head out." The other race prodigies also came out at the same time. They greeted each other with nods. Man Kun came up. "Ze, we're about to arrive at the Blade Demon border. What are you planning to do?" Luze replied, "Destroy all Blade Demon bases and collect resources in the meantime." Without the support of cosmic system states, the Blade Demon base was nothing to them. Since the war was won, they weren't going to let go of powerful blade demons either. If a lot of them got away, it would be troublesome for the human race. The others nodded. It was good that the monarch of the New Dawn wasn't being merciful at this moment. The human race would truly rise soon. As soon as they left the resting region, the commander walked over and saluted. "Everyone, please follow me." He led Luze and the girls to the control room. People were working at each station. The front of the ship was made with transparent materials. In a flash, the scene outside became the dark space. The commander ordered, "Head over." Yes. At the Blade Demon border, ground surveillance was watching the border constantly. At this moment, one Blade Demon said, "I heard that our king and the elders don't seem to be in our territory. I wonder where they went." "I know. I heard our king and elders went to the human race. They called a lot of allies. They want to kill all human cosmic system states." "Really? This was a major event. Then, why are they gone for so long?" "Yeah, the human race also doesn't seem to be doing anything. I don't know. How can we understand cosmic system state stuff? Perhaps they're still hunting those few human cosmic system states. They are cosmic system states after all." The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, one Blade Demon grinned. "If that's the case, then we can annihilate the human race. We'll be able to get large amounts of resources." Hearing this, everyone was excited. "The humans have resources on par with us. Ha ha ha. Hope the king prevails sooner." "Yeah." Beep. A sharp alarm sounded. The Blade Demons looked at their screen. A cluster of red dots appeared. There were a few hundred of them. "An attack?" The commander here roared, "Zoom in and see what it is." The screen changed and rapidly zoomed in on the ships. When they saw what it was, all Blade Demons were dazed. One Blade Demon mumbled, "These ships belong to the human race. It's their fleet." Chapter 950 Quick. Spread the news. This sound brought all the Blade Demons' senses back. The Blade Demon in charge roared at the screen in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can the human fleet suddenly come here?" One Blade Demon said, "There are just a few hundred ships in this fleet. How do they dare to attack our border?" The other Blade Demon's face was a bit strange. "It seems, there are many transporter ships." Everyone's faces went strange. The atmosphere became silent. The Blade Demon in charge said, "Quick! Sound the alarm. Notify the brothers outside." Everyone quickly went out to do their jobs. Blade Demon Base, Commander's Office. A tall, hideous-looking Blade Demon was dealing with matters on his seat. When he heard the alarm, he frowned and got up. Just when he planned to go out, someone knocked on his door. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Come in." The door opened, and the surveillance manager charged in. Seeing how desperate he was, the Blade Demon frowned. "What pushed you to sound the alarm?" The Blade Demon reported, "Commander. We found a human fleet outside the border." The Blade Demon commander was in disbelief. "Human fleet? Are you sure you saw a human fleet? How did they dare to come to the Blade Demon border overtly?" This was provocative. The surveillance manager nodded. "Yes. I'm certain it is them." The Blade Demon commander frowned. He said to his second-in-command, "Send my order, organize the army. We'll annihilate the fleet. Let those human bastards know that they can't come and go to our border as they please." The second-in-command nodded and left. The commander said again, "Notify the other bases at our border. I suspect the human race might be planning something big. Tell them to stay on high alert. These star states knew about the king and the elders not being here." However, the Blade Demon King didn't tell anyone else to prevent news from being leaked. He felt with the number of cosmic system states they had, everything was very certain. Even now, the Blade Demons didn't know their king and elders were long dead. But even so, the sudden appearance of the human fleet was enough to signify something was amiss. The surveillance manager nodded and left the office. Now, the commander was the only one left in the office. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the deep space before walking out. The humans would have to ask him and his soldiers if they wanted to do whatever they wanted at their border. On the human ship, Luze and the girls looked at the projected planets. The commander started introducing them. Everyone, these are the defensive base planets in the Blade Demon Borders Kyria solar system. There's a Blade Demon Legion stationed there. There aren't a lot of powerful beings, and there's a medium to a small-sized resource point. At this moment, a voice sounded, "Commander. They have discovered us and sent out a fleet to stop us outside their defense line." Luze and the girls already saw the cluster of ships flying out from the projection. There were thousands or even 10,000 ships. However, the commander seemed very calm. What a joke, they had so many cosmic system states here. These ships were at most toys to these cosmic system states. He smiled and waved his hand. No need to worry. Continue our route. The others were rather relaxed as they saw Luze and the girls. The commander looked at Luze. "Monarch of the New Dawn, we'll need your intervention now." Luze smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, General, leave it to us." At this moment, a barbarian elder grinned. "I'll deal with these ships." Luze nodded. "Thank you, Elder Man Yang." Man Yang waved his hand. "It's my job." He tore open space and disappeared. The Blade Demon Commander and 2 other star states were together on a ship. One star state frowned. "Why did the human fleets appear here?" The other star state said, "Perhaps their navigation system collapsed and navigated to our border. They probably thought they were going home." The commander frowned. "Beer Duo, don't underestimate your opponent." Beer Duo replied, "I'm not underestimating them. There are just a few hundred ships here. How much of a threat can they be?" The other 2 looked at each other. They were truly confused. If the human race was going to attack their border, they shouldn't just send a few hundred ships over. This was a joke. At this moment, the space was torn open, and Man Yang flew out. His 7-meter-tall body stood before a huge ship. However, his complexion was very relaxed. He grinned as bronze light spun around him. His powerful chi surged. At the same time, all the Blade Demons froze. They looked at that small figure filled with destructive chi. The Blade Demon Commander spat in disbelief, "Cosmic System State." Beer Duo screamed, "Impossible! How could our king not come when there's a cosmic system here?" The other star state shouted, "It's the barbarian race. Barbarian race's cosmic system state. An ally of the human race. This is bad." Their hearts went cold. The commander roared, "Quick! Spread the news! Spread the news!" They had no hopes of survival against a cosmic system state. The only thing they could do was spread the news. Man Yang grinned and reached out his right hand, grabbing at the fleet. Spirit force surged from space, and the fleet was crushed into wasted metals. They exploded in space like fireworks. In an instant, the entire fleet was annihilated. The humans watching were shocked. Many of them had never seen a cosmic system state attack. This was terrifying.